The story opens in the Duke's dining room, where a servant informs him of his daughter's arrival. Their greeting is unusually blunt and frank, suggesting a strained relationship. The central mystery is who has control over the lady's body. Let's take a step back and explore the novel All the Men That Loved Her. As the title suggests, the story centers around Yuri, a commoner who is adopted by the Baron and becomes the central heroine. Throughout the novel, 4 male protagonists fall deeply in love with her: the Crown Prince, the Sniper, the Werewolf, and the Millionaire Merchant. And what's a good story without a villain? Lady Melissa Fodderbright fills that role perfectly. Not only is she the Crown Prince's fiancé and the older sister of the Sniper, but she also serves as a nemesis to the Werewolf and a troublemaker with a unique and hostile relationship with the Millionaire Merchant. Let's continue with the story. To simplify things, Melissa and her father already have a strained relationship. During a dinner, her father states that Jake, Melissa's younger brother, is the sole heir to the family estate. Melissa disagrees with this decision, as she believes that Jake is not as committed to the family and is rarely at home like she is. She feels that accompanying her father to dinner is a waste of time and decides to leave early. Initially, inhabiting Melissa's body is challenging due to her personality and circumstances. However, it turns out to be tolerable compared to her previous life as a college student with a heavy workload. With her wide forehead, a potential sign of intelligence and wisdom. So, yeah, she can handle the situation and be Melissa. However, she won't be like the wicked villainess in the storybook, and she has no intention of turning into a reformed saint or trying to seduce the male characters and lure them into a harem. In order to simplify her life, she starts by addressing the first disturbing issue, calling off her engagement with the Crown Prince, Ian Basilios. At first, she tries to craft a lovely letter, but soon realizes that a blunt and straightforward approach is more effective. She then asks her maid, Yona, to deliver the letter, but Yona suggests that Melissa call off the engagement in person. It's not that Yona cares about her, rather, she's simply too lazy to do it herself. Melissa wonders if Yona even thinks of her as her lady. No, don't badmouth Yona first. Melissa comes to visit the Crown Prince as she received the royal letter demanding her to come. But what she finds, Ian in a compromising position, half naked with another woman and even using sleazy lines to seduce that woman. You, disgusting. Naturally, this isn't Ian's first time indulging in such behavior, and certainly not his second or third. Every time Melissa catches him in an act of debauchery, she used to yell and attack the other woman, while Ian remained unaccountable. It's high time that he learns his lesson. So she calls him out as a filthy dog. Ian halts his despicable behavior and turns to her, asking if she's insane for using such harsh words. But the way she replies is electrifying. She informs him that she's the one who ought to be using that term since he's committing adultery right in front of his fiancé. Unlike the Melissa in the novel, the Melissa now truly despises the Crown Prince. Ian assumes that she's going to physically assault him, but instead, she makes a biting remark right to his face. Melissa couldn't care less about what Ian has to say. She even goes so far as to insult him by suggesting that she could make him kiss the ground, seeing as his level is no better than that of the floor. Wait, is he trembling? For a man who has the nerve to cheat, is he going to cry after one insult? Seriously? After so long of being a bystander, watching Melissa inflict her fury on others and never being the subject of her anger, Ian is probably bewildered at being a target this time. Well, since Melissa is the villainess, she can play the part sometimes. Melissa then explains that since Ian despises her so much, it's better to end the relationship now. It's not like they're going to play pat a cake in bed once they're married. In the novel, Ian is set to break up with Melissa as soon as he meets Yuri, but Melissa stubbornly refuses to let go, waiting for a tragic outcome and a broken heart. However, the current Melissa won't let that happen. Even though Ian has no feelings for Melissa, he still cheated on her right in front of her, leaving her no reason to stay with him. So Melissa thinks Ian cheated because he was waiting for her to initiate the breakup. While their engagement was somewhat political, Ian hated Melissa. And when he demanded they end it, she wouldn't accept. Nevertheless, Ian is going to meet Yuri soon, and he will genuinely fall in love with her. At this point, Melissa thinks breaking up the engagement now is the best decision. She believes that nothing worse can happen, even if the story progresses faster than the original plotline. As the Duke's daughter, a terminated engagement won't block her path to marriage. In other words, she has no problem with canceling the engagement. Melissa reiterates her desire to cancel the engagement, which surprises Ian. However, Ian unexpectedly refuses to break up with her and even pushes away the girl he was with. Ian asks Melissa why she suddenly brought up the topic of a breakup, but Melissa points out that his actions suggest that he wants to break up. After he said he doesn't want to break up, his face turned red. Well, if it's not because he has an adultery fetish, or not because he's the kind of person that gets turned on by getting caught, then it must be because he enjoys making Melissa miserable. Melissa expresses her belief that Ian had a greater reason for his behavior, although it still caused her anguish. Glaring at the other woman, Melissa laments how seeing her lover cling to other women hurts her as the villainess of Photon. The woman gets up and puts on her clothes, while Ian remains speechless. The awkward silence fills the room as they stand there with nothing but the sound of the woman getting dressed. Following this conversation, Melissa's memories and emotions became vivid. Until then, things had been somewhat unclear. According to Melissa's recollection, Ian had blamed his scandals on Melissa's violent temper. As a result, Melissa had internalized all the criticisms to justify his infidelity. She bore the shame and pain as her own and buried the truth. This reminded Melissa of her past life in Korea, where women were also always blamed for their partner's debauchery. Ian attempts to shift the blame to Melissa, claiming that her behavior of clinging to him and showing up unannounced is what drove him to treat her like that. Melissa sees through Ian's victim playing, and instead of arguing, she explains that her actions were simply expressions of her love for him, like sharing tea or holding each other. However, she emphasizes that this does not justify Ian's despicable behavior. In the past, whenever Ian sent an invitation to Melissa, she would spend the entire day selecting an outfit, feeling excited and doing everything possible to get ready. However, every time she arrived at the palace, the scene was always the same. Despite this, Melissa never declined an invitation because it was evidence that Ian had thought of her, even if it was just for a moment. Melissa asks Ian if he ever considered that she would react that way. Ian responds that it's because Melissa loves him. Hearing this, Melissa is left speechless and only imagines hitting him with an ashtray. To make it clear, Melissa declares that she no longer loves Ian at all. Oh, look at that fool's expression. He looks like someone just told him the Earth's shape is a heart. Ian's stubbornness in refusing to cancel the engagement infuriates Melissa. Despite her growing impatience, Ian continues to try and explain himself. Meanwhile, the woman accompanying them tries to make a run for it, but clumsily trips and falls, knocking over a nearby glass ashtray in the process. The commotion alerts the guard stationed at the front door, who rushes in without asking any questions and immediately accuses Melissa of causing the disturbance. Being the infamous villainess in the palace, the guards likely assume that Melissa is responsible for the woman's fall and the shattered ashtray. As Melissa tries to explain the situation, the woman puts on a show, running to Ian and claiming that she was frightened. What a pair of drama queen! Melissa comes to the realization that she is alone, and that losing her cool would only worsen the situation. She turns to look at Ian and declares firmly that he's cancelled for good. As Melissa rides home, she considers the possibility of eliminating the Crown Prince, not because of any personal vendetta against him, although he may have insulted her. Instead, she recognizes that a man with his lack of intellect ascending to the throne would certainly lead to the destruction of the kingdom. He would cause chaos, only to casually appear before his citizens and say, "Bow, love me." Even if he changes his ways when he meets Yuri based on his current behavior, Yuri would likely reject him. Thus, Melissa believes that eliminating him is the only way to secure a brighter future for all. When they arrive at her house, the coachman informs her, but Melissa remains deep in thought about how to accomplish her goal, causing the coachman to become frightened. After some time, Melissa realizes it's time to exit the carriage. As the coachman tries to advise her against acting recklessly, Melissa assumes he is concerned for her and offers him a reassuring smile. However, her eerie grin only intensifies the coachman's terror. Oh, this misunderstanding. Melissa pays a visit to her father, Duke Photon, and requests a moment of his time. Despite Melissa's height, Duke Photon towers over her with an intimidatingly fierce expression that mirrors Melissa's own. Duke Photon inquires about the reason for Melissa's unexpected visit. Melissa's father, Duke Photon, was a firm believer in patriarchal principles. In her childhood, Melissa never received any love from her father despite being the firstborn. Instead, her younger brother Jake received all the attention and affection. This treatment naturally caused Melissa to harbor resentment towards her father. As a result, the two never managed to build any sort of bond. As Melissa and her father stare at each other, Duke Photon abruptly decides to leave the hallway. Melissa assumes her father did not hear her request and asks again. Duke Photon stops and turns to ask what she wants to discuss. As Melissa begins to speak, he interrupts, stating that they cannot discuss important matters in the hallway and must move to a sitting room. Saying he'll prepare the room, he quickly disappears, leaving Melissa shocked and wondering if her father is preparing a water to throw to her. Suddenly, he returns to inform her to wait an additional 5 minutes, but then corrects it to be 10 minutes more, causing Melissa to grow more confused and anxious about the meeting. Upon entering the room, Melissa is taken aback by what she sees. The entire room is adorned in shades of pink, and even her father is dressed in a fancy pink suit. However, his facial expression does not match the cheerful decor. Melissa makes an effort to contain her emotions and avoid saying something she may regret later. She proceeds to explain the reason for her visit, but her father keeps interrupting her, offering her cakes and tea, which he claims is quite popular among the younger generation. Melissa notices that her father drinks black coffee instead of the same tea he offered her, which causes her to become paranoid and wonder if the tea might be poisoned. Melissa ponders how to avoid drinking the suspicious tea, while the Duke continues to stare at her intently. However, as soon as the Duke looks away, she takes advantage of the opportunity and spills the drink. The Duke then asks Melissa to tell him what she wants to say, especially since they haven't had a conversation in over 10 years. Melissa is startled to hear this, as she greets the Duke every morning during breakfast. However, the Duke doesn't remember her greetings, indicating that he has been ignoring her all this time. This revelation drains Melissa's patience and makes her want to cut straight to the chase and express her main concern. Just as Melissa is about to speak, the door is suddenly kicked open. It turns out to be her younger brother, Jake Photon. Jake is one of Yuri's suitors and also the heir to Duke Photon's title and estate. As the sniper in the royal family's official assassin, anyone who has opposed the royal family has met a mysterious death at his hands. Despite his young age, Jake is renowned as the Empire's greatest shooter and is lauded for his impressive magic skills. However, he refuses to show his face in society for unknown reasons. Whenever he appears, he hides behind his black robe and avoids showing his face in public at all costs. He's barely at home and always wandering somewhere else. Despite sharing genes with Jake, Melissa lacks his shooting and magic skills. Moreover, Jake is even more stunningly beautiful than her, making it difficult for anyone to believe that they are related. In the novel, Jake is portrayed as a silent, handsome, and cool guy who keeps a watchful eye on Yuri. However, in reality, Jake is nothing like his novel counterpart. Instead of being a taciturn, he's a constant complainer. Even nagging about the room decorations and cups, it becomes clear that Jake despises his sister and isn't fond of his father either. Melissa is frustrated and disheartened by her brother's true personality. Even the Duke doesn't seem like himself, unlike in the novel. He sits there cluelessly, taking in Jake's complaints like a child. The dissonance between reality and the novel is overwhelming, and Melissa feels like someone is repeatedly hitting her head with a hammer. Despite her frustration, Melissa manages to keep her anger in check and tries to greet Jake. However, Jake's behavior changes drastically upon hearing her greeting, and suddenly becomes silent and ignores her. Melissa then asks Jake if she could have some time alone with the Duke. Melissa hopes Jake will go away, but he catches her attention by saying the name Nyan. This name angers her because it reminds her of memories from the novel. Jake and Nyan used to be friends, which helped Jake become connected to the royal family. However, the situation becomes more dramatic since they will fight over Yuri. Jake informs Melissa that Ian had complained to him about the cancelled engagement and pleaded with him to speak to his sister about it. Melissa realizes that Jake has returned home to fulfill Ian's request, as the Duke always heeds his son's words. This makes Melissa worried that she can't refuse the Duke's commands. Knowing Jake's manipulative plan, Melissa confronts him and firmly states that he has no right to order her to call off her engagement or involve himself in her relationship with Ian. She accuses him of being Ian's lapdog, blindly following his orders even when it comes to his own sister's personal matters. Upon hearing Melissa's words, Jake becomes upset. She confirms that though they don't like each other, Jake is really crossing the line and not treating her like an older sister. Therefore, she won't treat Jake like a younger sibling either. Her words make Jake realize that his actions were unwise. After her confrontation with Jake, Melissa turns to the Duke and expresses her intention to call off her engagement with the Crown Prince, Ian. She declares that she won't tolerate any interference from him and even hints at the possibility of taking drastic action if he tries to stop her. As the Duke sits there in a daze, Melissa stands up and leaves. Leaving them bewildered, Melissa appears visibly frustrated and questions whether she is living in a nightmare. To confirm her reality, she slaps her own face. But the reality remains that her room has become an absolute hell. The walls, ceiling, and floor are plastered in Prince Ian's portraits, thanks to Jake's mischievous plan. Melissa cannot believe that Jake has so many portraits of the prince, and she is even more enraged that she cannot get them off the walls. For the sake of her mental health, Melissa quickly decides to leave the room. However, before making her way out, one of the portraits catches her eye and triggers a surge of anger so intense that she becomes faint. After regaining her consciousness and successfully escaping from the hellish room, Melissa is determined to find and punish Jake. With a fierce look in her eyes, she searches around the mansion but is unable to locate him. Melissa asks the servant about Jake's whereabouts. The servant informs her that before disappearing, Jake had instructed the servant to tell Melissa, "You don't need to thank me." As Melissa processes the servant's message, she feels a surge of anger towards Jake for underestimating her and assuming that she still has feelings for the Crown Prince. She realizes that he must have left the photos in her room as a ploy to make her fall for the prince again. The absurdity of his thinking causes Melissa to burst into maniacal laughter, which frightens the servant. Meanwhile, Jake is alone in his secret hideaway at the top of the mansion when he hears a noise and the window opening. To his surprise, Melissa has finally found him. Jack is amazed at how Melissa managed to find his secret place, and she lies that it was due to her abilities. However, the truth is that she read about his hideout in the novel. That tells Jack's secret place is located on the roof of the Duke's mansion, close to the chimney. The area is rarely cleaned, and no one ever comes up there. The floor is smooth, and there is a stable wall to lean against, making it a perfect spot for spending time alone. Jack often comes up here to escape his oppressive father and sister. Melissa confronts Jake for turning her peaceful haven into a nightmare. She also explains that she no longer has feelings for Ian and has called off their engagement because Ian had plenty of opportunities to cheat on her. Instead of understanding, Jake laughs and says he doesn't believe her, which infuriates Melissa and leads to another argument. Melissa also advises Jake to be more considerate and think about how his actions affect others. However, Jake seems to be indifferent to this idea, which leaves Melissa at a loss for words. She then warns him not to touch her belongings again, or she will take drastic measures. As Melissa is giving Jake a piece of her mind, a familiar voice interrupts them with a sharp rebuke. It's Martha, the nanny who raised them both and the only one who loved Melissa. But she left the household when they were grown. Melissa wonders what brings her back. Martha urges Jake and Melissa to come down from the roof and scolds them for their reckless behavior. As they apologize, Martha also apologizes for scolding them right after her arrival, admitting that she still sees them as children. She warns Melissa to be more careful, especially now that she is soon to be wed. What a wedding! What is Martha talking about? Melissa wonders about what Martha meant about the wedding news. It turns out Martha heard that Melissa is going to announce her engagement at the upcoming Royal Spring Ball. And that was the reason Martha came rushing back to the Photon household. Melissa becomes even more confused. But Martha seems otherwise, as she knows that Melissa has had a crush on the Crown Prince for a long time. Martha feels a sense of pride knowing that Melissa will soon be associated with a charming prince. She fondly remembers how Melissa used to proclaim as a child, "I will become a princess one day." Martha is overwhelmed with happiness and tears up. However, Melissa remains speechless and suddenly loses consciousness. Observing this, Martha assumes that Melissa has fainted due to being overcome with joy. Melissa remains lying on her bed, unresponsive to Yona's presence. Yona, however, sees through Melissa's act and lets her know that she is aware of her being awake. Melissa hesitantly opens her eyes. Nearly half the day has elapsed since Melissa fainted before Martha, but now all she desires is to remain in bed. As she lies there, she's consumed by remorse as she reflects on the past moment when a teary-eyed Melissa implored Ian to marry her the following spring. If she could go back in time, she would vigorously shake her past self and demand that she possess more self-worth. As a result of Melissa's prior fits of rage and rash decisions, she now finds herself facing the repercussions of her past behavior. What's most exasperating for her is that the prince seemed to have ignored her requests initially, only to abruptly change his mind and decide to reveal their engagement at the forthcoming spring ball. Based on the novel, the prince never planned on inviting Melissa to the ball and instead intended to accompany another girl. However, Melissa's adamant desire to terminate their engagement prompted him to gather all the nobles and commoners and declare their nuptials during the royal ball to thwart the cancellation. The prince never disclosed his intentions to Melissa about the announcement, so he might have gone directly to the duke instead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Melissa believes she needs to address the issue by speaking with the duke. However, Yona informs her that the duke had departed several days earlier to oversee affairs in the provinces. Yona further discloses that the crown prince has been buying the costliest garments and ornaments from every shop in anticipation of the ball, remarking that my betrothed must be the most stunning at the ball. Mind your expression, girl. Melissa is frustrated by the prince's disregard for her wishes and views his actions as an abuse of power. As a high-ranking noble herself, she is perfectly capable of obtaining her own dress for the ball. Nevertheless, the prince's demeanor has left her simmering with rage and vowing to retaliate against him in the future. As rumors about the wedding announcement have already circulated, it seems too late for Melissa to make amends. After all, she had very publicly expressed her desire to marry the prince. Amidst her confusion, she suddenly has some ideas. Melissa's initial idea is to skip the ball, but as it is hosted by the royal family, the event will be grand and attended by all the aristocrats and distinguished guests. As the crown prince's fiancé and the daughter of Duke Photon, Melissa is obliged to attend. Furthermore, given that everyone anticipates the wedding announcement at the ball, her absence would permanently damage the prince's reputation. Melissa considers the idea for a moment and jokingly suggests to Yona that she should break her leg or expose herself to the cold, but Yona immediately dismisses the idea, stating that even if Melissa falls ill, she still has to attend the ball. Melissa's mind races with desperate thoughts, even contemplating the extreme measure of taking her own life. Yona cynically suggests that assassinating the prince might be a better solution, but this frustrates Melissa even more as she knows that no one would dare to attempt a royal assassination. Desperately, Melissa even considers pretending to be insane and then physically attacking Ian in front of everyone to create a scene and cause chaos, all in an effort to escape from the prince's grasp. None of these ideas make sense, and Melissa loses her temper, taking out her frustration on a nearby pillow. Running out of ideas and with limited time left until the ball, Melissa aimlessly wanders around the mansion, causing anxiety among the staff. Eventually, she realizes she has no choice but to attend the ball. So she sets out to buy a new dress, the most outrageous one she can find, with the sole purpose of embarrassing Ian. In the dress shop, Melissa declines all the lavish and elaborate dresses and instead asks for a simple sack with holes for the arms and legs. "Are you kidding me?" She realizes that the spring ball is an eagerly anticipated event, unlike any other balls or parties, with many people coming from far and wide to find the perfect dress or wear family heirlooms. In short, the Royal Spring Ball is the most prestigious social event of the season, and Melissa intends to create a statement with her intentionally shabby dress. Yona reminds Melissa that her reputation will be ruined, but Melissa thinks it has already hit rock bottom and couldn't possibly get any worse. Just as she's about to give up and accept her fate, a hooded figure suddenly appears and intervenes. As he removes his hood, a radiant light emanates from his face, revealing that it is none other than Jake. Even so, Melissa provokes Jake by telling him that he is so obsessed with his big sister that he even followed her to the dress shop. Jake just smiles in response and shows his one-finger salute. Jake says he came unwillingly, but Melissa irritates him by impersonating Ian and telling Jake to keep a watchful eye on her to prevent any misbehavior. Then she disregards him and tries on some dresses. While admiring herself in the mirror, Melissa declares how pretty she looks, but Jake mocks her. She then asks Yona to tell Jake to leave, but he refuses. Then again, she asks Yona to tell Jake to wear the dress and marry the crown prince instead. Jake falls silent, and Melissa eventually loses interest and leaves the dress shop, much to the relief of the shop owner who hopes they never return. Actually, the weather is perfect for playing outside, but not for looking for a dress for an event she doesn't even want to attend. However, Yona reminds her of the urgency to find a dress as soon as possible. Melissa feels overwhelmed by the task of preparing for the ball event because she lacks confidence in her fashion sense and feels uneasy socializing with high society. Even when she tries to put on a smile, she notices that others often respond with fear or discomfort. While lost in thought about her difficulties, Melissa spots a man lying in a narrow alley. As she draws near, she catches a whiff of an unpleasant odor and feels pity for the unkempt, gaunt-looking man. Yet, as she examines him more closely, Melissa formulates a wicked plan to get even with the crown prince. Melissa is delighted that the man accepts her help, feeling as if she has just accomplished a great feat like catching a rare Pokemon. In Melissa's mind, she envisions the upcoming royal ball where many women will try to win Ian's heart. She is confident that her new friend's exceptional looks will outshine all others, with a radiance so intense that no one can compete with it. Melissa firmly believes that her plan will be flawless. Throughout her life, Melissa had been surrounded by handsome men, such as her fiancé, the crown prince, her brother with his striking features, and even the employees of the Duke's household who possessed a charming appearance. As a result, she had developed a discerning eye for beauty. It was this ability that allowed her to recognize the rough diamond that was the beggar. No amount of dirt could conceal his captivating allure. To carry out her plan, Melissa decides to bring that homeless man to her residence. Initially, Yona refuses Melissa's decision to bring the man back to their residence, instead of finding a dress for the ball. However, Melissa persuades Yona by whispering that she will pay her double. Yona's attitude changes drastically, and she agrees, even calling it a testament to Melissa's duty as a person of high birth. Melissa realizes that Yona is extremely materialistic, perhaps the most she has ever encountered. As they ride home in the carriage, Melissa can't shake the feeling that she has left something behind, but she can't quite remember what it is. Meanwhile, in town, Jake has lost sight of Melissa. Poor Jake, don't cry. With the Duke away in the provinces, sneaking the beggar into the mansion through the back door was easily accomplished. Once inside, Melissa is excited to begin transforming him for the ball, even considering giving him a bath. However, the beggar shakes his head, signaling that he wants to bathe alone. Melissa relents and instructs Yona to accompany him instead. While she waits, Melissa reflects on her plan once again. She thinks about how Ian cheated her, and though there may be no law against her cheating too, she doesn't want to stoop to his level and become just like him. Melissa decides that she will not engage in any meaningless physical encounters with strangers, unlike him. Melissa isn't driven by the desire to make Ian jealous or to cause him to feel a sense of loss. Rather, she's curious to observe the reactions of other guests at the ball. Melissa is aware that her previous affection towards Ian has been the topic of gossip, but now she has a new charming man by her side. She anticipates that the other attendees will be filled with speculation, and Ian will probably become anxious and suspicious. Melissa believes that this condition will satisfy her enough, and she doesn't care if other people get the wrong idea about her. Her standing in high society has already been damaged, and she is not concerned with participating in lavish social events or seeking power. Melissa's only goal is to demonstrate that she is not the type of woman who is interested in someone like Ian Basilios, even if he happens to be the crown prince. Melissa asks her new friend to be her partner at the ball, and she also tells him that he can refuse if he doesn't want to. He looks at her for a moment, then nods silently, leaving Melissa unsure of whether his agreement is sincere or not. The new friend smiles and it makes him look even more handsome. She suggests that he smile like that during the ball, but he suddenly becomes stiff with shyness. In an attempt to know her new friend better, Melissa asks for his name and origin, but he remains silent and gestures that he doesn't have a tongue. Melissa feels bad about her behavior, realizing that she may have been insensitive. Suddenly, Yona appears with a pen and paper. "Good job, Yona." The man writes down his name as Nine. He also conveys his appreciation to Melissa for her kindness and for giving him this opportunity. Melissa's guilt deepens as she realizes that she may have used Nine's honesty to deceive others. The day of the royal ball. Yona informs Melissa that the prince has arrived to escort her to the ball. She can't help but feel uncomfortable receiving his hospitality after the engagement has been called off, rather than before Melissa is ready to put her plan into action. Her ball partner, Nine, arrives at her call looking radiant. However, she's also aware that her plan is daring and carries the risk of offending the royal family, which could lead to legal consequences. Though she's scared, the thrill of the moment compels her to proceed with her reckless act. Melissa convinces Nine to trust her, but he blushes bashfully in response. "Melissa, stop teasing innocent guy!" The prince's carriage is already waiting, but Melissa feels conflicted as she finds herself still attracted to Ian's good looks. However, she believes that Nine is even more elegant and handsome. Indeed. Upon seeing Melissa with another man, Ian becomes curious and asks about his identity. Melissa introduces Nine as her partner, explaining that since the prince had not invited her, she had brought her own escort. Melissa recalls that the prince had ignored her and danced with another woman at the last ball, and suggests that Ian find a partner among his other admirers, such as the woman from before, who would surely accept his invitation. As Melissa readies to depart for the ball, Ian offers her a ride in his carriage. But Melissa is put off by the ostentatious display of the royal emblem on the carriage and politely declines his offer. She also explains that riding with Ian and Nine in the same carriage would be awkward and uncomfortable. Ian is taken aback by her refusal and watches silently as she walks away. Melissa takes pleasure in Ian's reaction, but she realizes too late that her expression reveals more than she intended. The coachman catches sight of her face, again, creating an uncomfortable situation for both of them. As Melissa sits in the carriage on the way to the ball, she can't help but think about her plan to make Ian suffer. Her thoughts amuse her, causing her to let out a wicked chuckle. However, her behavior makes Nine uneasy, wondering if she's all right. In the royal ball. As expected, many attendees try to peek and eavesdrop on Melissa, Nine, and Ian. They're curious about why Melissa is with another man and completely ignoring the crown prince. The nobles who are aware of Melissa and Ian's situation begin to encircle them, eagerly anticipating what drama may unfold. In an effort to dispel the awkwardness, Ian takes the initiative to commence the first dance. Despite his intentions, the attendees remain curious and continue to sneak glances at them. To everyone's surprise, Ian then asks Melissa to dance. However, with a play-hard-to-get expression, Melissa declines, claiming that she cannot dance. Melissa makes an excuse, saying her partner wouldn't approve of her dancing with another man, and her father had forbidden it as well. Ian becomes impatient and tells her that making excuses won't do her any good. Melissa continues to avoid dancing with Ian, making more unreasonable excuses. As a servant passes by with kidnap S, Melissa takes one and intentionally drops it, claiming her fingers slipped. Ian looks confused by Melissa's behavior, but she steps on the fallen kidnap, saying her feet are prone to slipping, which is why she can't dance. Ian grows even angrier, but then a woman appears behind him and asks him to dance. Ian quickly grabs her hand, agrees to dance, and leaves Melissa behind. Melissa feels relieved, thinking that Ian shouldn't have bothered trying to fight it since he was just going to give up so easily. Holding onto Nine's arm, she leads them to another spot. After giving Nine a glass of champagne, she praises his good work, thinking of how she'll reward him handsomely. Nine blushes and puts on a magnificent smile, causing Melissa to be unable to look away from him. As they raise their glasses to cheers, Melissa notices Nine's expression suddenly turn pale, leaving her bewildered. She asks him what happened, but Nine only apologizes to her before quickly giving her his glass and running away. Melissa is left wondering what went wrong. She considers whether she did something to upset him or if Ian gave him a death stare, but she sees that Ian is busy dancing with another woman. Melissa is left confused and keeps wondering what happened to Nine, as he looked frightened before he left. At first, Melissa assumes that Nine may have needed to use the restroom, but she wonders why he didn't tell her. Then she starts to think that something urgent might have come up that he couldn't mention. Despite waiting for 2 hours, Nine doesn't return. The stares from other people make Melissa feel uneasy, and she starts to wonder if Nine got lost in the palace or left her intentionally. To avoid becoming a laughingstock, Melissa decides to search for Nine on her own, since the ball has ended. While searching for Nine, Melissa begins to think that it might be Ian's fault for his disappearance. Observing Nine's expression, Melissa accuses Ian of scolding Nine while she wasn't paying attention. Unable to locate Nine, Melissa takes a seat, realizing she can't call out his name and search for him due to fear of being ridiculed by others. As a result, Melissa becomes anxious, anticipating being labeled as a villainess first abandoned by her fiancé and then her lover. Left with no other option, Melissa decides to search in the men's restroom. However, just as she's about to leave, she catches a glimpse of someone near the bushes. Assuming she has finally found Nine, she calls out to him. But to her surprise, a girl emerges from the bushes, looking equally bewildered as Melissa. Melissa is lost in thought and accidentally says the girl's name aloud. The girl standing before her is none other than Yuri, the novel's heroine, whose beauty could make anyone fall in love with her at first sight. It's no surprise that all the male protagonists are smitten by her. Yuri is surprised to hear that Melissa knows her and wonders if they have met before. Still in shock, Melissa explains that this is their first encounter. Yuri smiles and mentions Melissa must hear the rumors about her adoption into the Elizabeth household. Although it is not entirely unusual for a commoner to be adopted by an aristocrat, it is noteworthy to be adopted into the prestigious Elizabeth household. Melissa feels uneasy responding to Yuri, but she tells her that she is even more beautiful than the rumors suggest. Hearing Melissa's compliment, Yuri thanks her. Being accepted into the Baron's household implies that her magical abilities are exceptional, as the Elizabeth household is populated with prodigious magic wielders. However, since Yuri is a commoner, there is much gossip surrounding her adoption. Melissa regains her composure and remembers that her mission is to find Nine. She politely asks for permission to leave and suddenly hears Ian calling out her name from behind the bushes. As Ian emerges from the foliage, Melissa is shocked and assumes that he has come to announce their wedding. However, to her surprise, Ian is flustered and blushing as he has just fallen in love with someone else. Melissa remembers that this is where Ian and Yuri are meant to meet for the first time, and one of the most pivotal scenes of the novel is unfolding before her eyes. Later in her room, Melissa feels exhausted and vents her frustrations to her maid Yona. But all she receives in response is a "Yes, my lady." The one thing that brings her some relief is that the wedding announcement was cancelled, though not because her plan succeeded. In fact, her plan has been ruined, and she feels as though all her efforts have been in vain. Suddenly, Melissa remembers Nine leaving her at the ball and feels disappointed. She declares that she will never trust men again, and Yona laughs at this statement. However, when Melissa glares at her, Yona pretends to be innocent. Meanwhile, in the forest, Nine is on the run. It appears that he fled the ball early to ensure that Melissa did not get caught up in the situation. Abruptly, someone stops him, a red-haired werewolf who launches an attack on Nine. Melissa is lost in thought and doesn't hear Martha calling her. Martha smacks her to wake her up and asks her what's making her so absent-minded. Martha assumes it's because Ian didn't announce the wedding at the ball and reassures Melissa that Ian will soon set a date. Melissa feels helpless. Melissa realizes once again that she's in the world of the novel and that most events will follow the story's plot. The only thing she has control over is her own future. In other words, no matter how much she tries to sabotage Ian, he will still find a flower-lined path unfolding before him with the girl he loves. This fact drains her motivation, prompting her to conserve her energy as disengaging the engagement will be a time-consuming process. After spending a whole day in bed, Martha asks Melissa to go outside and get some fresh air in the garden. Martha says she has also prepared lunch for Melissa. Melissa is shocked and tells Martha she isn't hungry, but Martha insists. Melissa gestures to Yona for help, but Yona responds with a "you're dead" gesture. Despite being an incredible nanny, Martha is a terrible cook. While Martha serves the food, Melissa prays to God to keep her stomach safe. Observing Martha's efforts to organize the picnic, Melissa decides to compromise her taste preferences if it brings joy to Martha. However, Melissa admits to herself that she is not entirely mentally prepared for this. But just as Melissa is about to eat, she hears something approaching. Melissa instinctively protects Martha, causing the food to be ruined in the process. To Melissa's relief, this mishap spares her from having to eat the food. The unexpected intruder turns out to be Jack Photon, a red-haired werewolf who is one of Yuri's suitors. Melissa confronts him sternly, reminding him that he was not invited. Jack retorts that Melissa used to bring home uninvited men, which infuriates her. As Melissa utters Jack's name, she commands him to leave the premises immediately. Jack is taken aback when he realizes that Melissa recognizes him and tells her to stop behaving foolishly. He then threatens Melissa, indicating that he cannot be stopped. Melissa struggles with how to respond, considering the safety of those around her. Unexpectedly, Jack offers to spare her people if she listens to him. Melissa is taken aback by his unexpected shift in tone, at least for the time being. Before she can respond, a silent white magic nearly hits Jack, causing them both to startle. Melissa realizes it is her brother, Jake, who is holding a gun and warns that a dog has entered the premises. Furious, Jack complains that he could have been killed. However, Melissa understands that Jake didn't act out of concern for their safety or to apprehend the intruder. She knows that Jake is allergic to dog fur and a werewolf is, after all, a canine. Jack is shouting at Jake to come down and fight him fairly, and thus pandemonium begins. The Fodderbright mansion is caught in the crossfire of this dogfight, with the gardeners, servants, and even Martha affected by the chaos. Melissa sees Martha falling down and becomes angry. She shouts at them to stop and brings them to silence, continuing to complain about the chaos they've caused. Melissa calls them an intruder and someone who chose to play along instead of protecting the household. They are taken aback by Melissa's sudden outburst of anger and are unable to respond. Melissa asserts her authority, reminding them that she is in charge while her father is absent, and orders them to remain silent and listen. Melissa advises Jack Photon to express himself politely in a more formal setting if he has something to say, stating that she is not currently in the mood to listen. However, just as Jack attempts to explain himself, Melissa's frustration intensifies, and she warns him to remain silent or else she will use his hair to make a rug. Melissa then demands that her brother come down from his hiding spot, and despite his reluctance, he ultimately complies due to the intensity of her glare. Melissa proceeds to lecture them about the chaos they have caused, urging them to recognize their immense power and to use it wisely. She emphasizes that their abilities are wasted if they are used to torment the weak. The mansion's occupants are moved by Melissa's speech, while Jack and Jake feel remorseful. Finally, Melissa commands them to repair the damage immediately, and this terrifies them. As Melissa puts an ice pack on her head, a maid comes in and asks about her condition. To her surprise, it's not just one maid, but all the other servants also come to check on her. Melissa is shocked and flattered, thinking that being an employee of the Photon house is difficult. Their jobs require not only physical labor but also emotional labor, as they have to take care of the 3 Photon with messed up personalities. Melissa responds by saying that she's the one who should always be thankful to them. The servants are touched even more, and this makes her feel guilty. As Melissa contemplates the possibility of Jack disrupting the mansion again and causing harm to the people, she decides to take action. With the servants away, she orders Yona to contact the Duke and request an introduction to the most skilled swordsmanship teacher in the kingdom. She hopes that by learning the art of the sword, she can better protect herself and those around her in case of future threat. The rain is coming down hard, and Melissa's dog, Leaf, is going crazy with his barking. She's puzzled as to why Leaf keeps barking even though she just took him for a walk in the pouring rain. But then, to Melissa's surprise, he leads her to a wounded blue-furred wolf that's stranded. Now, the scene shifts to Melissa practicing her sword fighting skills. Her instructor is impressed, even though she's only been learning for a month. She's already become quite skilled at it. Melissa never saw this coming because she's not magical, and she's not particularly good-looking, intuitive, intelligent, or talented at dancing. Who would have guessed she had a natural talent for swordsmanship? The servant interrupts while Melissa is taking a rest after her training, handing her a letter from the Photon household. She notices the letter is sealed with a dark red hair, which means it's an official correspondence from the only red-haired member of the Photons. It's mind-blowing because she knows Jack and his terrible temper must have endured the entire time it took for his letter to arrive. As she reads the letter, Melissa recalls from the novel that Jack is supposed to show up on their property by the end of summer. In the letter, it simply says, "Where is Nine?" The blue-furred wolf is getting treated and is currently knocked out in Melissa's room. Melissa enters the room to check on it, and Yona lets her know that it will still be some time before the wolf wakes up. Melissa approaches the wolf, having a strong feeling that it's Nine, but she can't be certain because the wolf is still unconscious. As she gently pets the wolf's head, she decides it's best to prioritize its treatment for now. 1 month later, at the start of summer, Melissa asks her father, Duke Photon, for a moment of his time because she has something important to discuss. Just as her father is about to summon a servant to prepare tea, Melissa interrupts and insists that her father simply listen to her request. Her father inquires about her desires, and Melissa boldly asks for a summer vacation. She proposes keeping only a minimal number of staff at the estate and granting the rest a break. This request completely shocks her father, but Melissa isn't done yet. She follows up with a second request, to increase Yona's pay to the level she desires. When her father hears this, his jaw practically hits the floor. In the end, the Duke fulfills Melissa's requests. Melissa believes that the staff benefits at the estate have been lousy thus far, so it's only fair to give them some breathing room now. Besides, having fewer people around when Jack arrives will lead to fewer problems. She recalls a past incident and is determined not to let it happen again, especially since Jack is supposed to return today. Melissa remembers how difficult it was to convince Yona to take a vacation, as Yona preferred a bonus instead. Melissa knows Yona well and can't risk her causing trouble around Jack. Despite Yona's flaws, Melissa can't afford to lose such a rare and talented individual. Melissa checks in with the maid to ensure that everything is set. The maid, Haney, eagerly responds, assuring Melissa that everything is prepared exactly as she requested. Haney is a lively and kind girl who took over Yona's responsibilities. Melissa instructs Haney to notify the guards immediately if a red-haired man shows up at the front gate. However, Melissa suddenly stops and grasps her sword, signaling Haney to step back. She positions herself for an attack, knowing deep down that Jack will try the same trick to sneak in as he did last time. With swift expertise, Melissa unsheathes her sword and strikes Jack without hesitation. Now, Melissa is more than ready for whatever comes her way. Jack tumbles to the ground, reeling from the sudden attack. Melissa taunts him, mocking his audacity to bypass the gates and comes soaring through the air once again. Still seated on the ground, Jack questions Melissa if she used magic or cheated somehow to throw him off earlier. Pointing her sword at Jack, she silences his babbling, firmly stating that it was her skill alone. However, the sword in her hand, despite its simple appearance, is actually one of Basilio's secret treasures. It's a forgotten secret of secrets, unknown to commoners and even the royal family, as the last king misplaced it. It's an unlucky sword whose existence had been completely forgotten. In the original novel, Ian was supposed to discover the sword and become the greatest knight in the Empire. But Melissa, well, let's just say she borrowed it and brought it here. With a mischievous grin, she thinks to herself, finders keepers, right? In simpler terms, that sword is an awesome, overpowered item enchanted with magic and divine protections. Of course, its effectiveness still depends on the skill of its wielder. Jack still can't believe what Melissa is saying. He recalls how clumsy Melissa was last time, and suspects that Jake must be behind all this again. Melissa smacks Jack to shut him up as he continues to blabber. She then asks him why he barged in here. Jack calms down and informs her that he already explained it in the letter. Melissa responds by saying she doesn't know what he means. Suddenly, Jack moves closer and reveals a scar on his face, explaining that scars caused by another werewolf leave a distinct mark. He tells Melissa that the scar was a gift from Nine on the night of the ball. Melissa looks down, confirming that Nine was indeed a werewolf. Jack then emphasizes the word was, stating that someone who betrays their kind and runs away, with their tongue and fangs extracted, can no longer be called a werewolf. He mentions that he should have wrung Nine's neck first. The situation becomes more complicated because Nine had to go and run away, and Jack didn't anticipate that Melissa would bump into Nine. Assuming that Melissa and Nine have become quite close in the meantime, considering Melissa took Nine to the ball, Jack accuses Melissa of hiding Nine. He explains that if Melissa hands Nine over to him without any trouble, he won't bother her anymore. Melissa's face turns serious, as if she wants to say something to Jack. However, Jack seems unable to hear her clearly, so he asks her what she's about to say. Without warning, Melissa swiftly kicks Jack's shin, causing him to yelp in pain. She then puts on a mischievous grin and tells him to shut up. Melissa calls Haney over and asks her to step away for a moment, explaining that she needs to teach Jack a lesson. Melissa proceeds to give him a lesson about not being rude. She tells Jack to give up, but he refuses to back down. He continues to try and attack Melissa, but only ends up with wounds scattered here and there. Eventually, he is defeated by Melissa. Gasping for breath, Jack demands that Melissa hand over Nine to him. Melissa asks him what evidence he has to believe that she is hiding Nine. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jack explains that he searched every corner of the city but couldn't find a single trace of Nine. He only learned about Melissa's involvement because one of his subordinates happened to attend the spring ball. Upon hearing this explanation, Melissa finally understands why Nine disappeared suddenly during the spring ball, and she feels compelled to forgive him. Jack continues his explanation, revealing that he intended to kill Nine back then, but Nine attacked his eye and managed to escape. Knowing that Nine is unfamiliar with the capital, it was clear that Nine would eventually find his way back to Melissa's house. And just like that, the war that had occurred earlier happened. Melissa lets out a big sigh in response to Jack's explanation. She asks him if Nine wasn't here, he would be wasting his time entirely. Just then, someone approaches them. Melissa puts on a smile and tells Jack that she'll give him some credit this time. Suddenly, Jack's expression turns to confusion and shock. It turns out that Nine is fully healed now. Melissa tells Jack that he's only got it halfway right. Jack gets up, boiling with anger, and Melissa boldly says that Nine is hers. She makes it clear that she won't just hand over something that rightfully belongs to her without a fight. Let's go back to the conversation between Melissa and the Duke. Her last request was to hire a commoner as her personal steward, which obviously shocked the Duke even more. In this society, the employees of noble houses are basically treated as the property of the nobles. If someone harms the employees, it's like attacking the entire estate. In the end, Jack was kicked out without even laying a finger on Nine, who had become a member of the Photon household. Melissa remembers the moment she discovered that the wolf was Nine. She was just as surprised as Jack when he saw Nine here too. Nine recalls how Melissa comforted him when he suddenly burst into tears back then. He also remembers the moment when Melissa assured the Duke that she would take responsibility if anything happened, which eventually convinced her father. Nine felt flattered by Melissa's actions. Interrupted by Melissa calling his name, Nine's thoughts are brought back to the present. Melissa mentions that she went through a lot of trouble because of him, and even treated his wounds herself. Seeing Nine feeling guilty, Melissa reassures him that she was joking. However, she tells him to work hard in return for the free treatment and food. As they enter Melissa's room, she instructs Nine to lock the door. Throughout the day, Melissa has been feeling something wrong inside her. Suddenly, blood starts dripping to the floor. Melissa finds herself vomiting blood, and seeing her in that state, Nine's expression turns to shock as he desperately tries to hold on to Melissa, who is starting to lose consciousness. Melissa finds herself in an unfamiliar place, wondering who she is and what's going on. Right in front of her, she sees a little girl crying. Melissa asks the girl why she's crying, and the girl explains that nobody wants to hug her. Wanting to help, Melissa offers to give her a hug, but the little girl refuses. Trying to stay calm, Melissa asks what she can do to make the girl stop crying. Out of nowhere, the little girl shouts for Ian to come back. It turns out that the little girl is a younger version of Melissa herself. She reveals that no matter what others say, she likes Ian, and she also wants to get along with her little brother. Big Melissa listens patiently to the burden of the little Melissa, who longs to be loved, and also confirms that this is who little Melissa truly is. Then she tells Big Melissa that she is different from the original Melissa, although they are both Melissa Photon. Suddenly, the surroundings start to scatter, and they hear someone calling out to them. Big Melissa can't remember anything, but little Melissa tells her that those voices are calling out to her. Since she is someone who doesn't seek meaningless and empty love from others, someone who won't tolerate unfair treatment, and someone who can forge her own path without relying on anyone else. The future is entirely hers. They share a fist bump and suddenly Melissa opens her eyes. The maids and Nine are there, crying and calling out to her. All the servants are relieved to see Melissa finally awake, but Melissa feels annoyed by all the noise. Noticing that Nine is still crying, Melissa remembers the moment she was talking with the little Melissa. Honestly, she doesn't fully understand how much she has changed by becoming Melissa. She assures Nine that she's not dead and promises to always protect him. She realizes that having Nine by her side is only possible because she is her. However, Melissa reminds Nine that she specifically told him to lock the door before she fainted to prevent situations like this, where the staff comes in and creates such a fuss. This little rascal needs training? In the dining room, the Duke asks what the heck happened to Melissa that made her faint. Deep down, Melissa wants to unleash her anger because her father didn't give a damn about what's been happening in the estate. But she struggles to keep calm and tells him that she's just been a little exhausted lately. She then asks the Duke if she can take a break from the estate for a little while to get some rest. Truth be told, Melissa got herself injured while trying to handle Jack. That fancy sword she had didn't do much for her defense. If it were a regular wound, a good meal and some rest would do the trick, but this was no ordinary wound. The clash between the powers of a werewolf and a human caused a nasty reaction in her body whenever she was attacked. That's why she's been dealing with some internal injuries lately. Duke Photon gives her permission to leave, and he even suggests a place for her. But Melissa quickly rejects his suggestion because she already has a place in mind. This leaves the Duke speechless, so he asks her where she has in mind. Melissa reveals a place called Livton. The Duke is shocked, picturing it as some desolate wasteland. But with a big grin on her face, Melissa explains to her father that she actually loves wastelands. She wants to recover while enjoying the view of the barren land. This explanation leaves the Duke unsure of what to say. Melissa then adds that she knows Livton is part of the barony of Elizabeth, and she's well aware she won't be treated as a guest there. But that's okay because as long as the Duke gives his permission, she'll handle the rest on her own. Melissa is feeling confident, knowing the entire story that the beloved heroine's magic will surely cure her illness and restore Nine's missing tongue. On the day of departure, the usual gang gathers. Most of the staff offers to come along, but Melissa tells everyone except Nine and Yona to back off. Yona takes a seat on the coachman's bench and mentions that it will take at least 2 days to reach Livton, no matter how fast they go. Melissa is surprised to learn that Yona can drive a carriage too. However, Melissa complains that 2 days is too long and insists on making it in 1 day. Yona refuses at first, but then Melissa tempts her with a bag of gold coins if they can reach Livton in 1 day. As expected, Yona's mood instantly changes, and she promises to give her heart and soul to make it there in just 6 hours. Melissa realizes that Yona has become obsessed with material desires and has been lying since returning from vacation. And off they go, the carriage moving forward. Suddenly, Yona's voice breaks through Melissa's drowsiness, calling out to her. Melissa tries to shake off her sleepiness and gather her senses. Yona's usually emotionless voice now has an unusual calmness to it, indicating that something isn't right. Melissa slaps herself to stay awake, realizing they're not in a normal situation. It's a bandit ambush demanding their belongings. Melissa calmly soothes Nine as he starts growling. Assessing the bandits, Melissa and Nine confidently step out of the carriage. Melissa reassures Nine, telling him she'll protect him and he doesn't need to do anything. Despite being a werewolf, Nine has lost his canines, which are a werewolf's main source of power. Melissa's words touch Nine, but they enrage the bandit. Preparing herself, Melissa gets ready to draw her sword. The bandit then taunts Melissa, saying he'll be patient because he's in a good mood today, as they've caught a beautiful woman. Melissa stops and wonders who the bandit is referring to. To her surprise, he points to Yuri, revealing that they plan to make a fortune by selling her. Melissa is shocked and asks why Yuri is there and being kidnapped. But all Yuri responds with is an awkward chuckle. Melissa just can't wrap her head around how Yuri ended up being held captive. But as her health takes a nosedive, she starts coughing up blood. Now, with the story taking a different turn, the male protagonist's still not at his best. But with blood staining her lips, Melissa's determined to save Yuri. Looking pretty scary herself, she gears up to take on the bandits and strike fear into their hearts. In no time, all the bandits are down on the ground, and Melissa's feeling pretty satisfied after her rampage. She tells the bandit boss to get his crew and scram. Surprisingly, Melissa opts not to off them, but instead aims to give them a lesson, injuring their limbs to put a pause on their crime spree. Then she turns to Yuri, flashing her best smile as she introduces herself. But Yuri's worried sick about Melissa, who's been puking up blood. Melissa tries to reassure her, but it feels like a wild, magical showdown is happening inside her body, making all her organs do the twist. Suddenly, she gets dizzy and keels over, losing consciousness bit by bit. When she comes to, she's in a room with Yuri patiently waiting. Turns out, they're in Baron Elizabeth's mansion in Livton. Shockingly, Melissa's been out cold for 4 whole days. Her pals, especially Nine, are freaking out. Melissa thanks Yuri for looking after her, but Yuri's even more grateful since Melissa saved her skin, earning heaps of gratitude from Baron Elizabeth. Hearing this, Melissa's thankful, knowing that the House of Baron Elizabeth, like the closed-off werewolf clan, is super secretive. She had planned to wait outside for Yuri, but now she's halfway into the estate, her plan sort of working out. She quickly lets Yuri know about her strange sickness, with hopes that only Yuri can cure her. Yuri's not sure if her magic can tackle werewolf energy, so she heads to the library to dig up some answers, facing this dilemma for the first time. Meanwhile, Melissa's back in her room, thinking that if Yuri fixes her up, she'll ask for help fixing Nine's tongue and fangs. Suddenly, a creature sneaks in. Melissa spots it but freaks out a bit because her sword's nowhere to be found. The creature springs at her, only to reveal itself as Nine in his wolf form. Melissa gives Nine a heads up about the serious danger of having a wolf discovered in the sorcerer's place. But Nine keeps shedding tears of joy when he sees Melissa awake, so she gives him a hug to calm him down. Out of the blue, Yuri barges in, catching Melissa off guard. She instinctively shoves Nine away. Melissa tries to pass off the wolf as her pet, but Yuri accuses him of being the werewolf who bit Melissa before. This accusation sets Nine off, sparking a tense showdown that tests Melissa's patience, making her feel like banging her head against a wall. Generally, sorcerers have two views on werewolves. Some hate them and want to get rid of them, while others see them as research subjects. Having a werewolf in a barren sorcerer's place is like asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Nine's also worked up after being kept away from Melissa for 4 days. When Yuri notices that Nine doesn't have fangs, she's convinced he's not the werewolf who hurt Melissa. But she still feels guilty about the prince declaring his love for her and Melissa saving her life, so she vows to protect Melissa. In the end, Melissa steps in and tells Nine to leave so she can chat with Yuri. Sadly, Nine obeys, and Yuri thinks she's won. Yuri agrees to let Nine stay for Melissa's sake, and explains that healing her means injecting energy into her body to flush out the werewolf energy. But with Melissa's magic energy super low, it's gonna take a lot. Still, Yuri promises to heal her. The energy injection turns out to be agony, like stubbing your toe, stepping on Legos, cutting your fingers, and face-planting on your phone all at once. Finally, the healing works and Melissa feels better. She's grateful, but Yuri insists it's nothing compared to Melissa saving her life. Melissa asks about how Yuri got captured by bandits, but Yuri dodges the question, revealing she was hiding from the prince when the bandits nabbed her. Suddenly, a serenade interrupts, and Yuri's annoyance turns to a smile when she sees Melissa watching. But as the serenade keeps going, Yuri gets annoyed again and decides to go outside. Out there, a dashing young man welcomes Yuri with his orchestra. Melissa recognizes him as a rich dude with a dark side who planned to snatch and lock up Yuri. This nutcase is called Peacock Melody. In the novel that sucked Melissa into its pages, the guys who are into Yuri are the 4 main dudes. Just like your standard reverse harem fantasy romance, each guy's got their own thing going on. First up, there's Ian, the crown prince, who's also a sweet, stylish swordsman. Then there's Jake, quiet and cool, but a sharpshooter who's easy on the eyes. Next is Jack, the wolf tribe dude, with his rugged good looks and wild streak. And finally, there's Peacock Melody, the big shot with stacks of cash from the Peacock company. Right now, Peacock's rolling up with a bunch of super rare jewel roses as a gift for Yuri. She tries to say no thanks, but Peacock won't take no for an answer. His servants jump in too, pushing Yuri to take the gift, which just ticks her off more. Yuri's on the verge of giving Peacock a piece of her mind, but Melissa covers her mouth, worried he might flip out and cause trouble for everyone. Peacock notices Melissa and asks who she is. Melissa busts out a superhero-style intro, cracking Yuri up and leaving Peacock totally surprised by her antics. Melissa already knows these guys chasing after Yuri aren't exactly top-notch. One's a cheat, another's got no manners. There's a total dunce, and the last one's just all about his money, toxic vibes and all. But despite their flaws, they sure clean up nice. Considering all this and Melissa's debt to Yuri, she decides to step in and protect her. With some guts, Melissa kicks Peacock to the curb and tells him to quit bugging Yuri, even offering to throw down if he's got a problem. Then she whisks Yuri away, leaving Peacock totally baffled and unable to believe what just went down. Back in the room, Yuri's cracking up at Melissa's antics and loving Peacock's shocked face. But soon enough, Melissa's scratching her head when she sees Nine looking totally shocked and bursting into tears when she asks what's up. It turns out Nine got the wrong idea. He thought Melissa meant she was now Yuri's partner. So he bolts off crying, leaving Melissa scratching her head. Since then, Nine's been acting all strange. He's always staring at Melissa with hopeful eyes or looking away with a sad face. Whenever Melissa talks, Nine sighs and clutches his chest. And when Melissa and Yuri chat, Nine watches with watery eyes before shuffling off with a heavy heart. Melissa's like, maybe Nine's just going through some awkward growing pains. But now she's got another problem to tackle. Peacock and his crew are on thin ice with the House of Elizabeth, a bunch of powerful sorcerers. These sorcerers don't like outsiders, especially ones stirring up trouble for Yuri, like Peacock's doing. Peacock's even set up camp right outside the house of Elizabeth's turf, really ticking off the sorcerers. But they can't kick him out because Peacock runs the biggest trading business in the whole kingdom. If they boot him, they lose access to food and stuff, putting them in a tight spot. Letting things slide would totally play into Peacock's hands. And now, to add to the mess, the villains entered the scene. Melissa Fodabrat. Today, Peacock Melody shows up to challenge Melissa to a duel. Confident she can take him down, Melissa whips out her sword, ready to go. She's even willing to risk her neck if she loses. But Peacock shuts down that barbaric idea real quick. Instead, he suggests a different kind of duel. A quiz where they each gotta buy what they think is the most valuable and precious thing in the world. Whoever guesses right first wins. Peacock's laid down the rules for the game. First, Yuri's gonna be the ref, making sure she knows both players' answers. Second, no magic tricks or fancy gadgets allowed. Third, if your answer ain't something truly valuable and precious, you're out. Fourth, Peacock kicks off the questions, then they go back and forth for 20 rounds. Fifth, first one to get it right wins. But if the losers got something pricier, they can try to make a deal. Melissa clocks that Peacock's playing dirty, setting up rules that tip the scales in his favor and packing the most expensive item in the kingdom. But she's not backing down. If she can still win, even with Peacock's tricks, it'll hit him where it hurts. Plus, Melissa's pretty sure Peacock won't guess her answer, eyeballing her trusty magic sword, shining like crazy because she's been polishing it non-stop. With the duel set for 3 days, Melissa figures she'll kill time by pretending to be all cultured, diving into Yuri's novels. But that plan goes out the window because the books are all about magic lessons. Just when Melissa's wondering how to beat boredom, there's a knock at the door, and in strolls Nine with tea. Seizing the chance, Melissa gets him to sit and chat, especially since Nine's been avoiding her lately. She even jokes about not poisoning the tea, and Nine writes back on a note, "Even if my lady gave me poison, I'd drink it with a smile." Melissa tells him never to actually do that, even if she did give him poison. As Nine starts to write again, Melissa notices his expression and reaches out to touch his hair without thinking. That gets Nine all flustered because he's got a thing for Melissa. He freezes up, trying to hide his feelings, making Melissa feel awkward and apologize for touching him. Then she goes ahead and tells him it's cool if he wants to touch her too, making things even more weird. Meanwhile, Peacock's getting annoyed because Melissa's messing with his plans, making him play nice like a prince. But then a carrier pigeon swoops in with a letter, and Peacock's grin says it all. He's got insider info that Melissa's answer is her trusty sword, worth a cool 50 grand if the sorcerers were to put a price on it. Yona Whitefall, Melissa's right-hand gal, comes from a noble family that's seen better days. To get her family back on top, she needs some serious cash. 3 days back, Peacock got a letter from Yona, offering up info on Melissa's answer for a fat stack of cash. After checking Yona out and seeing she's all about the Benjamins, Peacock figured she was legit and took the deal. Now, armed with Melissa's answer, Peacock's feeling pretty smug. Competition day rolls around. Melissa's pumped, and even though Yuri's been neck-deep in magic training lately, she's stoked to be the judge for the first time. They meet in the courtyard for the showdown. Yuri busts out some magic to summon 2 big boxes with their answers inside, keeping things fair. Peacock kicks things off with a bang, asking if Melissa's answer's worth over 50 grand. Melissa's a bit taken aback by how spot on the question is. She fires back, asking if Peacock's got a jewel, and it's a hit. But when Peacock asks if hers is still pretty even if it's old, Melissa starts sweating, 'cause yeah, it is. Still, she's confident he can't possibly know the answer. But when Melissa asks if Peacock's jewel's pink, it's a swing and a miss. And she was ready to snatch it if it was. Then on Peacock's third go, he takes a wild guess that Melissa's answer is her trusty sword. Melissa's floored, lost for words. Peacock's laughing, thinking he's got it in the bag, but his grin turns to confusion when Melissa just smiles sweetly and denies it. Inside, Melissa's shocked at how easily Peacock fell for the bait. Peacock's fuming, but Yuri sets him straight, saying he's way off base. A few days earlier, Melissa and the gang hatched a plan. Bored out of her mind, Melissa thought it'd be funny to trick Peacock by having Yona pretend to sell her out. The plan was to make it clear it was a setup, but Melissa figured it was worth a shot whether it worked or not. Yona suggested asking for a fat payday to make the con seem legit, just like she'd do if she was really gonna turncoat. Melissa asked if Yona planned to double-cross her for real, and Yona swore she wouldn't. Melissa felt pretty touched and proud hearing Yona's answer, 'cause turns out Yona's loyal. But then Yona spilled the beans, saying it's mainly 'cause no one's offered her more dough than Melissa did. The note offering info to Peacock got sent off by pigeon. Melissa was skeptical at first, but she was blown away when Peacock actually took the bait and sent half the cash up front. Turns out Melissa herself wrote the note with her answer. Back to the here and now, Peacock seething with rage after realizing he got played. But Melissa plays dumb, acting like their quiz was supposed to be fair and square. No funny business. Peacock's ready to tear Melissa a new one after being embarrassed. His goons are itching to draw swords. But Melissa's not backing down, daring Peacock to throw down if he can't handle the outcome. Facing off against a big shot like a dragon, Peacock's totally outmatched. But Yuri steps in to put a stop to their bickering and pushes them to keep going with the quiz. Now with Melissa on the question asking duty. Melissa fires off. Is that jewel blue? In her head, planning to give it to Nine if it is since he's been loyal. Peacock shoots back with a no. But Yuri ain't having it and calls him out for fibbing. Melissa's scratching her head at Peacock's move, 'cause he's supposed to be smart, right? She calls him out for trying to pull a fast one in front of the judge. If he's as sharp as they say, he should know he'll get caught. Her words hit Peacock where it hurts. His ego. Digging deeper, Melissa figures out Peacock's portrayal as a genius character in the novels just based on what the author wrote. And there aren't many scenes showing off his smarts. As a main dude, any issues get fixed quick, then he's just the richest guy in town. Peacock melodies a creation of the writer's imagination, ultimately limited by what the author thought up. So Melissa realizes the characters in the original story aren't like the ones she imagined. Once she got inside the story, she saw they're way more cowardly and dumb than she thought. Melissa tells Peacock to stop digging his own grave with lies and gets him to get back to the duel. Peacock tries to suss out clues by asking if Melissa's got a jewel, a book, or a weapon, but each time it's a no-go. He's running out of ideas. But Melissa, armed with clues and some novel knowledge, remembers a scene where Peacock gave Yuri a jewel during his proposal. So she takes a shot in the dark and guesses Peacock's got the blue diamond A. Hey A, the one and only lady of the waves. Grudgingly, Peacock admits she's right, and Melissa's over the moon. But Peacock won't take the L and demands to see what Melissa brought, thinking she cheated by not playing by the rules. He wants to check out the value himself. In Melissa's eyes, Peacock's just making himself look sad by refusing to accept defeat. She gets Yuri to open up the box, and inside, there's just a piece of paper. Peacock's fuming, accusing Melissa of cheating because a piece of paper ain't worth squat. Melissa explains that he's gotta read what's on the paper, because the real deal couldn't fit in the box. Yona steps up to explain what's written. She asks, "What's the most beautiful thing in the world?" Melissa replies, "No jewel can match her beauty." Then Nine chimes in, "What's the most precious thing in the world?" Melissa fires back, "No amount of money's worth more than her." So, the most valuable and precious thing? Melissa Fodabrat. Peacock's crying foul, but Melissa says there ain't no rule saying she can't be the answer. When she asks if Peacock thinks someone's worth less than a jewel, he shuts up, realizing he doesn't want to look bad in front of the woman he admires. In the end, he storms off in frustration. Come evening, Melissa watches from the balcony as Peacock's crew packs up and leaves Livton. Yuri shows up to thank Melissa for everything she's done. Melissa's glad she could help Yuri out and bring a little joy with her antics. With Yuri's cure and Peacock gone, it's time for Melissa to head home. But before she goes, she's got one last favor to ask Yuri. Hearing that Melissa needs a hand just amps up Yuri's excitement, and she vows to grant any favor Melissa asks for. It's clear Yuri feels deeply grateful to Melissa for kicking Peacock to the curb. Melissa lays out her request. She wants Nine's tongue and fangs back, considering he's a werewolf. Yuri explains that if Nine was just a regular dude, it'd be a piece of cake. But since he's a werewolf, there's a bunch of stuff to consider. Messing up could mean Nine's body rejects the fix, putting him in danger. Regular magic won't cut it, so they'll need something fancier like magic meds. Yuri might just be the first sorcerer to give this a shot. Yuri swears it'll work out because if it's Melissa's ask, nothing's impossible. Once the medicine's cooked up, Yuri will let Melissa know. Now Melissa's feeling a weight off her shoulders. If Nine gets sorted, it means she's ticked off all her Livton goals. She can finally hoof it back to the Fodderbrat pad. But then Yuri gets all up in Melissa's grill with this mega sweet face, like a kitten begging for treats. Turns out Yuri wants Melissa to join her for dinner, cause her pops is keen to say thanks too. He's feeling the gratitude vibes toward Melissa. Not wanting to be rude, Melissa says yes to the dinner and plans to split tomorrow. Yuri's chuffed and says Yona and Nine gotta come too. With the dinner still a few hours off, Melissa figures she'll sneak in a quick 10-minute power nap. Next thing she knows, Yona's rapping on her door, telling her to get her butt up. Turns out, Melissa's been out like a light for 3 hours already. She hauls herself to the dining room, giving Yona some lip for not waking her sooner. She almost chews out Nine too, but backs off when she sees his puppy eyes. Yona's not having it though, calling out the double standard. Melissa busts into the dining room and gets hit with a shock. All the sorcerers are already sloshed from knocking back the booze. Baron Elizabeth, Yuri's adoptive dad, greets Melissa and plops her down next to him as a VIP. But for being tardy, Baron's got a punishment lined up. A big ol' bowl of booze for Melissa to chug. Melissa's not sure her stomach can handle it, worrying she might end up a hot mess. She's banking on her buddies swooping in to save her, but Yona's busy running a card game and Nine's getting swarmed by the housemaids. Reluctantly, Melissa takes the bowl and downs it. After she's done, the party kicks into high gear. Everyone's guzzling wine like there's no tomorrow, getting totally wasted. Shockingly, Melissa ends up the last one standing. Guess she's got a knack for holding her liquor. She figures Yona and Nine are fine, probably having a sip or two. As for Yuri, Melissa decides to keep her lips sealed to save her dignity. Melissa goes on the hunt for Yona and Nine to get them back to their rooms. But out of nowhere, Nine wraps his arms tight around Melissa from behind. It turns out that Nine's completely wasted, and he's leaning on Melissa without even realizing it. With his weight bearing down, Melissa's struggling to budge and needs a hand. Luckily, she spots Yona. But when she takes a closer look, Yona's decked out in all kinds of bling she scored from her gambling wins. Melissa asks for a hand getting Nine off her, but Yona's too worried about her gold getting scratched to pitch in. Eventually, they manage to haul Nine to his room. Yona makes a swift exit, claiming she needs some shut-eye. Melissa figures she's off to stash her loot safely. Seeing Nine still fully clothed, Melissa decides to help out by peeling off his shoes and jacket. But as she's unbuttoning, Nine suddenly wraps his arms around her. Looks like he's having a nightmare, so Melissa soothes him back to sleep till he's out like a light, then sneaks back to her own room. Next morning, Yuri apologizes to Melissa for the wild antics of the night before. After the booze wore off, Melissa spilled the beans to Yuri about her drunken shenanigans. Whatever it was, it left Yuri mortified, and she's been saying sorry non-stop since. Now, back to the present. Melissa and crew are hoofing it toward the carriage, parked a ways off. Melissa spots Nine looking all sheepish and guilty about last night's blunder. She also notices his jacket's got fur all over it, so she tells him to give it a good shake to avoid blowing his cover as a werewolf. As Nine starts shaking, fur flies everywhere and suddenly, there's a loud sneeze from the bushes. Melissa jumps, asking Nine to shake again to confirm what they heard. Sure enough, someone sneezes again. Melissa calls out to whoever's hiding, and out pops Jake, her little bro who's allergic to fur. Turns out he was lurking there to keep tabs on Yuri. Jake protests, saying he's just trying to catch a glimpse of Yuri, But Melissa's frustrated to learn her brother doesn't realize that trailing someone home and spying on them is basically stalking. Before Melissa can confront Jake, Ian strolls by, heading straight for Yuri's place. He's taken aback, thinking Melissa had already split. Melissa's starting to feel like she's trapped in a loony bin. She's barely gotten rid of Peacock. And now here comes another annoyance. A bit later, they're all at Baron Elizabeth's joint for a tea bash, with Melissa there under the guise of Yuri's invite. Turns out, this shindig was cooked up at the request of those 4 pesky male leads. After the Peacock fiasco, Melissa's dead set on dealing with these guys seriously. It's obvious if things keep going like this, Yuri's gonna get smothered by all these pests. Plus, if Melissa just lets them cozy up like this, she's bound to become the target of their bogus tales. And she ain't about to be some damsel in distress like in the original tale. Nah, she's gonna take charge and kick these creeps to the curb so she can live life her way. Since this epiphany, whenever one of the male leads gets a chance to cozy up to Yuri, Melissa's there in a flash to intercept. Like now, she's keeping Yuri all to herself, chatting away over tea while ignoring the guys. They're even whispering, discussing their secret plan, the magic herbal fix for 9, which is good to go. But Ian's trying to hog Yuri's attention, thanking her for the tea party and hinting at giving her a gift. Yuri ain't interested, but Ian won't take no for an answer, spinning some yarn about how he once saved her, hoping to guilt her into accepting. Melissa sees through the whole charade. Yuri only agreed to this tea bash because she had no choice. As the leading lady, she's destined to be stuck to these guys through thick and thin. So Melissa jumps into the convo, schooling Ian on what it means when 2 gals are whispering away while a bunch of guys sit there clueless. It means they ain't interested in the guys, so they'd rather not include them in the chat. It's like those stubborn tea leaves clinging to the cup's bottom, begging to be tossed out. The 4 dudes are left speechless, and Melissa apologizes for killing the vibe. As a peace offering, she offers to make sure they all get home safe and sound. That ain't an escort, Melissa. That's a straight-up eviction. Yuri's over the moon that Melissa chased the guys off. And with the magic herbal remedy in hand for 9, Yuri's hoping Melissa can help break the curse that's got her in its grip. At the Faudebre house, Melissa takes 9 out to the balcony to admire the beauty of the night sky. But Melissa's real motive is to spice things up a bit, to hear 9's voice for the first time while enjoying the gorgeous view. She hands 9 a bottle of magic herb that can regrow his tongue and fangs, telling him that he's someone very important to her. 9 is taken aback by Melissa's words, as no one has ever considered him important before. With his gentle and weak demeanor, the werewolf community looked down on him, even to the point where the head of the Photon family ordered his fangs and tongue to be cut off when falsely accused of wrongdoing. Even after fleeing to the human world, 9 continued to feel worthless. He didn't hold a grudge, but at that point, he had given up on life. But now, someone is claiming that 9 is valuable to them, a woman who has given him so much and reignited his passion for life. 9 drinks the magic herb and immediately feels a painful sensation as his fangs and tongue rapidly regrow. And once his tongue is back, the first thing 9 wants to say is Lady Melissa. Melissa is thrilled to hear her name from 9's lips. But then 9 keeps repeating Lady Melissa over and over again, leaving Melissa puzzled, wondering if it's just a side effect of the medicine he just took. 9 kneels and begs Melissa to take his hand. Holding Melissa's hand, 9 expresses his gratitude for getting a new tongue and fangs, vowing to always serve Melissa, and even kissing her hand. Hearing this, Melissa is pleased inside, but she says she doesn't expect anything in return. And besides, it was Yuri who made the medicine. So Melissa suggests 9 keep up the good work and be nice if he runs into Yuri again. The next day, Melissa is excited because summer is almost over, and usually there's a summer festival at the end of the season. Yona is surprised that Melissa is now interested in the summer festival because it's mostly attended by ordinary folks, and Melissa hasn't been fond of it in the past. Indeed, among the nobility, Melissa is known as a troublemaker villainess, but she's still a noblewoman. And for nobles who truly uphold their status, it's only proper not to participate in festivals meant for commoners. Melissa argues that her perspective on the summer festival has changed now. But Yona questions if Melissa isn't planning to cause trouble at the festival, which hits a nerve with Melissa because, truth be told, she plans to go to the festival to mess with Ian Basilios. Suddenly, Melissa also invites Nine to go on a date to the summer festival, leaving Nine momentarily shocked and speechless at the invitation. But when Melissa jokes about canceling the invitation, Nine quickly accepts. Melissa tells Nine not to feel nervous because the date she's referring to is more like accompanying her, just like when Nine was her partner at the previous dance event. Besides, they won't be alone at the festival because Yuri and Ian will be there too. Melissa remembers from their last meeting that Yuri mentioned she already got an invitation from Ian to go to the summer festival together. Melissa knows that the summer festival will be one of the biggest events in the novel's storyline, so Yuri, as the main female character, won't be able to avoid it. Therefore, Melissa decides to take advantage of this opportunity to mess with Ian. But now, Melissa worries that during the festival, others might misunderstand when they see Melissa, Ian, and Yuri together. It might seem like Melissa and Yuri are competing for Ian. And surely everyone will think that Melissa is a villainess who is disrupting the date because she doesn't want her man stolen by another woman. Especially if Ian, with his narcissistic nature, thinks that Melissa has been pretending to break off their engagement all this time. Melissa always interferes with Ian's relationship with Yuri because she doesn't want Ian to be stolen by another woman. Imagining if Ian misunderstands like that makes Melissa want to really smack Ian. Snapped out of her own thoughts, Melissa asks Nine not to disappear during the festival this time. With his sweet smile and handsome face, Nine promises not to run away again. Seeing Nine's expression like that for some reason makes Melissa feel jittery, but she quickly covers up her feelings by thinking about what outfit she'll wear to the summer festival. Days pass until the day of the summer festival arrives. But Melissa is shocked to see that the festival is just like a Korean night market. When writing the novel, the author surely couldn't imagine what a Western-style festival would look like. Even so, Melissa is still excited to join the festival. Melissa asks Nine what he thinks of the festival. It turns out Nine is very impressed because it's his first time attending a festival. Melissa sees Nine's expression of pure joy, even thinking his tail might pop out and wag from excitement, making her look at Nine's rear end, but instead of a tail, she sees wow, a perfectly shaped butt that Melissa likes. Melissa and Nine continue their journey until they see a crowd of people clamoring to catch a glimpse of a celebrity. Turns out, the celebrity is Ian, accompanied by Yuri. With a mix of narcissism and shamelessness, Ian apologizes to Yuri because his good looks attract attention from other women, which might make Yuri jealous. But Ian assures Yuri that he's not interested in other women at all. Yuri, with her cold demeanor, only retorts. No wonder Ian responds to them one by one, since he's not interested anyway. But Ian still insists that he does it because they are still royalty, leaving Melissa dumbfounded. Melissa realizes that Ian and Yuri, being protagonists in the novel, have a special charisma that attracts everyone's attention. Unlike Nine, who, despite being handsome, doesn't get much attention, Ian always gets swarmed by people wherever he goes. The reason is simple. Ian is a protagonist, while Nine is just an extra character. Yuri notices Melissa's presence and approaches her. Yuri is very happy because Melissa came as promised. Nine also thanks Yuri for her magic herbal medicine that successfully healed him. But when Nine addresses Melissa as Miss Melissa as if they have a very close relationship, Yuri doesn't like it because Nine should address Melissa as Lady. This leads to an argument between Nine and Yuri. Ian interrupts the conversation by greeting Melissa and saying that since Melissa pleaded with Yuri earlier, Ian is willing to agree to all of them going to the festival together. Ian even slightly taunts by asking why Nine is here too. Is he now Melissa's partner? To retaliate, Melissa immediately hugs Nine's arm, much to Nine's delight and Ian's sense of competition. Ian tries to reciprocate by showing affection to Yuri, but Yuri quickly prepares herself defensively, thwarting Ian's plan. Ian then claims that he just wants to enjoy the festival with Yuri, so he'll behave well and won't make a fuss about Melissa's behavior. Melissa is quite annoyed by Ian's cheating behavior, but holds herself back to retaliate later. The summer festival has many game booths and sale stands. According to the original novel, Ian is exceptionally good at playing all the game booths and wins many prizes, charming Yuri with his charisma. However, the story is different now. There's someone unbeatable here. Since a young age, this person has had extraordinary talent in conquering all the game booths, even making the owners of the night market game booths ban this person from playing again. And that person is none other than Melissa. Since Melissa already knows the novel storyline, she remembers that soon there will be an event where a coveted game prize will appear that Yuri desires. And then Ian will immediately join the game to win the prize for Yuri. However, now there's Melissa, so the story will be different this time. Yuri points out a doll that she finds very cute, and Melissa is shocked to realize that the doll Yuri finds cute is actually not cute at all, but looks very sinister. Melissa is even more surprised when Nine comes beside her and says that the doll is very cute, making Melissa wonder if she's the one mistaken or if Nine and Yuri have a strange attraction. But seeing Ian's shocked expression, it seems that Nine and Yuri are the ones mistaken. Nine and Yuri explain that the doll looks cute because it resembles Melissa, especially its eyes. No wonder Nine and Yuri like that sinister-looking doll. Awakening from her trauma after seeing the doll of herself, Melissa quickly pays to participate in the Whack-a-Mole game that offers the doll as a prize if she gets the top score. However, Ian also hurriedly pays and shamelessly cuts the line to play the game first. Having the advantage as the main character, Ian, who just played the game, still managed to play very well, and he even managed to get the top score, which is 2,000. This made all the spectators cheer for Ian's name because of his handsomeness and skill. Ian shines with confidence. However, when Ian is about to claim his prize, Melissa immediately protests, saying that she can also break the top score and the doll will be hers. The stand attendant cancels giving the prize to Ian and invites Melissa to try the game. After inserting a coin, Melissa focuses her greatest strength, which she always uses to defeat all games. When the game starts, she immediately unleashes her power, Rage. With each strike, she imagines hitting the male protagonists, Ian, the cheater, Jake, who always belittles Melissa, Jack, who once hurt Nine, and Peacock, who always flaunts his wealth. In the end, Melissa's score is twice as high as Ian's, at 5,000. Melissa gets a doll that looks like her and immediately gives it to Nine, making Nine very happy and Ian speechless. Melissa then challenges Ian to redeem his defeat in other games. But Ian can't do anything as Melissa dominates every game. Whether it's the shell game, cookie game, dart game, boxing, or basketball, Melissa knows all the game tricks. This completely shatters Ian's mental state and self-esteem. Meanwhile, Nine and Yuri are very happy because they receive many prizes from Melissa. After winning all the games, Melissa remembers that there is still a special prize she can get for breaking the top score in many games. Melissa approaches the prize exchange stand where the attendant initially belittles her ability to get the top score. However, the attendant is shocked when Melissa shows evidence that she has not only broken one, but has gotten the top score in all the games. Therefore, Melissa requests the main prize as stipulated in the festival advertisement. As advertised in the festival, the main prize is a red pearl ring, which is very expensive because it's a magic item. It seems that the festival committee dared to make this expensive ring as the prize because it's a way to promote the festival. The festival committee also assumed that no one would win the main prize, so the expensive ring was never actually prepared during the festival. Because he doesn't believe it, the attendant at the main prize stand even directly asks all the game stand attendants, who all confirm that Melissa did indeed get the top score. Melissa demands the main prize, but the attendant claims that the main prize is out of stock. Melissa doesn't believe it because she remembers from the original novel that the attendant used the same excuse to Ian. But after Ian threatened them, they ended up replacing the main prize with another expensive item. Melissa tries to remember what threat Ian used, but because she's deep in thought, she unintentionally reveals her demon-like expression, which terrifies the attendant at the stand. So scared, the stand attendant immediately offers a replacement prize even before Melissa threatens. The replacement prize is a tiara. Unlike the original story in the novel, where the attendant gave Ian a necklace as a replacement prize. Then, during the summer festival fireworks celebration, Ian would give the necklace to Yuri while professing his love. Maybe because of Melissa's involvement, it influenced the prize received as well. Although it looks beautiful, the tiara is lightweight and cheap, so Melissa feels it's not suitable for Yuri to wear. Without any malicious intent, but because she's naturally inclined to do evil, when Melissa sees Ian, she spontaneously puts the tiara on Ian's head. Initially, Ian is just shocked and silent, but a few moments later, Ian starts crying uncontrollably, shocking Melissa, Yuri, and Nine. Melissa tries to calm Ian down by saying that the tiara is the main prize and looks suitable, but Ian just cries even harder. Nine then whispers to Melissa that it's very offensive to put a princess tiara on a real crown prince's head. This makes Melissa realize that in this romance fantasy world, a princess is considered someone incompetent and essentially just a pretty woman sold in marriage. In his tears, Ian asks why Melissa hates him so much. Ian feels completely shattered because he lost so badly to Melissa in all the games earlier. Even though Melissa always said she liked Ian a lot, even pretending to ask to break off their engagement when she just wanted Ian's attention. Hearing this makes Melissa lose her composure, so without holding back, Melissa firmly explains her reasons for hating Ian. First, because Ian has no shame. He already has a fiancé but still behaves intimately with many women. If Ian truly feels that Yuri is his true love and wants a serious relationship, he should have broken off his engagement with Melissa first. The second reason is because Ian has a very sad way of thinking and behaving. Throughout this time, Ian has treated others like objects, to be manipulated as he pleases, without considering their feelings because he's a crown prince. Don't make your own assumptions, like assuming a villainess won't be hurt or a saint will accept his love no matter what. Now, let's look at Ian's origins. Ian is a prince not born from the current queen, but from a lady-in-waiting. He's the eldest, but not the true heir. Although the emperor has appointed him as the crown prince, the second and third princes, born after Ian, always watch his position, ready to seize it if the opportunity arises. So, if Ian continues to be indifferent to his people and neglects state affairs for unimportant matters, the Fodabrat family will deem him unworthy of being a king. Losing the support of the Fodabrat family would jeopardize Ian's position. Ian initially underestimated Melissa's statement about the Fodabrat family's decision not being in Melissa's hands, but in the Duke's. Melissa explained that while the Duke and Jake currently support Ian, their reason is because Melissa used to love Ian. But whoever becomes the king, the Fodabrat family will remain a powerful and influential family. So the Fodabrat family is never dependent on Ian. The Duke has always granted Melissa's requests and allowed her to go wherever she wants. Hence, it's not impossible for the Duke to change his decision after hearing Melissa's explanation. Realizing his position's weakness, Ian can only remain silent and cover his face, asking what Melissa really wants him to do. Since Ian can't defeat Melissa in the festival games, he'll likely struggle to win the throne without the support of powerful noble families. Therefore, Melissa suggests that Ian should continue to maintain his handsome appearance and stop behaving inappropriately. Then Melissa leaves Ian alone in the middle of the festival. Melissa, Nine, and Yuri continue their journey until Nine suggests they watch the fireworks display together, which they all agree to. The beauty of the fireworks illuminating the night sky is mesmerizing, and Melissa and Nine seem to be enjoying the view. But where's Yuri? They accidentally run into Yuri's siblings, so Yuri has to be with them during the fireworks display, although she's reluctant to leave Melissa alone with Nine. In the midst of the increasingly lively fireworks, Nine suddenly says something that surprises Melissa, making both her and Nine blush. However, what truly shocks Melissa is seeing someone behind Nine. It turns out to be Jake, holding a camera. As the final firework explodes, a loud bang fills the sky, along with the sound of Melissa's sanity snapping upon realizing her brother's behavior as a stalker. Jake secretly takes pictures of Yuri from a distance. Nine then realizes that Melissa is going crazy again because of something else and didn't notice Nine's earlier remark. The next day, at the Photobrat family residence, Melissa is seen holding back frustration by resting her head on the table. But Yona comes in and suggests that if Melissa is having trouble with bowel movements, it's better to call a doctor right away. Yona also reports that Nine has been whining since yesterday. Perhaps they both ate something wrong at the festival yesterday. Melissa remembers that last night during the fireworks celebration, it seemed like Nine said something. But at that moment, Melissa's attention was diverted by seeing Jake, the stalker. Just when Melissa finished dealing with Ayan, now it's her only brother behaving embarrassingly. Although Jake claimed to stalk Yuri to protect her, not only did he follow and watch Yuri as she went with another guy, but he also secretly took pictures of Yuri. That action is truly inappropriate. What makes it harder is that when Melissa was about to advise Jake, he quickly escaped and hid. So, to solve this problem at its roots, Melissa plans to torture Jake until he stops stalking. Otherwise, Yuri's privacy will continue to be in danger. After checking the calendar, Melissa finds out that the hunting competition will be held soon. Melissa asks Yona to get ready because they'll participate in the competition, and that's when Melissa will make the hunter feel what it's like to be hunted. In another room, Nine is seen cleaning the room with a female servant named Haney. Nine looks exhausted and unenthusiastic. Haney asks if there's a problem since Nine just went to the summer festival with Melissa. Nine tries to assure everything's fine, but Haney realizes something and bluntly asks if Nine has been rejected by Melissa, making Nine very surprised and coughing. Nine replies that he hasn't been rejected. Haney suggests that Nine is amazing, but unfortunately Melissa is engaged, and it will be difficult for Nine to compete with a crown prince. Nine explains that Ian is not his rival because Melissa doesn't like Ian. Even though Melissa likes someone else, and as long as she doesn't drive him away, Nine promises to always be faithful to Melissa. Nine feels he belongs to Melissa, and Melissa doesn't have an obligation to be owned by him. Before leaving the room, Nine explains that the reason he feels disappointed is not because he's rejected, but because he failed to express his feelings to Melissa. Time passes until finally, autumn arrives. Melissa is seen in the garden with Nine and Yuri. Apparently, for the past month, Melissa has been training with Yuri. Next week, the hunting competition will take place. Melissa and Yuri will participate in the event. The competition will be hosted by the royal palace, and each noble family will send one representative to participate, which means the protagonist guys will also be there. Therefore, for her plan to succeed, Melissa will ask for Nine and Yuri's help during the competition. Now let's hear the story of how the hunting competition came to be. 150 years ago, the kingdom of Basilios was infested with demonic monsters. Thankfully, a grand sorcerer sealed away all of these monsters, and it's safe now. But the long history of seeking to subjugate monsters under the leadership of the royal family has transformed into the hunting competition of today, which occurs every year to never forget our past history of being trampled by demonic monsters. Of course, this tradition has lost much of its meaning today and has just become a social field for nobles. We return to the competition where Melissa has just arrived. The other nobles look at Melissa strangely. Then comes a man with an ugly face. In the romance fantasy world story, main characters always have handsome faces, whether they're villains or heroes. If someone has an ugly face, they're just a side character. Except for Nine, who somehow still has a handsome face even though he's just an extra character. The man with the ugly face then mocks Melissa, saying she's desperate for the crown prince's attention and suggests she cancel her hunting plans, because she'll only ruin her delicate hands. Melissa, considering him unimportant, ignores him, making the ugly man very angry. He grabs Melissa's hand and asks her to apologize for being rude. Melissa easily pulls her hand away, surprising the ugly man with her strength. Melissa explains that she has been chosen as the representative of the House of Fodabra. The Duke and Emperor have already allowed it, so there's no need for unnecessary fights. And if the ugly man continues to cause trouble, it means he's insulting the Duke and Emperor's decision. So it's better to stay quiet or face consequences. This scares the ugly man and he stops his antics. A few moments later, after Melissa finishes eating, she pretends to have a digestive problem and needs to go to the restroom alone. But because Yona notices Melissa's unconvincing act, she adds an explanation to the other servants that Melissa is indeed having constipation issues, so the other servants will wait for Melissa there. This makes Melissa embarrassed, so she quickly leaves. In the forest, Melissa is seen following a magical light to a tree. There, Melissa asks Jake to come out of hiding. At first, there's no response. But after Melissa draws her sword and threatens to force him out, Jake finally agrees to show himself. Without greeting his sister, Jake just asks what Melissa wants from him. Annoyed by his impolite behavior, Melissa shows a magical circle in her hand, which then glows and shoots light that envelops Jake's body. Wrapping him up and pop, Jake's body turns into a bunny. The hunting trumpet signaling the start of the hunt has been blown. Ian and the other nobles immediately urge their horses to capture as many game animals as possible. But Yuri realizes that Melissa hasn't returned because Melissa's horse is still where it was, and Yuri worries that her magic didn't work. Yuri remembers a while back when Melissa begged Yuri to find a way for her to use magic even just once. Although it seemed impossible at the time because Melissa asked, Yuri promised to find a way to fulfill that request. Since they can't wait any longer, Yuri finally sets off hunting on a wooden horse powered by magic. At the same time, Melissa runs out of the forest and grabs her horse. Breathless from her run, Melissa tells Yuri that their plan has worked. And now Melissa will join the hunt riding her newly trained horse. Melissa mounts her black horse named Black Veil, the strongest horse like a demon among the Fodabrat family's horses. Being very wild, Black Veil is hard to tame, but Melissa, who has a talent for taming fierce animals like guard dogs, Leaf knows how to get Black Veil to obey her commands. Melissa promises Black Veil that if he can do his job well today, she will let Black Veil chew on Jake's hair. Hearing this, Black Veil gets very excited. Even before Melissa finishes speaking, Black Veil is already running very fast, making it difficult for Melissa to control the demonic horse. In the forest, a group of nobles on horseback is seen hunting. One of them is the ugly-faced man who Melissa scolded earlier. He's still grumbling to himself because he's still angry and planning to get back at Melissa. But suddenly, Melissa appears with her demonic horse at lightning speed. The ugly man is very surprised, and in his eyes, he sees Melissa as a terrifying warrior of darkness heading to the battlefield, when in reality Melissa is struggling to control her wild horse. Like the wind, Melissa passes the group of ugly men, leaving them speechless in disbelief. The scene now shows Jake the bunny running as fast as he can. Jake cries at his unfortunate fate of becoming the hunted, when all he wanted was to gaze at Yuri all day. Jake regrets being hit by magic when he was off guard because as far as Jake knew, Melissa couldn't use magic. Jake hears Melissa's voice approaching and calling his name, but Jake just runs away. At this point, Jake truly feels that Melissa is a very frightening figure. Even though there is a wolf chasing Jake, Jake feels that Melissa is more threatening to his life. After some time, the magic circle in Melissa's hand begins to fade, indicating that the effects of her transformation magic are also about to wear off. Knowing this, Melissa signals to the wolf to direct Jake the bunny's escape to a specific location. It turns out the wolf is Nine in the form of a wolf. Its color changed using magic. Jake the bunny arrives at the location where Yuri is already waiting, and at that moment, his body changes back to human form. Jake is confused to see Yuri there, but when he sees Melissa, he unconsciously trembles in fear. Melissa acts grateful that Jake has safely returned to human form. She argues that although she accidentally turned Jake into a bunny, it's thanks to her protection that Jake wasn't caught by wolf or other hunters. Hearing this, Jake becomes angry with Melissa because he feels he never asked for Melissa's protection and he could protect himself. Melissa retaliates by saying that if Jake is angry, then Yuri must feel the same, because Jake's behavior of always secretly watching Yuri under the guise of protection, even though Yuri never asked for it. If we think about it deeper, it's indeed creepy to have someone always following us. Instead of protecting, that person might do harm when they see an opportunity. Looking back, Jake is reminded that such behavior is not romantic. If Jake really likes Yuri, then he shouldn't be cowardly and should speak directly to Yuri. Yuri, who is there, walks towards Jake. It turns out that Jake and Yuri have never spoken directly before. Yuri only saw Jake when he was arguing with Melissa. Jake is nervous as he is about to speak to Yuri for the first time. But to his surprise, the first thing Yuri says only reinforces the fact that Jake is a creepy stalker, with various criticisms that shatter Jake's mental state. Finally, Yuri asks Jake not to follow her anymore and to stay away from her. Jake kneels helplessly, receiving all of Yuri's responses. Seeing his brother in such a devastated state, Melissa only hopes that Jake realizes his mistake and improves himself. But suddenly, a trumpet sounds, indicating that the hunting competition has ended, which shouldn't have ended so quickly. Melissa and Yuri quickly return to the starting point to find out why the competition ended early. And Melissa is shocked when she arrives because there is a huge pile of game animals. It's no wonder the competition was immediately stopped because such a large number of prey would be impossible for other participants to beat. But Yuri's face quickly turns bitter when she sees the figure of the hunter atop the heap of animal carcasses. That figure is Jack from the werewolf clan. Just as Melissa finishes dealing with Jake, now comes another troublemaker. When Melissa and Nine are spotted, Jack Photon immediately insults them and walks towards them. Everyone feels worried and even hesitant to move, not wanting to get involved in trouble with a werewolf. It's understandable because werewolf clans are known for their strength and are considered influential among the nobility. Melissa responds by saying she thought Jack was dead since he hadn't been seen for so long. Jack explains that he's been bored because there haven't been any tea parties at Yuri's place, so the sorcerers kept kicking him out of their residence every time he tried to see Yuri. And with the tight security at the Fodabrat family's residence, it's quite difficult to disturb Melissa or Nine. So when he heard about the hunting competition, Jack immediately signed up. Melissa suggests that Jack better stay in the forest rather than constantly getting beaten up every time he meets her. Hearing this, Jack's anger flares up and he charges towards Melissa. Melissa manages to dodge Jack's blow and spontaneously strikes him with an object in her hand. Melissa's punch is so powerful that the object she used to strike shatters into pieces, and Jack is thrown high into the air. Initially, Melissa thought it was her sword that broke, but it turns out her sword is still at her waist. So, what was the object that shattered earlier? At that moment, the sound of crying calling out Monica is heard, which turns out to be Jake Fodabrat. Monica is the name of Jake's beloved rifle, now shattered into pieces. Only then does Melissa realize why a werewolf would faint instantly after one strike. It's because he used a weapon belonging to a protagonist. Jake, the skilled sniper who can easily eliminate his opponents, is now sobbing uncontrollably at the sight of Monica, beyond repair. Melissa promises to buy a new rifle, but Jake explains that Monica cannot be replaced. Monica is special because it possesses power bestowed by the gods. Melissa becomes very puzzled by the situation around her. In front of her lies a werewolf who fainted after she hit him. Beside her is her younger brother, heartbroken and crying over his damaged rifle. And behind her is Nine, who forgot to transform into a human and is now pretending to be a pet wolf. This unusual sight shocks all the nobles who are watching. Amidst this uncomfortable situation, Ian arrives, causing Melissa to become even more emotional, thinking Ian will only complicate matters further. But unexpectedly, Ian seems to want to protect Melissa. As the Emperor's representative at the competition, Ian decides to end the event then and there and asks the nobles not to discuss what happened today. Ian also offers the royal family's help to take care of Jack Photon. Melissa thanks Ian for his assistance, but insists on handling Jack Photon herself and only asks to borrow a carriage to transport Jack. Now, Jake, the sniper, and Jack the werewolf are in the carriage, ready to head to the Photobrat residence. At that moment, Yuri arrives and offers to accompany them to the Photobrat residence so she can act as a doctor to heal Jack. Yuri is worried that if Jack doesn't wake up, the Photon family will react aggressively. Melissa is very grateful for Yuri's help, as it alleviates some of the concerns she had. As the entourage reaches the Photobrat family residence, the servants are busy preparing for their guests' needs, especially since there's a wounded werewolf among them. The commotion attracts the attention of the Duke himself, who arrives to inquire about what happened. Melissa explains briefly that she inadvertently knocked out a werewolf and that Duke's beloved son, Jake, needs some time alone as he has just lost something precious. Upon hearing this, the Duke imagines Jake losing his 2 valuable bell balls. Melissa also introduces Yuri to the Duke and promises to take responsibility for matters concerning the werewolf. After finishing her explanation, Melissa quickly excuses herself along with her personal servants, not giving Duke the chance to ask more questions. Melissa heads straight to her room and immediately removes her clothes, wanting to relax her mind with a bath after facing all the ongoing problems. It's as if the gods of this novel world intentionally give Melissa a brief respite, only to throw another problem her way. No sooner has she mentioned it, another problem arises. Haney reports to Melissa that Yuri is nowhere to be found. Melissa quickly changes her clothes and orders all the servants to help search for Yuri. After searching for a long time with no sign of Yuri anywhere, not even Nine can find a trace of Yuri's scent, as if Yuri has vanished into thin air. Melissa, knowing the plot of the novel, actually worries that the main events of the story have already begun, even though they shouldn't happen yet. Melissa and Nine continue their search in the garden. Suddenly, Nine trembles and points to something, asking what it is. It turns out Nine is pointing at Melissa's guard dog named Leaf. Melissa is puzzled by Nine's question since Nine should already be familiar with Leaf. Upon observing Leaf, Melissa is shocked to discover that Leaf can talk. It seems that Leaf, who also has werewolf lineage, is being possessed by someone's supernatural power to convey a message. Melissa's fear seems to be justified. Those with such supernatural powers are only found among the werewolf clan. Based on the novel, Melissa knows there's a werewolf who possesses the strongest supernatural power, but this person is a psychopath who enjoys doing evil things for personal pleasure. In the novel, when he learns that Jack, his subordinate, is in love with Yuri, he kidnaps Yuri for his own amusement. Now, the villain has appeared, possessing Leaf's body to convey a message, stating that he has successfully kidnapped Yuri and challenging Melissa, Nine, and Jack to come and rescue the princess. Now let's dive into one of the side stories of this world, which isn't detailed in the novel. The villain, as it turns out, is named Mizen Photon. In the novel, he's depicted as a handsome man with long hair. But unlike Melissa, who's a villainess, Mizen is quite popular as a male villain character. He's known as the commander of the Photon family's military command, and the next heir to the Photon family. But he's also Nine's older twin brother. Back at the Photobrat residence, Jack gets furious upon learning that Yuri has been kidnapped. But when Melissa reveals that the perpetrator is Mizen, who's Jack's superior, Jack's confidence immediately falters. Jack's reaction is quite understandable because he's still not strong enough to face Mizen. And currently, Melissa is even stronger than Jack. According to the original story in the novel, the kidnapping of Yuri becomes Jack's moment of awakening, enabling him to defeat Mizen and take over as the leader of all werewolf commands. The moment of awakening is when a werewolf's hidden power emerges, making them much stronger. This moment can be triggered when the werewolf experiences an intense emotional upheaval. However, in the novel, the kidnapping incident occurs in winter. Since it's still early autumn, it's not yet time for Jack's awakening moment. Yona reminds them that the invitation to rescue Yuri is definitely a trap. Melissa realizes this, but decides they still have to carry out the rescue because the kidnapping happened at the Fodabrat residence. Melissa has informed the Elizabeth family about Yuri's abduction, but since the powers of sorcerers and werewolves are highly conflicting, it would be very dangerous for sorcerers to intervene. Moreover, Mizen has probably set various traps preventing sorcerers from using their magic. Therefore, Melissa decides it's best for them to handle the rescue operation themselves. Upon hearing this decision, Yona immediately wants to ask a question. But before she can, Melissa quickly offers to pay Yona 4 times her monthly salary for this dangerous job. Without further questions, Yona accepts the offer. Although Melissa actually questions her decision to bring Yona, a female servant, on a dangerous mission, she feels that Yona always provides unexpected solutions to problems. Not to be left out, Melissa also invites Jack to join the rescue mission. Even though Jack probably won't listen to Melissa's orders, as the deputy leader of the werewolf family command, Jack will surely be useful in battle. What worries Melissa a bit is actually Nine. Since meeting Mizen, he hasn't seemed okay. Perhaps returning to the werewolf forest reminded him of bad memories. But Nine responds with a smile, saying he's fine and that he even thought about returning there at least once. After deciding to embark on the rescue mission, they quickly prepare their belongings and immediately begin their journey. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yuri is sitting on the floor, imprisoned in a box, strengthened with charms so she can't escape. However, Yuri seems to be talking to an unseen entity, and only Yuri can hear it. The entity questions why Yuri isn't trying to fix the changed storyline. In her heart, Yuri replies that she likes the current storyline because it deviates from the usual one. Even Mizen has changed now, because in the original story, Mizen shouldn't have kidnapped Yuri. The entity also asks Yuri to captivate all the hearts of the male protagonists as she should. Yuri responds that she has already done that thousands of times and feels she doesn't need it anymore. Although Yuri speaks openly to herself, Mizen doesn't realize it, reminding Yuri that Mizen is also a character who just follows the storyline like Yuri herself. But Melissa is different now. The ferocious-looking Duke's daughter, who should also be a character who acts according to the predetermined storyline. When Yuri thinks deeply, Melissa's behavior isn't actually much different from that of a child, but just because of that, everyone considers and calls her a villainess. And in the arms of the Crown Prince, Yuri will witness Melissa's sad condition, while Yuri herself gets a happy ending. But now, things are different, making Yuri wonder what has caused Melissa to change. However, the entity reminds Yuri to act like a proper heroine. Go to the royal banquet, host a tea party, be docile, and let herself be kidnapped. But Yuri doesn't feel like a heroine because her fate and actions are always dictated by the entity. In her mind, Yuri questions why Melissa can act freely like that. Does Melissa not hear the whispers from the entity to act according to the predetermined story? Or does Melissa hear them but refuse to obey? Whatever the reason, for now, Yuri is sure that the one who will come to rescue her will definitely be Jack, just like in the original story, and no one else could possibly save her. The werewolf residence is located very far away, so if Melissa's team were to go there in the usual way, it would take a very long time, possibly resulting in Yuri already having a new life there because of the length of time. That's why Melissa asks for the sorcerer's help to create teleportation magic. Since it's not possible to teleport directly into the werewolf territory, Melissa's team is teleported to the nearest location to the werewolf forest. To assist Melissa, Baron even agrees to come and help. He genuinely expresses his gratitude. But Melissa always remembers the time when Baron was drunk, so she doesn't pay attention to what he's saying. Long story short, Melissa's team successfully transports near the werewolf forest. But Melissa is surprised to find that the forest they're about to enter is incredibly dense and difficult to navigate. However, Nine explains that it's all just an illusion. He then takes a branch and breaks it, instantly making the dense forest disappear and revealing the path into the werewolf territory. Nine explains that the illusion is a remnant of ancient magic, created by someone unknown, but it's still used to conceal the entrance to the werewolf's residence. So, werewolves don't actually hate magic, they just can't be influenced by it. Then Jack arrives, boasting about how he never looked for magic branches like that to dispel the illusion. Previously, Jack just ran forcefully into the illusion and smashed anything until a branch like that was accidentally crushed. Nine adds that he predicts the road will be full of traps, but there's no need to worry because he's familiar with them. Melissa feels very proud because Nine is very reliable. But Jack feels avoiding those traps is unnecessary because he's used to just charging through them all. Melissa forbids Jack from acting recklessly like that because she doesn't want him to trigger traps and cause a commotion while infiltrating to rescue Yuri. However, Jack still doesn't care and activates almost all the traps. Despite being hit by a powerful explosion, Jack remains unharmed thanks to his high body resilience. Melissa tries to contain her emotions, but whenever there's something suspicious and Melissa tells Jack not to touch it, he rushes to grab it even faster. Until finally, boom. Goodbye, and thank you for following the story up to this point. See you again in another story. Oops, it turns out Melissa was daydreaming about the ending of the story. And unconsciously, Melissa has now arrived near the werewolf palace. Melissa is shocked because previously she had lost consciousness due to being very angry with Jack. Melissa becomes very sad when she sees many bloodstains on her hands. Melissa thinks that because she was so angry, she unconsciously killed Jack. Instead of telling the truth, Yona teasingly confirms Melissa's assumption. Luckily, Nine is there to explain what really happened. Melissa had managed to control her emotions for quite some time. But halfway through the journey, Melissa finally beat Jack nearly to death, and only then did Jack become more willing to cooperate. So, when they arrived near the palace, Melissa called Jack, who was now very afraid of being beaten by Melissa again. But surprisingly, Melissa smiled sweetly and said she would let Jack go now, leaving Jack shocked to hear it. Melissa explained that previously she asked Jack to sneak in quietly to prevent him from getting hurt. But after seeing Jack's resilience, Melissa felt that Jack might be able to defeat Mizen. So Melissa allowed Jack to go find Mizen and defeat him right away. Seeing Melissa's drastically changed attitude made Jack suspicious of what Melissa was really planning. Jack went away feeling uneasy. Nine is proud of Melissa's kindness in letting Jack go, but deep down, Melissa lets Jack go to use him as bait. Nine plans to sneak in alone to ensure Yuri's whereabouts inside the palace first. But Melissa says it isn't necessary because she's very sure Yuri is in the palace, precisely in a room with a blue door located at the highest point of the palace. Hearing that, Nine says he knows the secret way to get to that room, and they immediately set off there. Melissa finds it strange that Yona and Nine don't question how she knows where Yuri is. But Melissa decides to stay focused on this rescue process. Inside the palace, Mizen realizes Jack's arrival, so he leaves Yuri alone to confront Jack. Yuri, who is inside the prison box, feels the palace tremble due to Mizen and Jack's fight. However, the tremors are not as intense and long-lasting as usual. Yuri thinks maybe this time Jack defeats Mizen faster, and Jack will arrive soon to rescue her. The entity continues whispering to Yuri to get ready to greet Jack according to the usual scenario, welcoming the knight who comes to rescue Yuri, the pitiful female protagonist. In her heart, Yuri is already fed up with being treated like an eternal puppet because she always follows the same scenario repeatedly. But when the door to the room is opened, Yuri is shocked to see that it's Melissa, Yona, and Nine who come, even though at that moment Melissa is scolding something to Yona. Yuri is speechless, unable to believe what she sees, and Melissa becomes a little worried seeing Yuri confined in such a small box. Yuri covers her mouth and tears of happiness flow from her cheeks because unlike the original scenario, this time she is not rescued by a knight or an individual, but by friends she deeply cares about. She wants to express her feelings, but she refrains from doing so for fear that the entity might get very angry. Elsewhere, Mizen's face is covered in bloodstains. Apparently, Mizen has already defeated Jack. But Mizen isn't satisfied with just defeating Jack. To satisfy his thirst for blood, Mizen plans to eliminate Melissa and Nine. Now let's delve into the story of young Nine when he was just 11 years old. All werewolves were given the family name Photon at birth. However, Since childhood, Nine was deemed unworthy of bearing the Photon name because he could not use charm powers or possess great fighting abilities. Young Nine preferred to spend his days reading books. Meanwhile, his twin brother, Mizen, was already capable of using many charm powers, and was recognized as the most talented charm user in the history of the Photon family. According to the chief of the Photon family, Mizen was very deserving of being part of the Photon family, while Nine was considered unnecessary. Therefore, the chief ordered Nine to no longer show himself in front of the chief. Since then, Nine's existence seemed to have completely disappeared from his own kind. No one cared about Nine anymore. When he was starving nearly to death, Nine had to scavenge for food in the forest. When Nine fell and got sick, no one came to check on him. Nine continued to try to survive in his difficulties, but young Nine could not hold back his tears due to the pain in his heart from being abandoned. Back to the present, adult Nine stares at the corner of the room, remembering his past self, enduring alone. Suddenly, Nine snaps out of his reverie upon hearing Melissa's sword strike the box containing Yuri. Unfortunately, because the prison box is also enchanted with a magic blocking charm, the attack from the magic sword will not have any effect. Melissa asks Nine for help if he knows how to remove the charm box. Nine, who knows many theories about charms, explains that the box can only be removed if the person who issued the charm power has lost their life or their body becomes very weak. Melissa realizes that none of them will be able to face Mizen at the moment. Although Nine's face is smiling, he is actually very afraid, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Melissa tries to calm Nine by promising to always protect him. And if they cannot defeat Mizen, then they can try to move Yuri along with the box. Nine is deeply touched by Melissa's concern, but Yuri, jealous of Nine's closeness to Melissa, starts banging on the charm box to get attention, to refocus on the current emergency. Melissa asks Nine and Yona to get ready in their positions to try to lift Yuri. Unfortunately, at that moment, the door to the room opens and someone covered in blood enters. Mizen laughs at Melissa's team's attempt to lift the charm box. Melissa draws her magic sword, telling Mizen to stop all his talk. Mizen, with a striking resemblance to Nine, insults Nine as a shameless traitor who should have died at birth. Hearing this, Melissa immediately bursts with anger, but Nine restrains her and stands protectively in front of her. Seeing this, Mizen scoffs even more, saying that Nine has now become a human's pet dog and lists various shortcomings of Nine to embarrass him. To make matters worse, Mizen promises to welcome Nine back into the werewolf tribe if Nine dares to take Melissa's life. However, Nine firmly refuses and explains that one of the reasons for his return is to announce that he has decided to cast away the Photon family name and is no longer part of them. Nine admits that when he was young, he was once very desperate. But instead of ending his life in the werewolf world, young Nine chose to try to survive in the human world. Once again, with a loud voice, Nine asserts that he is no longer part of the Photon family, dedicating his life to Melissa now. Upon hearing that the Photon family name is cast aside for Melissa's sake, Mizen suddenly launches an attack towards Melissa. Luckily, Melissa is agile enough to evade the attack. However, Mizen launches a second attack, even stronger, capable of destroying the palace walls. On the third attack, Mizen places a charm near Melissa's feet that instantly explodes. Fortunately, Nine manages to pull Melissa's hand, saving her from the blast's impact. Not given a chance to rest, Mizen immediately throws 2 explosion charms, but Melissa successfully blocks them with her magic sword. Mizen keeps throwing charms, and Melissa keeps trying to deflect all the attacks. Both Mizen and Melissa eventually start feeling exhausted. Frustrated with his unsuccessful attacks, Mizen gathers more energy to launch a bigger attack, making Melissa feel cornered as she has to face such immense energy. Melissa prepares to withstand the attack, and when Mizen unleashes his massive attack, everyone suddenly feels surprised and puzzled because nothing happens. It turns out that at that moment, Yona is activating a magic orb with divine blessing power, which can deactivate the charm powers of the werewolf tribe. Melissa can't believe Yona has such a special object, But when Yona mentions that the magic orb's power lasts just 10 minutes, Melissa wastes no time and starts quickly attacking Mizen with her magic sword. Unfortunately, Mizen manages to dodge by leaping high and successfully injures Melissa's arm with his sharp claws. Trying not to pay attention to her pain, Melissa relentlessly continues to attack Mizen, even though she knows their abilities are vastly different, and it's unlikely to win against Mizen. With his agility, Mizen manages to evade all the attacks until finally, with his sharp fangs, Mizen bites Melissa's neck. But even in a desperate situation, Melissa seizes the opportunity to stab Mizen in the abdomen. A lot of blood flows from the wound on Melissa's neck, and her vision starts to blur. Nine and Yona can be heard shouting her name, and then Melissa loses consciousness. Yona and Nine hold Melissa's body as her condition worsens. Although there's Yuri, a highly skilled sorcerer in healing, unfortunately, Yuri can't do anything while trapped inside that prison box. Hence, the only option is to defeat Mizen. For the first time, Nine displays a terrifying expression due to his extreme anger at seeing Melissa's condition. Seeing this, Mizen mocks Nine for being angry just because his human master is dying. Mizen also recalls the reason why Nine was expelled. It's because Nine once brought a human child into the werewolf territory, wanting to help that human child. Mizen laughs at Nine's foolish action in the past and feels that he should not have only cut Nine's tongue, but should have also ended the life of that human child. But suddenly, Mizen is shocked because an aura of energy emanates from Nine's body, indicating a werewolf in a state of awakening. Not believing it, Mizen immediately attacks Nine. However, with ease, Nine manages to withstand Mizen's claws and strikes Mizen's abdomen with a powerful blow, sending Mizen flying and crashing hard into the wall. Mizen continues to laugh at Nine, who now exhibits the demeanor of a fierce wolf, unlike young Nine, who always behaved weakly like a lamb, making Mizen ashamed to have such a twin brother. Nine retorts to Mizen, telling him to stop his nonsense because Nine knows that Mizen is already defeated and powerless. The power of the magic orb has ended, but Mizen doesn't unleash any charm powers and just keeps blabbering because he refuses to admit that he has lost to Nine in a physical showdown. It turns out that when pierced by Melissa's sword, the magic power of the sword disrupts the balance in Mizen's body, rendering him unable to use charm powers. Seeing Melissa in a helpless, bloodied state, Nine is determined to do anything to save the woman he deeply values. Nine chokes Mizen, who is now powerless. And for Melissa's sake, Nine is willing to cast aside his conscience by ending the life of his twin brother. In that tense situation, Melissa's scream is heard, asking Nine to stop his actions. Mizen mocks Melissa for her weakness in being unable to kill her enemy, but his laughter stops when he hears Melissa's next words. She doesn't need him dead, just beaten until he passes out. With one strong blow from Nine, Mizen loses consciousness. Then Nine immediately runs to Melissa, deeply worried, although Nine's condition is also very bad. Melissa is relieved to see Nine return to his original character, a gentle and caring Nine. Melissa doesn't really care about Mizen's safety, but what she's avoiding is Nine having to take his twin brother's life, fearing it would traumatize Nine for life. In her pain, Melissa takes her magic sword and approaches Yuri, still inside the charm-powered prison box. Yuri cries, seeing Melissa injured. Melissa assures her she can still hold on, then strikes the prison box with her magic sword. Mizen's weakened state allows Melissa's attack to destroy the prison box. After being freed, Yuri immediately checks Melissa's wounds. Initially, Melissa asks for Nine to be checked first, but both Nine and Yuri insist that Melissa be healed first. A few moments later, thanks to Yuri's healing skills, the wound on Melissa's neck is healed. Melissa encourages Nine, saying that despite their struggles, they have succeeded in capturing Mizen. Melissa also thanks Yuri for healing them. Not forgetting, Melissa also thanks Yona, but as usual, Yona's capitalist nature emerges, demanding compensation 4 times her monthly salary, plus additional fees for using the magic orb. Melissa is surprised by Yona's love for money, which always appears in every situation. But it seems Yona smiles because she is actually happy with Melissa's attention. As Team Melissa prepares to escape, suddenly someone breaks the wall. It's Jack, asking if Mizen is dead now. Hearing Jack's question, Melissa's mind immediately imagines Jack wanting Mizen dead so that he can become the main leader of the werewolf army. After that, Jack, obsessed with fighting, would order his entire army to attack the human race. Knowing they would be attacked, Ian, who would later become the king of the human race, would undoubtedly rally all his forces to arms. Thus, a war between humans and werewolves would ensue, resulting in the destruction of the world and the annihilation of both races. Swayed by her own imagination, Melissa becomes annoyed and stares at Jack cynically. However, Jack thinks Melissa is paying attention to him because she's worried and wants to take care of him. This makes Jack feel conceited, thinking Melissa is very attentive to him. But what happens next, Jack and Mizen are ordered to kneel and forced to attend an etiquette class led by Melissa. Melissa had it all figured out. She's navigating this crazy mix of book stuff and real life, planning to ace it despite the universe throwing curveballs her way. But she can't do it without the werewolves on board. She's worried about the mess that might follow if Mizen stays in charge. But Jack? The guy's a total goof, not chief material. So Melissa's taking it upon herself to show them some manners, being the nice person she is. Melissa starts with the basics, like how to say hi to someone. But teaching them without getting hands-on proves tough. Even though she's not totally happy with how it's going, she decides to give them a little encouragement. She draws a star on Mizen's fang, which totally blows everyone's mind with her slick move. Jack gets the same mark and is freaked out by it. But Melissa isn't done. She tells them she's actually cursed them. If they don't stick to her lessons or try to attack her again, one of their fangs is coming out. She also tells them to stay out of the forest unless she calls them, and if they dare to mess with Yuri or Nine, they're toast. Melissa is pretty stoked. They fell for it. She figures this will keep them on the down low for a bit. Meanwhile, she plans to stock up on some holy gear to ward off werewolf mojo and get serious about her sword skills. But she knows it's not all about laying down the law. She's planning to sneak them some tasty treats too. With that, Melissa and her crew head back home for real this time. Melissa's finally hitting pause. Chilling in her room, she's lying on her bed thinking about all the crazy stuff she's done lately. From outsmarting Ian at the night market, leveling up her magic game, keeping Jake in line, to going toe-to-toe with Mizen to protect Yuri and schooling Jack too. And remember how she was all set to stock up on holy artifacts and sharpen her sword skills once she got back? Yeah, she ditched all those plans. Now, after sending Yona and Nine off for a bit of enforced downtime, Melissa's trying to get some chill time herself. But then, there's this persistent knock on her door. She tries to ignore it, but it just won't quit. Annoyed, she finally opens the door, ready to give the maid who's bugging her a piece of her mind, saying she doesn't need anything. But then, the maid, all jittery, tells her Jake's asking for Monica's corpse to be returned to him. Looks like Melissa's break is going to have to wait. Before, Jake was begging Melissa to let him bury Monica at least. Melissa is pretty taken aback to see Jake looking way worse off than she thought. She's blown away that Jake, who's never cared about the targets he's taken down before, actually wants to bury his gun. Seeing how messed up Jake is, Melissa starts to feel for him. She says sorry and even offers to hook him up with a new gun, though she can't guarantee it'll be just like Monica. Jake doesn't say anything back, just starts crying. Giving it another shot, Melissa awkwardly suggests they go look for a stand-in gun until they can get a replacement for Monica. Jake finally agrees, and just like that, Melissa's chill time is officially over. So, Melissa and Jake are wandering through the city trying to track down a new gun for Jake. Turns out, it's not as straightforward as Melissa had hoped. She thinks if Yona were here, she'd definitely know where to go for guns. As they're figuring out their next move, Melissa suddenly sees Ian nearby. When they run into each other, Ian flashes Melissa a friendly smile and asks her what she's doing there. Melissa, slightly irked by his grin, shoots back with the same question. Ian, a bit on edge, says he's there to say sorry to the women he's invited over in the past, even though he knows it's probably way too late for apologies. Melissa's trying to figure out if the women Ian's talking about are the same ones he flirted with, just to get under her skin before he met Yuri. You know, the ones he used to play up his role as the playboy prince. Ian's really hammering home that he's truly sorry now. He even mentions that because the king wasn't cool with him showing up in fancy clothes, he had to go under the radar with plain outfits and dyed hair. Ian awkwardly admits he's been thinking about making amends with Melissa too, since he knows he messed up with her big time. Honestly, Melissa can't figure out if Ian's being genuine or if he's just trying to get on her good side after she put him in his place last time. But hey, at least she's glad Ian won't be pulling any more stupid stunts. So, Melissa hits him with, "Alright, I'll be waiting for that sorry letter and you accepting we're done." For real? Ian's on board with that, but then gets nosy about where Melissa's off to. She tells him she's on the hunt for a new gun, mentioning it's for Jake. When Ian hears about Jake losing his beloved gun, he actually feels bad for the guy. So, he suggests they all head over to the royal palace. At the royal palace, Ian lets them know that the palace has a bunch of war loot lying around that nobody's using, including some guns. Since Jake's a top-notch sniper who rolls with the royal crew, Ian figures it wouldn't look too good on him, as the crown prince, to let such a sharpshooter go without a weapon. Melissa gives Jake the lowdown, basically telling him it's his chance to pick out whatever gun catches his eye. While Jake's on the hunt for his perfect gun, Ian tries to get cozy with Melissa, asking her if there's anything special she wants as a gift. Melissa cuts to the chase, saying a genuine sorry is all she's after. But Ian, looking all determined, insists he's going to win her over. Melissa, getting a tad irritated, doubles down on wanting their engagement called off and an apology. She thinks the idea of Ian falling for her now, after everything, is laughable, and she wants no part of him or the gossip that could follow. Melissa figures there's a catch to his generosity, questioning if he's hinting for her to speak well of him even after they split. She's not holding her breath for him to change, given the Ian she's gotten to know isn't exactly Prince Charming. Ian sounds bummed out, realizing his actions have made him look pretty bad in Melissa's eyes. Now, with a serious look on his face, Ian tells Melissa he's going to prove to her he's a changed man. Melissa's pretty shocked and can't find the words to respond. Ian keeps going, thanking Melissa and mentioning the tiara she gave him, saying he still looks after it and agrees with Melissa that it actually suits him pretty well. Melissa is downright stunned. But then, after a beat, they both end up laughing about it together. Out of nowhere, Jake aims a gun at Ian, announcing he's made his pick. Ian, a bit taken aback, checks if Jake's really settling on that gun. But then Jake throws them for a loop, saying he actually wants all the guns except that one. Melissa can't believe Jake's pulling a prank like this, but Jake swears he's dead serious, leading Melissa to grab him by the collar and give him a little shake, telling him to cut it out. Melissa also throws a thanks Ian's way, mentioning that with his help, Jake will be back in action and showing up for duty at the palace in no time. But then, Ian lets slip that Jake has never actually shown up for work like he's supposed to. He just rolls in whenever he feels like it and only picks the missions he likes. This news totally blindsides Melissa, and she quickly says she's sorry. Even though Ian brushes it off like it's no big deal, Melissa can't keep her cool anymore, especially since Jake doesn't seem the least bit sorry. So she ends up giving Jake a few well-deserved slaps. In the end, just before Jake and Ian's bromance went completely south, Melissa and Jake left the palace, with Jake carrying the most ordinary-looking gun they found. On their way home, Melissa spots some apples at a market stall they pass by. Out of the blue, Jake hands her this really appealing red apple. Melissa's first thought is that Jake might have swiped it, but Jake assures her he actually paid for it. Confused by this random act of kindness, Melissa wonders if Jake's got a craving for apples. But Jake says it's for her, even calling her big sister, which totally gives Melissa the chills. With a shy blush, Jake urges Melissa to just enjoy the apple since she couldn't stop checking them out. Annoyed that Melissa doubts him, Jake tosses the apple her way, prompting her to comment on his arrogance. Unexpectedly, Jake mumbles an apology, his bashfulness more unsettling to Melissa than charming. Feeling a bit guilty for wrecking his gun and failing to replace it as she intended, Melissa thinks maybe she'll indulge him this time as a way to make amends. Curious, Melissa asks Jake if there's anything else he's got a hankering for. So, she ends up buying him some other snack as they keep on their way home. Melissa finally crashes on her bed again. As she's lying there, she starts thinking about whether she's actually making a good impact. Especially since Jake seems to be turning over a new leaf, even though she's just been doing her own thing. Then she begins to worry if messing with the story's flow might lead to some disaster. But in the end, Melissa decides she's not going to sweat it. She's made a promise to herself to live life on her own terms. In Melissa's dream, she seems to be entering someone's mind, the female lead of a romance fantasy novel. The female lead realizes that she lives in a world formed by someone's writing, so every time someone reads the novel, the female lead has to relive her life over and over again. Some people read the entire novel, but some only read the first chapter, forcing the female lead to relive her life from the beginning repeatedly. This has been going on for a very long time, and it finally makes the female lead realize that she's just a character in a story. However, only the female lead is aware of this, forcing her to face alone the disgust of the continuous repetition of life. Melissa finally wakes up from her sleep, unconsciously shedding tears because she feels someone's sadness in her dream. Although Melissa doesn't know who the person in her dream is, she hopes that this time that person can find happiness. In the next scene, it shows the atmosphere of the Photon family residence, which has entered late autumn. At that time, Melissa was enjoying the view while playing with her favorite dog, Leaf, in the garden. Knowing that she will soon be busy with important events in the novel, Melissa wants to enjoy herself with Leaf while she still can. According to the storyline in the novel, the story begins in spring and will end in the next spring. This means Melissa must prepare to face the climax events that will occur in winter. Many significant events will happen, so Melissa wants to satisfy herself by playing with Leaf for now. Seeing Melissa's behavior, running fast and jumping over plants, a maid reminds Melissa to stop because it's not proper for a noblewoman. Hearing this, Melissa thinks the maid must be new, because all the old maids are used to Melissa's tomboyish behavior. Nine also comes to stop Melissa, worried she might get hurt running like that while wearing a dress. Although Melissa has fully recovered since being injured in the fight with Mizen, Nine has become more overprotective. For Melissa, running like that is nothing compared to the swordsmanship training she does with her new swordsmanship teacher. But seeing Nine's expression as if he's about to cry, Melissa promises not to run anymore and will just walk. Melissa continues her walk with Leaf. In her heart, Melissa actually feels a bit disturbed by being treated like a fragile glass doll. Although Nine has experienced a power awakening, it doesn't mean Melissa has become weak, and Nine shouldn't worry about her as a villainess. Time passes and night falls. At the dinner table, Melissa suddenly screams that the Photon family needs money, making the Duke choke when he hears it. Instead of helping, Yona asks if Melissa has finally squandered all of Photon's assets, a question Melissa ignores. Then comes Haney, who gladly offers to help Melissa. Haney explains that although she doesn't have much money, if she sells his organs, the proceeds might help a bit. Of course, Melissa refuses such help. Melissa explains that it's true, the Photon family is wealthy because of its many assets. But what surprises her is that Photon only has a little savings, so the situation could be difficult if they suddenly need a lot of money. Therefore, Melissa offers the Duke if he's interested in doing a gold business. Entering into the novel where Melissa knows the entire story becomes an advantage. Therefore, now Melissa invites the Duke to mine gold, whose location Melissa already knows. In the original novel, the gold mine Melissa is talking about is actually the gold mine that Peacock Melody will discover in the upcoming spring and will be given to Yuri as a wedding gift. The Duke questions how Melissa knows about the gold mine and whether the information can be trusted. Melissa, in turn, asks if the Duke Photon doesn't trust her. With confidence, Melissa says that the Duke must know that she never speaks empty words. But then, the Duke remains silent, indicating that he doesn't fully trust Melissa. Immediately, Melissa gives a map showing one location and asks the Duke to hire some miners to mine gold there, as Melissa has no connections in that area. And there it goes again. Yona adds to Melissa's anger, whispering that Melissa actually doesn't have any connections anywhere, not even among the nobility. The Duke starts studying the map, but his attention is disturbed by seeing Melissa looking at Yona. At that moment, Melissa wonders in her mind, who is Yona actually? And why does Yona have a magic ball that is worth many times more than all the money Melissa has ever given? The Duke calls Melissa to focus back on their conversation. Then the Duke explains that the location of the gold needs to be confirmed first before the gold mine construction can be done. So it will take some time before mining can begin. Hearing the Duke accepting his suggestion about the gold mine, and after finishing his dinner, Melissa quickly asks for permission to leave first and leaves the Duke to eat alone. Melissa actually knows that if she were a good child, she should accompany the Duke until he finished eating. But it turns out, in Melissa's mind, there is a memory of her childhood where Duke Fodabrat never paid attention to little Melissa, who actually wanted to be loved by her father. When a man doesn't become a father figure to a child, then when the child grows up, they still consider that man not as their father. Now Melissa has arrived in her room with Yona and Haney, while Nine is not there because he is on a business trip. Then Melissa invites them to discuss because Melissa has a request for them. The next morning, Melissa is practicing swordsmanship with Cartena. Cartena is a former female royal knight who is now Melissa's new swordsmanship teacher. At first, Cartena scolds Melissa for her fighting style, which is like a street fighter. Because if not elegant, it's difficult for Melissa to become a royal knight. Hearing that, Melissa is confused because her purpose in learning swordsmanship is not to become a royal knight, but because Melissa actually likes swordsmanship and it will be useful in real combat. Realizing her wrong assumption, Cartena apologizes to Melissa and promises to teach more effective swordsmanship techniques to be used in actual combat. Melissa asks Cartena not to think too much about it, and in return, Melissa makes a bet. If she wins, then Cartena has to tell her why she left the Order of Knights. Of course, the challenge is accepted by Cartena. A sword fight breaks out, but Melissa looks exhausted while Cartena seems fine. Melissa attacks using every technique she knows, from slicing to stabbing to digging up dirt and spraying it, but none of it works to defeat Cartena. The difference in sword fighting experience is significant. Just with the gleam of her sword, Cartena manages to make it difficult for Melissa to see, creating an opening for Cartena to land an attack. In this critical moment, a female servant suddenly calls Melissa's name in a panic, causing Cartena to stop her attack too. It turns out to be Haney's voice, who rushes in to report that a disaster has occurred. Melissa is relieved to have a savior come just when she's almost defeated. She stops the fight immediately to ask Haney what the problem is. Haney explains that the gold mine Melissa had her eye on has been taken over by the Peacock Guild. Somehow, they found out about the mine's location and bought it immediately. Melissa reacts calmly because she predicted this would happen, but she's surprised at how quickly the Peacock Guild acted. Melissa asks to end the swordsmanship training, and Cartena agrees, promising to continue their bet in the next training session. Melissa, Nine, and Haney return to the house, where they are greeted by Yona, who suggests Melissa take a bath first before entering the room because she's very dirty. Haney offers to accompany and assist Melissa during her bath instead of just waiting outside the room. Nine also wants to join, but since it's not possible, he reluctantly waits outside alone. Long story short, after Melissa finishes cleaning up, a meeting is held attended by Melissa, Yona, Nine, and Haney to discuss the Peacock incident where they managed to acquire the gold mine Melissa had targeted. Suddenly, Melissa concludes that it could happen because Peacock has spies within the Fodabrat residence, shocking Haney to hear Melissa's words. Melissa is already suspecting that Peacock has placed spies within the Fodabrat residence. This suspicion arises due to the lack of news or action from Peacock lately. Knowing Peacock's cunning nature, Melissa is sure Peacock won't just sit idly, especially after the incident at Yuri's residence, which hurts Peacock's pride. So, it's very strange that there's been no retaliatory action from Peacock. Melissa believes that Peacock is still secretly watching everything Yuri and Melissa are doing. Quietly, Peacock is waiting for an opportunity, and when the time comes, he will seize it and destroy everything. This way, Peacock can become very wealthy. However, since there's no concrete evidence, Melissa sets a trap to confirm whether there really are spies in the Photon residence. The trap is a fake gold mine. Actually, Nine discovered an empty mine a few days ago while carrying out a task from Melissa, so only Nine and Melissa know the real situation. However, Peacock quickly learns about the mine's location and immediately takes control of the area. This proves that there really are spies when Melissa reveals the location of the gold mine. Everyone begins to recall who was present when Melissa revealed the mine's location. Suddenly, Haney shouts out a name: Belinda, a new female servant who has been working and was beside the Duke during dinner. Yona asks if during their last meeting, Melissa was actually trying to identify the spy among them. Melissa replies, no, as their discussion at that time was to prepare for something else. Nine, who is absent because he's on duty out of town, doesn't understand. And Melissa doesn't tell him anything after he returns from his duty of finding the gold mine's location. Melissa forgets to tell Nine about the last meeting, making Nine feel disappointed because he isn't included in the important meeting. A few moments later, only Melissa and Nine are left in the room. Melissa is still trying to persuade Nine, who is sulking because Melissa forgot to tell him about the meeting's results. As an apology, Melissa promises to treat Nine to his favorite food. Next, Melissa explains that the real purpose of their current meeting is because she wants Nine to conduct an investigation. Nine is asked to secretly investigate the black market to find out who has recently bought poison, whether they are connected to the Peacock Guild, and what type of poison they have purchased. Melissa explains that she intentionally provoked Peacock by tricking them with the fake gold mine and letting Peacock's spy remain in the Photon residence, in order to make Peacock desperate enough to try to kill her with poison. In the original novel, there is an incident where Peacock plans to assassinate Melissa. It is told that Melissa tries to build several businesses with the aim of financially defeating Yuri. However, all of Melissa's businesses fail because Peacock's company likes to destroy all small businesses. As a result, Melissa becomes more ridiculed for tarnishing the Photon family name. Melissa becomes very angry and continues to disrupt the relationship between Peacock and Yuri. Since Melissa is always interfering with Yuri, Peacock plans to end Melissa's life. Back to the present, Melissa is still very excited to tell her plan to trap Peacock when they attempt to kill her. If her plan succeeds, not only will she free Yuri from Peacock, but Melissa hopes she can also get a lot of money. An attempted murder of a duke's daughter will surely be a serious crime, even for Peacock, who has so far managed to escape legal consequences due to his financial power. And Melissa will receive a lot of compensation for the damages caused by Peacock's crimes. Melissa has also told Yuri about her plan, so if the poison to be used is known, Yuri can prepare the appropriate antidote. But Nine interrupts Melissa's speech with an unhappy expression upon hearing a plan that could endanger Melissa's life. Melissa gives him reasons. If the type of poison can be identified, then she'll definitely be fine. But even if the type of poison used is unknown, Yuri will create various protective spells to safeguard Melissa's life, so she won't lose her life from drinking the poison. However, Nine still disagrees with Melissa's actions of always putting herself in danger. Even though Melissa is strong, she can still get hurt and die. And every time he sees Melissa taking risks, Nine feels so intensely helpless. Feeling treated as weak, Melissa explains. Even though she's not very clever, she also wouldn't do anything foolish. Like this plan, it will be executed because there's still a reliable guarantee of Melissa's survival. Melissa also emphasizes that Nine is her butler and her friend, so Nine doesn't have an obligation to protect Melissa. It's Melissa who should protect him as a master who brought Nine into the Photon family. And Melissa herself will be responsible for all the consequences of her actions. Suddenly, Nine stands up and says he's willing to drink poison tea if ordered by Melissa, but he'd prefer if Melissa didn't drink any poison at all. Nine begins to walk away, saying he's ready to accept punishment because he can't do what Melissa asks of him right now. Then Nine asks for permission and leaves the room, leaving Melissa alone. The next day arrives. During the sword training break, Cartena asks Melissa if something happened between her and Nine because usually during the break, Nine would rush over to take care of all of Melissa's needs. But today, Nine just stayed at a distance. Melissa admits that she and Nine had a fight yesterday. Since then, Nine has just been doing his duties and hasn't said anything. Cartena sits down next to Melissa and asks for more details about what really happened. Melissa doesn't go into detail, but just gives a brief overview. After listening to the story, Cartena suggests that Melissa is someone who's slow to read the room. Cartena explains that Nine worries about Melissa not because he thinks she's weak, but because Melissa often does reckless things due to her strength. Unfortunately, Melissa still doesn't understand why something like that would make Nine angry. Cartena feels that Melissa will be difficult to make understand if only explained with words, so it has to be shown directly. Cartena immediately stops their break session and asks Melissa to get ready to continue their sword training. The clang of swords echoes loudly in Fodabrat's residence. It is Melissa and Cartena, locked in an intense sword practice session until Melissa unleashes her signature move, sending Cartena's sword flying and her crashing to the ground. Impressed by Melissa's natural swordsmanship, Cartena praises her, but Melissa suspects Cartena has deliberately taken a fall in their last exchange. As per their bet, since Melissa is winning, Cartena agrees to reveal why she left the Royal Knight forces for Robbie, one of Yuri's older brothers. Minutes earlier, Robbie arrives on his flying carpet to fetch Cartena. She explains that since Royal Knights aren't allowed to date, she bravely chooses to leave the ranks. Melissa recalls from the original novel that Yuri's eldest brother is married. Though they are mere supporting characters in this romance fantasy world, they still seem to have romantic lives. Cartena elaborates that a knight's life isn't as glamorous as she had thought. Feeling underestimated as a woman, she chooses to resign and vows to protect only Robbie. Melissa feels pressured by Cartena and Robbie's closeness, but Cartena assures her it's adorable how Robbie flies a carpet just to see her. Returning to their main discussion, Cartena explains that both she and Robbie know they are strong individuals. She from the Royal Order of Knights and Robbie, a sorcerer of the House of Elizabeth. Yet, they still worry about each other's safety more than their own, driven by emotions rather than logic. But it seems Melissa doesn't quite grasp Cartena's point, so Cartena bluntly points out examples of love. Nine, who despite their arguments, is silently watching over Melissa, and Melissa, who is stealing glances at Nine during practice. In other words, they like each other. 2 weeks later, at the Elizabeth family's home, Yuri is brewing a potion with unusual ingredients like lizard tail, unicorn horn, and fairy wings. Melissa worries about the potion's color, but Yuri assures her it's a magic antidote. Melissa will resign herself to drink it, trusting it will keep her alive. Yuri asks about Melissa's plans regarding the spy in their midst. Melissa has no plans but believes the spy hasn't realized they've been discovered yet. Yuri thinks Melissa seems willing to forgive the spy, despite having once beaten up a spy caught in their home. Melissa defends herself, saying the spy had crossed the line by entering Yuri's room, and Yuri's eldest brother has dealt the harshest blows. Yuri also asks if the type of poison is known. Though it isn't, Yuri promises to make the most potent magical herb to ensure Melissa's safety. But Melissa remains silent, lost in her thoughts, remembering Cartena's words about her liking Nine, her face flushing at the thought. Turns out, when Cartena finished saying that Nine and Melissa like each other, Melissa and Nine accidentally locked eyes. Nine gazes at Melissa with affection, though he quickly shifts his gaze, realizing he's actually mad at her. Seeing this, Melissa realizes Cartena was right. After that incident, Melissa becomes more aware of her feelings for Nine. However, since Melissa has never been in a romantic relationship before, she doesn't know what to do. She even makes excuses to go to Yuri's house just to avoid Nine. Yuri notices Melissa's unusual behavior, especially coming to the house without Nine, her loyal servant who always accompanies her. But Melissa assures everything is fine. Yuri still suspects something is up with Melissa, so she suggests Melissa sorts out her issues before their planned tea party with Peacock. Melissa thinks it's a good idea and decides she won't be bothered by those issues once they're resolved. She stands up and bids goodbye, feeling reinvigorated to face her problems head-on so she can get what she wants. Whether it's changing the ending of the novel or her relationship with someone, Yuri feels a bit sad seeing Melissa leave but continues working, promising to make the perfect antidote. Sometime later, the scene shifts to a warehouse with many wooden crates, where a woman is hiding in the darkness. She regrets her decision to accept Peacock's offer, especially now that she's being asked to do something she doesn't want to do. Back then, Peacock offered her a position as a maid in a nobleman's house so she could provide information when needed. Thanks to Peacock's help, her younger siblings survived, and she wonders about the danger of giving Peacock information. Now, she regrets working as a spy for Peacock because she's being asked to do something terrible. But back then, she couldn't refuse Peacock's offer because it was for her siblings and herself. She thinks if she knew she'd be asked to do something terrible, she wouldn't have befriended her target, Melissa. But it turns out, she enjoys being friends with Melissa, who is strong and brilliant. In the letter, Peacock orders the spy to confess to being the murderer of Melissa Fodabra, threatening her family's safety if she doesn't comply. The woman is torn between fearing for her family's safety and her fondness for Melissa. Suddenly, someone opens the door to the warehouse, revealing Melissa, who is searching for the spy, Haney. Haney quickly excuses her teary eyes as dust irritation, but Melissa still asks if Haney wants to confess something to her, indicating Melissa already knows who the real spy is. This makes Haney cry even more as she confesses her mistakes. A moment later, Melissa goes into detective mode. She explains that she suspects Haney is a spy because the Fodabrat family rarely hires new employees, and the last one wasn't hired to work for Melissa. The spy for Peacock must be someone who has worked for Melissa for a while, or someone close to her, but can be bribed. Yona's weakness is money, but Yona and Melissa have already defeated Peacock together. And as for Nine, it's highly unlikely he can be bribed to betray Melissa. So, that leaves only Haney as the possible spy. Hearing Melissa's explanation, Yona teases her for relying on intuition without solid evidence, embarrassing Melissa for her detective skills. Back to the main topic, Melissa asks Haney if all her sweet words and good deeds were just an act. Of course, Haney assures her they were genuine. In her heart, Melissa believes Haney isn't evil, just someone with a tough background. However, Haney is clever because she quickly accused another servant when she first heard Melissa talk about a spy in their house. Haney apologizes tearfully, and surprisingly, Melissa forgives her. For Melissa, she believes Haney's good deeds weren't entirely fake, but she warns her not to betray her trust again. Haney is deeply moved by being forgiven and is ready to accept punishment. However, for Melissa, it's difficult to punish someone, especially after forgiving them. Melissa says they'll think about the punishment later, and as a form of redemption, she orders Haney to do what was asked in Peacock's letter. Of course, Haney is shocked to hear this, but Melissa explains again that Haney must kill Melissa and confess her actions to trap Peacock. Sometime later, during Melissa's sword training session, Melissa appears worried because Nine isn't present as usual. Cartana notices Melissa's concern, but when asked, Melissa denies thinking about Nine's whereabouts. Melissa is slightly annoyed by Cartana's earlier remark. All preparations have gone according to plan. Yuri's cure-all antidote has been successfully made, and the spy has been captured, meaning Melissa's team is ready to launch a counterattack on Peacock. However, Melissa now avoids Nine more often because of Cartana's words. And to complicate matters further, Nine is also avoiding Melissa. Cartana chuckles at Melissa's expense and suggests she shouldn't feel embarrassed. Melissa jokes back, saying Cartana should worry more about herself because now Melissa feels like firing all her staff for causing her headaches. Cartana laughs at this and retorts that if she gets fired, she'll just leave with Robbie to build the beautiful household of her dreams. Melissa gets even more annoyed because her threat didn't work. Seeing Melissa's scary expression, Cartana quickly apologizes and explains she was only joking. Melissa tries to contain her anger and refocuses on her sword training. She decides to make amends with Nine after the training session. Melissa takes her magic sword to practice. Cartana knows the magic sword isn't just any ordinary sword because it emits a tremendous amount of energy, making it somewhat intimidating for training. But Melissa is determined to win the training session to vent her frustrations. Realizing her joke may have gone too far, Cartana apologizes again. Melissa retorts that Kartina is too quick to apologize, while others need days to figure out how to apologize nicely. Hearing her own words, Melissa realizes she should apologize to Nine herself to mend their relationship back to normal. Rather than just venting her anger at innocent people, she should address the main issue. Melissa realizes she hasn't even decided what kind of relationship she wants with Nine, and vice versa. If she doesn't know, then Melissa figures she should just ask him directly. Melissa asks Kartina for permission to end her sword training session, which Kartina allows on the condition that there will be a makeup class later. Melissa immediately goes to find Nine. Inside the house, Nine is sitting alone in his room, lost in thought, when suddenly he's approached by Yona, who's worried about him. Even though Nine says there's nothing wrong, Yona points out that it's obvious Nine and Melissa are arguing because they haven't been talking lately. Nine explains that he feels like he's crossed a line by defying Melissa's orders. Now that Melissa keeps avoiding him, Nine feels like she doesn't want to see him anymore. In her mind, Yona thinks Nine actually wants to apologize but lacks the courage, especially after Melissa has been avoiding him, making Nine feel ignored. Yona tells Nine she's sure Melissa wouldn't just leave him like that, but Nine still feels hopeless and is ready to accept Melissa's orders, even if it means leaving her. But suddenly, they hear Melissa calling out Nine's name. Nine pauses for a moment, and Yona urges him to go meet Melissa, who has called for him. Nine rushes as fast as he can, out of breath from shock and panic. It turns out, Melissa is also running toward Nine, inviting him out on a date. Melissa is out of breath after running, while Nine feels puzzled about Melissa's sudden invitation. Melissa suggests they go out right away and try some delicious food at a restaurant so they can eat and chat together. Of course, Nine feels thrilled by the invitation, but he tries not to get too carried away so he won't make mistakes like before when he opposed Melissa's request. Seeing Nine staying silent, Melissa becomes anxious and asks if Nine doesn't accept her invitation. With her heart pounding and her face flushed, Nine answers that of course he wants to go because he loves good food. The thought of going out on a date makes both Melissa and Nine feel extremely awkward, and their hearts beat so fast it feels like they might explode. A little while later, Nine and Melissa are on a horse-drawn carriage. Unfortunately, they realize they don't know where to go because neither of them has ever gone out to eat before. Nine says he'll be happy to eat anything, even if it's just street food. But Melissa doesn't want that, so she feels she must rely on her passive skill, luck, to find a good restaurant. When the carriage passes by a restaurant, Melissa immediately asks the carriage driver to stop there. A few moments later, when they get off the carriage, once again, Nine is surprised but pleased by Melissa's behavior because she helps him get off the carriage. Inside the restaurant, the interior is decorated with heart-shaped accessories and everything is pink. Seeing this, Melissa remembers Duke's room decorated with a similar theme. Melissa regrets her luck for finding a restaurant with such a strange atmosphere. The restaurant waiter arrives and explains that the restaurant is currently holding a special event aimed at couples like Nine and Melissa. Worried about feeling uncomfortable, Melissa asks if Nine wants to move somewhere else. Nine says it's up to Melissa if she wants to move, but from Nine's blushing face, it's evident that he likes the restaurant, even when the waiter mistakenly assumes Nine and Melissa are a couple. Seeing this, Melissa decides to stay at the restaurant. As they sit at the table, Melissa's mind wanders, realizing that she used to think Nine was always nice to her because of his genuine nature. But now Melissa realizes that perhaps Nine has liked her all this time, explaining his kindness. Melissa, who has been single for so long, gets lost in her thoughts because there's a guy who likes her, making her feel embarrassed and nervous. After calming herself down and returning to her senses, Melissa asks Nine what food he wants to order. Surprisingly, Nine has already ordered his food because Melissa has been silent and lost in thought all this time. It turns out Melissa was lost in her thoughts for quite a while. After regaining her composure, Melissa starts to speak seriously. She apologizes for being angry with Nine earlier because she didn't understand Nine's worries, so she spoke harshly. Hearing this, Nine says he should be the one apologizing for not understanding Melissa's intentions. Nine promises he won't act like that again because he's Melissa's loyal butler. Melissa is somewhat surprised by Nine's statement, as it suggests that Nine is now setting boundaries in their relationship. But suddenly, Melissa asks if Nine likes her. In this tense moment, the waiter arrives with the ordered food. However, the waiter quickly realizes the timing is off and hurriedly excuses himself so Nine and Melissa can finish their conversation first. Nine is silent for a moment, causing Melissa to wonder if Nine hasn't heard her question. As Melissa is about to repeat herself, Nine replies that he has heard Melissa's words clearly. Nine further explains that he has actually already given his answer before. It's just that Melissa doesn't listen to what Nine has said before. Nine stands up and walks over to Melissa. He says he really likes Melissa. They lock eyes and Nine gently holds Melissa's neck. In his mind, Nine wants to kiss Melissa's lips. As time passes, Nine's face draws closer to Melissa's, but suddenly, Melissa calls Nine's name with a questioning tone. Nine instantly snaps out of it and quickly apologizes for his behavior. Nine reassures Melissa that he does indeed like her, but if Melissa isn't comfortable with that, Nine is willing to hide his feelings. Nine just begs that he can still remain close to Melissa. The next day, during sword training, Cartena asks Melissa about her date yesterday. Melissa replies that they only ended up getting delicious steak at a restaurant. Cartena is curious why Melissa didn't end up with a boyfriend. Melissa teases Cartena about being disappointed, even though Cartena probably went on a date yesterday too since training was cancelled. Cartena is impressed that Melissa's guess is correct and is about to start talking about her intimacy with Robbie. But Melissa quickly asks to start the sword training right away. As they prepare for training, Melissa and Nine accidentally lock eyes. Nine uses his affectionate gaze and whispers from a distance for Melissa to be careful, making Melissa blush. It turned out that yesterday when Nine expressed his feelings, Melissa was so panicked that she forgot to breathe. Seeing Melissa's expression like that, Nine asked Melissa to forget what he had just said. But Melissa responded that she didn't want to forget it and didn't mind if Nine had feelings for her because it was everyone's right to like someone. However, Melissa admitted that for then, she didn't have the confidence to give the kind of relationship Nine wanted. Hearing Melissa's back-and-forth response left Nine slightly disappointed. But Nine didn't pressure Melissa to respond to his current feelings. Nine was ready to wait, and when Melissa was ready, Nine would express his feelings again better than just saying "I like you, Melissa." Melissa froze, hearing Nine's now quite adept sweet talk. A while later, Yuri comes to the Photon residence to inform Melissa that the tea party invitation from Peacock has been accepted by Yuri. In the invitation, Peacock even writes that if Yuri wants to invite Melissa, it will be allowed. Yuri explains that since Nine already knows the type of poison that will be used, Yuri has successfully created the perfect antidote, although Yuri feels that even without Nine, his own abilities are sufficient. Nine responds to Yuri's sarcasm by saying that Yuri shouldn't be careless and risk others' lives. Seeing their argument, Melissa doesn't understand why Yuri and Nine find it difficult to get along, and next, Melissa invites her team to prepare to hunt down the arrogant Peacock. Time flies and the day of the tea party finally arrives. Melissa and her team, consisting of Yona, Nine, and Haney, are ready to depart. Melissa reassures Haney not to worry because Melissa will protect Haney's family. So Haney just needs to do as she's asked. In the carriage, Melissa asks the coachman how long the journey will take. The coachman replies that it usually takes 1 to 2 hours, but since he's chosen the fastest and best horse for today, he expects they will arrive sooner. Melissa doesn't mind the trip being shorter until she suddenly realizes something. Worried, she asks if the horse the coachman mentioned is the same one she rode during the hunting tournament. Indeed, it is, the Black Veil, the black horse. The coachman explains that ever since Melissa tamed Black Veil, the horse has become gentler and suitable for various tasks, which is why he's pulling the carriage now. Melissa suddenly remembers her broken promise to Black Veil about letting him chew Jake's hair. Sure enough, Black Veil holds a grudge for this broken promise and plans to get his revenge. As the carriage starts moving, Black Veil pulls it with all his strength. A short while later, Melissa's team arrives at their destination. Haney is sprawled on the ground, feeling nauseous because of Black Veil's high-speed pulling. Melissa feels like it was her first time riding a carriage as fast as a sports car. Black Veil, though exhausted, seems satisfied to have exacted his revenge and gone wild. Only Melissa and Nine are unscathed. Throughout the harrowing journey, Nine held Melissa close to protect her. However, the others, including Yona and the coachman, need a rest to recover their senses. From the entrance gate, Peacock's mansion exudes luxury. Even the jewel roses previously rejected by Yuri are now used to adorn the garden. Melissa's team waits at the gate until a panicked servant hurries over to greet them, apologizing for the delay since Melissa arrived earlier than expected. Melissa dismisses the tardiness and just asks to be let in. The servant agrees but gives Haney a suspicious glance. Inside the house, rare paintings and luxurious decorations fill the space. The highlight is an exquisite indoor greenhouse garden. Peacock is already there, welcoming Melissa. Melissa returns the greeting with her best expression, even though she secretly loathes Peacock. It's clear Peacock feels the same way. Peacock shows Melissa to the tea party area. Since Melissa is an hour early, Peacock invites her to sit and wait. The atmosphere becomes awkward as the two people who despise each other sit together in silence. Melissa finds it strange to be with Peacock, who seems like he will stay until Yuri arrives. Melissa mentally curses Black Veil for making her arrive too early and prays for Yuri to arrive soon. Eventually, Yuri arrives. Both Melissa and Peacock stand to greet Yuri simultaneously, making them both feel disgusted at their synchronization. Yuri, taking the initiative, sits next to Melissa, which irritates Peacock. Peacock formally thanks and welcomes Melissa and Yuri to the tea party. However, Melissa can tell that while Peacock's words are directed at both of them, his eyes are obsessively fixed on Yuri, making Yuri uncomfortable. With his wild eyes, Peacock eyes Yuri's entire body. Melissa feels utterly disgusted by Peacock's behavior. Furious, Melissa considers abandoning her plan to trap Peacock and just beating him up right then and there. However, Yuri grabs her hand, whispering that it's okay, and that she trusts Melissa's plan will work. Thanks to Yuri, Melissa manages to calm down. She thanks Peacock for the invitation. Peacock snaps his fingers, signaling a servant to bring out the special tea for the event. Peacock explains that he feels Melissa doesn't trust the tea poured by his servants, so he will allow Melissa's servant to pour it instead. Haney, slightly trembling with fear, pours the tea for Melissa. As Melissa stares at her tea for a moment, Peacock taunts her, asking if she's worried it's cheap tea. Melissa responds, saying she's considering whether the tea is poisoned. Peacock tries to reassure her that it's just her unfounded fear. Melissa decides to drink the tea. As she does, everyone tenses up. Peacock smirks, pleased to see Melissa drinking it, but Nine is visibly seething. After drinking the tea, Melissa's teacup shatters on the floor as she begins coughing up blood. Now, let's dive into Yuri's past. There were times when Yuri tried to escape the original storyline, but every time she failed and was recaptured, like a bird in a cage. When Peacock captured Yuri, he treated Yuri like a pet bird, caring for her well but denying her freedom. Peacock assured Yuri that noblemen were no good for her. Peacock revealed that he was also part noble by blood, but received nothing but betrayal and misery from them. As an illegitimate child, Peacock saw himself and Yuri as being in the same boat. Back to the present, where Melissa lies on the floor, blood staining her mouth. Yuri rushes to her, worried despite knowing this was coming. Peacock approaches Yuri, claiming ignorance of what's happening. Yuri becomes angry, accusing Peacock of shamelessness, as Melissa collapsed after drinking Peacock's tea. To prove his innocence, Peacock drinks from his own cup and remains fine. Yuri knows in her heart that Melissa predicted Peacock would poison the cup, not the tea itself, so everything is going according to plan. Peacock suggests that perhaps one of Melissa's own servants, holding a grudge against her, poisoned her tea. Yuri retorts that this is nonsense, angering Peacock, who threatens Yuri, saying no one can help her there. Nine, Yona, and Haney are surrounded by Peacock's servants, unable to act. At this point, Yuri becomes worried, wondering why Melissa hasn't woken up from her faint. She starts to doubt whether her magical herbal concoction failed to save her. Convinced the formula was perfect, she wonders if it failed because she tried to deviate from the original novel's plot. Believing she caused Melissa's death, Yuri sheds tears. Seeing Yuri's despair, Peacock is pleased. He professes his love for Yuri, vowing to do anything for her. Peacock promises never to toy with or abandon Yuri, so all Yuri needs to do is stay by his side. If Yuri tries to run away, Peacock will bind her legs. If Yuri causes trouble, Peacock will cut out her tongue. And if Yuri whispers sweet words to another man, Peacock will behead that man. Yuri is utterly despondent, feeling once again that she has failed to change his fate. But suddenly, Melissa's voice breaks the silence, telling Peacock to take his nonsense to jail with him. As she speaks, Melissa readies herself to punch Peacock. Melissa lands a punch that sends Peacock flying across the room. As he hits the floor, Peacock is shocked to see Melissa still alive. Melissa tells him she isn't interested in hearing about his past. No matter how bad it was, it doesn't justify the evil things he's doing now. No one is obligated to fulfill Peacock's wishes or love him. Yuri is her own person, so Peacock needs to stop brainwashing her with his personal issues to force her to accept him. But Peacock isn't listening to anything Melissa says. He's only focused on why she's still alive. Melissa explains that she is resistant to poisons like the one he used. Peacock laughs off her claim about the poison in the tea because he has drunk it too, and is fine. The only difference is who poured the tea for Melissa. Hearing this, Melissa asks Haney to explain what happened. Peacock glares at Haney, making her scared. Haney then confesses that it's true she is at fault. Peacock is pleased and verbally attacks Melissa, accusing her of making baseless accusations. However, Haney continues, explaining that her fault lies in being a spy for Peacock while working as a servant in Melissa's household. She admits she is guilty of hesitating to warn Melissa about Peacock's plan to poison her. Melissa hugs the trembling Haney and whispers that her family has been rescued and is safe at the Photon estate. She reassures Haney that she is stronger than Peacock, so there is no need to fear telling the truth. Peacock is furious at Haney's betrayal, but Haney, filled with determination, replies that she has already betrayed Melissa once, so betraying the evil Peacock is nothing. She also mentions having all the orders Peacock sent her as evidence of his crimes. Melissa adds that she also has detailed proof and witnesses regarding Peacock's purchase of the poison. At the height of his anger, Peacock starts laughing like a madman. He rings a bell, and soon the room is filled with masked individuals he has hired. They point their swords at Melissa and Haney. But Melissa remains calm and even asks why Peacock allows them to cover their faces. Peacock, thinking she is just stalling, orders the attack on Melissa. To Peacock's shock, the mercenaries don't attack Melissa, but instead sheath their swords and turn their weapons toward Peacock. One of the masked men removes his mask, revealing himself to be Jake, Melissa's brother and a member of the royal guard. Melissa laughs at Peacock's failure to recognize the true identities of his hired thugs. Jake announces he has heard all of Peacock's crimes and is there to arrest him. Peacock can't believe how Melissa has planned everything. He accuses her of trapping him and, in a fit of rage, pulls a pistol from his clothes and fires at Melissa. Peacock laughs at what he sees next. Nine and Yuri immediately move to shield Melissa. Using her magic, Yuri stops the bullet midair. Seeing this, Peacock questions Yuri, asking why she is siding with Melissa, the villainess. Yuri is supposed to be his. Yuri responds that she has never belonged to Peacock or anyone else. She belongs to herself. Peacock's hands are tied, and he is set to face trial for the attempted murder of a noble's daughter, Duke Fodabrat's daughter. Melissa tells him that all of his wealth won't save him from punishment and that he will have to compensate for all the claims she is going to file against him. In her mind, Melissa is laughing happily because she managed to imprison someone she despises and will also receive a hefty compensation. Peacock's servants are also arrested for being accomplices in his criminal plans. Just as Melissa thinks everything is settled, she notices Yuri looking lost in thought. Melissa asks if Yuri is okay and thanks her because Yuri's magic herbal concoction helped make her plan successful. Yuri says she's fine, but in reality, the god of the novel is communicating with her. The god keeps urging Yuri to return to the original storyline and side with the male lead. Yuri has always felt trapped under the control of the god, as if she were a bird in a cage. But now, like a miracle, Melissa has come to open the cage door and free Yuri from her chains. Taking advantage of this moment, Yuri is determined to become stronger, so she can continue to decide her own fate. She thanks Melissa for all her help in dealing with Peacock, which Melissa happily accepts. Yuri also mentions that Jake's behavior has changed. He no longer stalks her and seems uninterested in her. Time passes and winter arrives. From her bedroom window, Melissa watches the snowflakes begin to fall. Seeing this, Nine adds more firewood to keep the room warmer. From behind her desk, Melissa watches Nine working by the fireplace. Initially, she thought of Nine as just a submissive, good-looking canine hybrid. But looking more closely now, Melissa finds Nine very handsome and magnificent with his hair and eye color. She realizes that this is exactly her type. Nine notices Melissa staring at him, making her quickly go back to writing at her desk. She's actually thinking about how to handle the original novel's climax, which is about to happen. The climax event involves a big war against a monster invasion. It seems the novel's author designed this event to create a difficult period in the story and highlight the importance of the male lead's power before ultimately leading to a happy ending. Since this main event is meant to showcase the male lead's strength, it should be easy if the story follows the original novel. However, things are different now since Melissa has changed the course of the story. Firstly, Melissa now has the magic sword, which Ian is supposed to use against the monsters. It would be weird and suspicious if she suddenly handed it over to Ian because he is supposed to be the hero. Jake, the sniper, isn't the same as before without his beloved weapon. Jack, the werewolf, has shown personal growth, but he hasn't yet experienced his awakening. One good thing Melissa has is a lot of money from Peacock, which she can use to fund the war. Melissa is stressed thinking about what will happen next, though she doesn't regret her current situation. Relying on the crazy male leads would never lead to a happy ending. In the midst of her worries, Nine suddenly brings her a cup of drink. Seeing Nine's handsome face cheers Melissa up, and she doesn't regret all the changes in the story. Now, she just needs to deal with the consequences of her actions. In another room at the Fodabra estate, two people are talking through a magic orb. It's Yona informing Yuri that Haney has been dismissed from the Fodabrat residence because a spy cannot be allowed in a duke's house. However, Melissa wrote a recommendation letter for Haney, allowing her to work at the largest restaurant in the city. Before leaving, Haney was very grateful for Melissa's kindness. Yuri is happy to hear about Melissa's good deeds. However, the god is still nagging Yuri to stick to the original story. The god warns Yuri that she's too involved with the villainess, and should be worried since none of the male leads are currently connected to her. But Yuri ignores the god's words. Yuri promises to contact Yona again if something happens, but Yona begs her not to. Yuri reassures her that they're just sharing information, not spying. The real issue is that Yona wants to be paid for any future help. Yuri thinks Yona is too focused on money and suggests she join the temple, so she wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Yona isn't interested and doesn't see the point. Before Yuri can respond, Melissa calls Yona, prompting her to quickly end the conversation. After the orb goes dark, Yuri talks to herself, saying that Yona should join the temple because she knows Yona is the only person the god truly cares about. Melissa has to get ready for the main event that's about to happen. Along with Yona and Nine, she heads to the Duke's room for a discussion. Inside, Melissa thinks to herself that she doesn't want to be a war hero. But in the original novel, her character is careless and incompetent, leading to her own injury and the death of several Fodabrat family workers, including Yona. Now, Melissa is determined to save her people. The Duke is shocked to hear about the imminent large-scale monster attack. Melissa explains that she will do her best to stop the attack, but she won't be enough on her own. She suggests asking the imperial family for help to mobilize the entire army. The Duke finds it hard to trust Melissa's words immediately. Melissa realizes how pathetic it is that her authority comes only from being the Duke's daughter, while her younger brother Jake has his own authority as the captain of the royal assassins. Melissa is just an unemployed girl born with a golden spoon. Melissa struggles to convince the Duke. But suddenly Yona speaks up. There was an oracle warning about the monster attack, and Yona assures that she also heard the oracle. Surprisingly, the Duke believes Yona right away. Melissa is puzzled by how Yona knew about the monster attack and suspects Yona might know the true storyline of the original novel. But when the Duke asks for details about the oracle, Yona directs him to Melissa, claiming she heard the oracle together with her, revealing that Yona was actually lying. The Duke is shocked to learn his daughter can receive oracles. Meanwhile, Melissa panics and whispers to Yona that she knows nothing about an oracle. Yona reassures her that she can explain whatever she wants now. Taking advantage of Yona's lie, Melissa quickly explains the location of the impending attack to the Duke. After the meeting with the Duke, Melissa corners Yona to ask why the Duke trusts her so easily about the oracle. Yona takes a deep breath, indicating she's reluctant to delve deeper. Melissa realizes she only knows Yona comes from the fallen noble family of Baron Whitefall, which led to her becoming Melissa's maid. She doesn't know much about Yona's background since it wasn't detailed in the novel. Considering Yona's past might be sensitive, Melissa tells Yona she doesn't need to explain if she doesn't want to and promises not to push further. However, Yona asks what Melissa thinks when she hears the word oracle. Melissa doesn't understand Yona's question, as she doesn't find anything special about it, especially since she doesn't believe in gods. Hearing this, Yona shows a blank expression as if she's disappointed with Melissa. Yona then continues, explaining that in this world there is an entity like a god, but it's a jerk. She used to be the link between humans and this god, and people called her Saintess Yona, always asking her to pray for them. But Yona hated that life and ran away from the temple. Some people still remember Yona's past and think she can still communicate with the god. Melissa thinks to herself that Yona must be a favorite character of the novel's author. Understanding Yona's past, Melissa stops asking questions and acts as usual. She invites Nine and Yona to eat, while they plan how to prevent the destruction from the monster attack. Yona smiles, pleased that Melissa is treating her the same after hearing her story. The next day, Melissa is informed by the Duke that she's to come to the palace. Apparently, the Duke has told the Emperor that Melissa received an oracle, so the Emperor wants to hear directly from her. Especially since an oracle only comes once every few decades. Melissa panics because she knows nothing about oracles. She's just going along with Yona's lie. The Duke is a bit disappointed to see Melissa reluctant to go to the palace, mentioning how she used to go there almost every day. Hearing this, Melissa realizes the Duke hasn't noticed she's been avoiding the Crown Prince. She excuses herself, saying she's a bit reluctant because she has to attend a nobles meeting. In reality, Melissa doesn't want to go to the meeting because it's just a gossip group attended by the Emperor and the heads of noble families. They'll likely belittle Melissa for being a woman. However, the Duke reassures her that the Emperor eagerly awaits her presence, and that he's proud to know his daughter is also a saintess. If all goes well, maybe the Emperor will allow Melissa to decide on her marriage. Deep down, Melissa hopes for no marriage at all. Melissa dislikes the Emperor because he laughs off his son, Ian's promiscuous behavior as typical male mischief. She has to muster her inner strength to contain her anger, thinking the Emperor's real aim is to prevent her from breaking off the engagement with Ian. But since the Duke already confirmed Melissa's attendance to the Emperor, she has no choice but to go. Melissa resigns herself to it, hoping this meeting can be a good opportunity to prepare for the monster attack. Later, Melissa is trying to decide what gown to wear for the meeting with the Emperor. She's torn, but Nine reassures her that she'll look great in anything, and nothing can hide her majestic aura. Melissa isn't interested in wearing a fancy gown to meet the Emperor. Fancy dresses are uncomfortable, and she'll already be stressed during the meeting. Adding a tight corset and a heavy gown would only make her miserable. After some thought, Melissa picks out a more practical outfit from her closet. Nine and Yona agree with her choice. Time passes, and the day of the meeting arrives. The Duke waits outside the house to board the carriage. However, he's shocked when Melissa steps out of the house. The Duke advises Melissa to wear something less attention-grabbing, but she stands by her choice, not wanting to look ordinary when meeting the Emperor. Melissa gets into her carriage while the Duke takes his own. Inside, Melissa double-checks with Nine to ensure the horse pulling her carriage isn't the crazy Black Veil. Nine confirms it isn't, and Melissa feels relieved. As the carriage starts moving, Melissa suddenly hears a familiar neigh. Sure enough, when she looks out the window, Black Veil is racing ahead, pulling the Duke's carriage. Black Veil begins to unleash his wild energy. While inside the carriage, the Duke struggles to survive the intense jolts. Melissa is also shocked to see Jake sitting on top of the carriage roof. She has no idea what Jake is planning and just hopes the Duke will be okay with Jake there. With lightning speed, the Duke's carriage overtakes and leaves Melissa's carriage far behind. Upon arriving at the palace, many nobles are already gathered in the meeting room. When the Duke and Melissa enter, she feels all eyes on her, none of them friendly. The Duke directs Melissa to sit for now since her turn to speak will be at the end of the event. He takes his seat, trying to suppress his nausea from the ride. But suddenly, Melissa is stunned when she sees who sits next to her. It's Jake. Melissa asks why Jake is there, since he usually hates attending these kinds of meetings. She even teases him, asking if he's suddenly interested in politics or if he missed the nobles. But to her shock, Jake calls her Nuna, big sister, and says he's there because he knew it was her first time at such a meeting, and because Ian would be there too. Melissa feels that Jake's behavior has changed but doesn't understand why he's bringing up Ian. She just thinks Jake wants to see him since they're good friends. The Emperor finally arrives and the meeting begins. After observing the conversation between the Emperor, the Crown Prince, and the nobles, Melissa realizes why she, someone without an official title, is there. Nothing important is being discussed. The meeting is just a gossip group, so Melissa feels that whatever she reveals later will also be considered the same as gossip. Ian sees Melissa and greets her with a distant whisper. Melissa smiles and responds with a distant whisper, asking to cancel their engagement. Ian quickly looks away to avoid Melissa's request. Melissa is sure Ian is worried about losing political support if their engagement is cancelled, making it hard for him to convince his mother that his position as emperor is secure. Ian's mother was once a lady-in-waiting who became empress because the emperor favored her, but her position could be taken away if Ian fails to become emperor. Melissa gets annoyed again thinking about it. Ian stands to lose more if their engagement is broken, yet he's the one cheating around. Then Jake nudges Melissa's arm to let her know it's almost her turn to speak. The emperor then asks Melissa to share the oracle she received. Melissa stands up and announces that soon, the monsters will break free from the seal imprisoning them. Instantly, everyone erupts in disbelief, questioning the validity of her statement. The nobles don't believe her because Melissa isn't a saintess, and they think it's just a prank. Melissa is frustrated by the nobles attacking her with words. The emperor just smiles, enjoying the spectacle, making Melissa realize she has to get out of this mess on her own. Melissa slams the table and explains that even if they don't believe her, it would be wise to prepare for the possible resurgence of the monsters. The monsters have been sealed for 150 years, and the Grand Sorcerer who cast the seal is long gone. It's unknown if there's a sorcerer now capable of such magic. The country has been at peace for so long that security is no longer a priority. It's like the calm before the storm, so Melissa suggests preparing the soldiers. But the nobles ignore her words. They continue to accuse Melissa of pranking and being disrespectful in front of the emperor. Melissa feels hopeless about getting help from the kingdom and the nobles. She had expected this reaction but still feels disappointed. Suddenly, a gunshot startles everyone in the meeting. It's Jake, who fired his rifle and ordered everyone to be quiet because his Nuna is speaking. Melissa is shocked by Jake's act of defending her. Then Jake looks at Melissa but quickly sits down and pulls his hood over his head. Everyone falls silent and Melissa worries that Jake might lose his position for using a weapon in front of the emperor. But the emperor laughs, not expecting Jake to stand up for his sister. Melissa feels a bit relieved because the emperor isn't mad at Jake. Ian also apologizes to everyone present and asks them to understand Jake's actions as he's a close friend. Naturally, all the noble family heads comply with the Crown Prince's request. Ian glances briefly at Melissa before stating that he agrees with her opinion. Even if the monster seal might not break anytime soon, Ian believes that preparing the soldiers is a wise decision. Therefore, he will work on improving the soldiers' readiness. Melissa is quite surprised that Ian is willing to support her. Thanks to Ian's prudent actions, the meeting concludes with the kingdom deciding to support the preparation of soldiers under Ian's leadership. Now, Melissa is making further preparations with the help of Yuri and Robbie, Yuri's older brother. Robbie is writing a teleportation spell on the floor. Yuri wishes she could cast teleportation magic too, but Melissa reassures her that she's already been a huge help, especially with her unmatched healing magic. However, Yuri still feels unsatisfied, wanting to do more to assist Melissa. Robbie encourages Yuri to trust his magic skills, announcing that the magic circle is ready. While talking, Robbie accidentally locks eyes with Melissa, recalling the embarrassing moment he had with Cartena in front of Melissa. Flustered, Robbie asks Melissa not to look at him. Melissa teases him, asking if he doesn't want to be seen by others because he belongs only to Cartena, making Robbie even more embarrassed. Suddenly, Nine leans his face close to Melissa's, as if saying she should look at him instead of Robbie. Melissa finds it amusing and pats Nine's head, leaving Robbie and Yuri speechless at the display of affection. Moments later, Robbie successfully activates the teleportation circle, targeting the werewolf forest entrance. Melissa, Nine, Yona, and Yuri step into the circle and teleport. The monster attack will impact the entire kingdom, including the werewolf forest. In the original storyline, Jack, the chief of the werewolves, joins the battle for Yuri. But now, things are different, so Melissa must convince the werewolves to join the fight against the monsters on her own. The team successfully teleports and sees the werewolf forest, now covered in snow as winter has arrived. Nine reports that all illusion charms have been deactivated, thanks to a letter Melissa sent to the werewolf palace a month ago, eliminating the need to worry about numerous magical traps. Melissa then shouts for a werewolf representative to come out and grant them entry into the forest, but no one shows up. Seeing this, Nine uses his power to shout something that Melissa cannot hear. Werewolves communicate using high tones inaudible to humans. If a werewolf's tongue is cut, their ability to communicate is entirely destroyed. For werewolves, the tongue symbolizes communication and the fangs symbolize strength. When Nine's fangs and tongue were removed, he became utterly powerless and alone in the werewolf kingdom, reminding Melissa of her anger towards Jack and Mizen. A few moments later, a rumbling sound comes from within the forest, revealed to be a big red wheel rolling quickly towards Melissa. Everyone braces themselves for an attack. But to Melissa's shock, the big red wheel stops rolling and turns out to be Jack, who has been rolling at high speed. Jack collapses in pain on the ground. Jack feels dizzy and sprawls on the ground after rolling around at high speed. He quickly stands up, grumbling angrily about being asked to greet guests by being kicked out and rolling like that. Melissa greets Jack, but he responds indifferently. Seeing this, Melissa threatens that if Jack doesn't show respect, she'll carve a cursed star on his fangs again. Jack immediately falls silent, seemingly convinced that the star carved with Melissa's magic sword indeed has a curse. In her heart, Melissa hopes Jack will continue to behave because she's not here to fight today. As small talk, Melissa asks why Jack came out to greet her in such a hurry. Jack answers irritably, saying it's all because of what Nine shouted. Melissa doesn't understand what Jack means, but guesses that Nine must have shouted some kind of threat. She finds it hard to believe that sweet Nine would threaten anyone. However, Jack, as if knowing what Melissa is thinking, says that she's wrong if she thinks a werewolf who has awakened will remain innocent. Hearing this, Nine gives Jack a threatening look, making him stop mid-sentence out of fear. But when Melissa looks, Nine's expression instantly turns sweet again. Melissa recalls how Jack used to mock Nine and constantly threatened to kill him, and Nine never dared to retaliate. But now, Jack is afraid of Nine, showing that in the werewolf world, the weak must bow to the strong. Melissa reminds Jack that she sent a letter a month ago requesting permission to visit, and since Jack didn't refuse, she asks him to escort her to the werewolf palace. Jack then faces the forest and shouts for it to be opened. A moment later, a path appears leading into the werewolf forest. As they walk through the werewolf forest, Melissa asks Yuri if she's okay, considering the possibility that her mana flow might be disturbed by the werewolf charms. Yuri replies that she's fine because all the werewolf charms have been removed from the forest. In her heart, Melissa is actually asking to ensure Yuri isn't traumatized since she was once kidnapped and held in the werewolf residence. But Yuri seems to be doing just fine. Yuri feels happy that Melissa is worried about her, but Nine, seeing their closeness, looks jealous and pouts. Yuri deliberately hugs Melissa and teases Nine. Behind Melissa, Nine and Yuri continue their Cold War. Yona, seeing their behavior, tries to stay away to avoid getting involved. A while later, they reach the Photon family palace, and Melissa is surprised by the vast meeting room. Jack explains that the room is used by the chief of werewolves. Melissa asks if Jack is the current chief of werewolves, and Jack confirms this, imagining Melissa will admire him because only the strongest can be chief. But suddenly, there's a loud noise from the ceiling as someone crashes through and kicks Jack. Someone with such a dramatic entrance breaking through the ceiling can only be Mizen Photon. Melissa greets Mizen, but he glares threateningly, making Nine, Yuri, and Yona prepare to use their powers. Melissa reminds Mizen why he didn't return her greeting. But Mizen retorts, asking why Melissa dares to come back after nearly dying there before. Melissa replies that she isn't afraid. She knows her body is weak, and to defeat Mizen before, she had to sacrifice herself, but that doesn't mean she should avoid the place out of fear. Yuri and Nine also have trauma and bad memories there, but they aren't scared and are ready to fight alongside Melissa. Therefore, Melissa is confident that they are stronger and, if necessary, can defeat Mizen again. Mizen is annoyed by Melissa's bold words. Melissa suggests they continue their discussion sitting down to be more comfortable. However, Mizen immediately sits and says that unfortunately, Melissa will have to stand because there are no servants around to get her a chair. They all ran away when they heard Melissa's name. Melissa realizes that since Mizen can't win against her team in a show of strength, he's trying to assert dominance by making her stand during the discussion as if she's reporting to a superior. Melissa asks for the chair Mizen is sitting on, but Mizen argues that the chair is only for the chiefs. Melissa, with a threatening expression, reminds him that leaving a guest standing is very rude. Still, Mizen insists the chair can't be given up so easily. Strangely, Jack finds himself captivated, his heart racing as he watches Melissa's fierce expression. Melissa thinks about what to do, knowing she needs to keep the peace to secure support for the war, but she can't let Mizen's behavior slide. Suddenly, Yuri jumps in saying Mizen should move or become Melissa's chair himself. Everyone is stunned by Yuri's words. Melissa notes how different Yuri's character is now compared to the original novel. Nine also speaks up, rejecting Yuri's idea, saying Mizen should be honored if Melissa sits in his chair. This barrage of words overwhelms Mizen. Melissa then calms Yuri and Nine, saying Mizen can keep his chair if he wants it so badly, but she'll sit on the deer statue instead. Mizen, however, objects, saying the deer statue is special. Melissa says she has no other choice since there are no other chairs. As she's about to ask Nine to help her up, Nine already understands and lifts her, placing her on the deer statue. Melissa blushes. Mizen shouts for Melissa to get down, while Jack laughs at the whole scene. Melissa refuses to get down, saying she's comfortable, leaving Mizen speechless. Melissa starts the discussion, explaining that a monster attack is imminent. As she predicted, Mizen doesn't believe her. It's hard to convince others without solid proof. Only Nine and Yuri trust Melissa's prediction about the monster attack. Jack asks if the monsters can be hunted, and Melissa explains that they can. In fact, the hunting competition Jack once participated in was originally a monster hunting event. Melissa adds that if the werewolves help in the war against the monsters, there will be rewards. Still, Mizen refuses. Melissa is almost out of patience and ideas to persuade Mizen peacefully. She's even considering using force. But Jack openly disagrees with Mizen's decision, showing interest in hunting the monsters. Melissa is surprised that Jack, who was previously subordinate to Mizen, now dares to oppose him. Jack reminds Mizen that he can't make decisions alone anymore because Mizen is no longer the sole chief. Mizen and Jack are arguing, and Melissa realizes that unlike before, they're talking to each other as equals. Melissa asks if Mizen is no longer the chief. Jack explains that they now share the position because Jack defeated Mizen. However, Mizen disagrees, saying Jack didn't kill him, unlike how Mizen had to kill the previous chief to take the position. Seeing the two werewolves bickering, Melissa asks them to stop, saying there are more important issues to discuss. But Jack insists that deciding who the chief is the most important matter and suggests they fight again, with Melissa present, to determine the strongest. Melissa, with a terrifyingly threatening expression, asks Jack to calm down, and he immediately complies. In her mind, Melissa concludes that despite her predictions, Jack, now a co-chief, is willing to help her. Although it's unfortunate that Mizen, who holds the same position as Jack, is not willing to assist, there's at least a possibility that the werewolves might join the war when the monsters attack. Feeling hopeful, Melissa decides against using force to get their help. Melissa gets down from her seat and informs them that the monster attack is predicted to happen in a week. She suggests Mizen and Jack discuss their decision and meet her in Starbuck, the first town that will be attacked. As Melissa hurries to leave, Mizen turns away to show his dislike. But Jack is surprised that she's leaving so soon and even escorts her out of the palace, inviting her to come back anytime she needs. Melissa thinks Jack's change in behavior is due to the etiquette lessons she gave him earlier. However, Nine and Yuri are annoyed, suspecting that Jack now likes Melissa. Melissa sighs, feeling both relief and anxiety as one more preparation is completed, but she still feels uneasy. As Melissa's team leaves the werewolf forest, a figure of a god hovers above, watching them. Yona suddenly looks up, sensing something, but sees nothing. As Melissa calls, Yona continues walking. The god's face shows frustration as he watches them go. The god is angry because his carefully laid plans are falling apart. The female lead, who used to be obedient, is no longer following his script. The storyline and ending he prepared are now ruined. Therefore, the god decides to destroy everything to start a new story. The following day, at the Elizabeth family's residence where Yuri lives, Yuri suddenly senses something wrong. Meanwhile, at the Fadabrat residence, while Melissa and Nine are preparing to send soldiers to Starbuck, a female servant rushes in to announce that the monsters have broken their seal and are now loose in the world. Melissa is shocked because the monster attack is happening sooner than in the original novel. In Starbuck, the sky turns dark with loud rumblings. People are confused and panic as a giant black hole appears in the sky, releasing strange creatures. The monsters start attacking, causing chaos. Back with Melissa, she urgently searches for a horse to get to Starbuck. She's frustrated for not predicting the early attack, just like when Yuri was kidnapped. Coincidentally, Kartania arrives, and when told about the monster attack, she decides to help Melissa, making Melissa happy to have her skilled swordmaster join. Nine brings a horse for Melissa, but they hear a loud neigh from another horse in the stable, Black Veil. It's as if Black Veil is communicating with Melissa, saying she should ride him because he's the fastest horse in the Fadabrat family. Melissa feels strange understanding horse language but agrees to ride Black Veil. Starbuck is a city near Livton. Yuri, as the reincarnation of the Grand Sorcerer, is naturally hated by the monsters. Once the seal breaks, the monsters will head to Livton and pass through Starbuck. In the original scenario, the female lead is put in danger, giving male leads a chance to show their abilities. But Ian hasn't given permission to use his troops, and Jack probably doesn't even know the seal has broken. Jack is nowhere to be found. With no other choice, Melissa decides to protect Starbuck herself. Melissa prepares to leave on Black Veil. Kartina borrows another horse, and Yona, already on a horse, is ready to go. Melissa whispers to Nine to transform into his wolf form to keep his identity secret, and follow them to Starbuck. Before parting, Melissa strokes Nine's hair and cheek. Nine holds her hand, reminding her to stay safe because she's precious to him. Melissa's heart races at Nine's sweet words. She thanks him and wishes him safety too. Riding their horses, Melissa, Kartina, and Yona head to Starbuck. Nine watches them leave, promising to catch up soon. After Melissa goes, Nine feels an odd sense of foreboding. The god watches Melissa's departure and laughs, saying it's time for the end. Nine, in his wolf form, is sprinting through the forest to catch up with Melissa. He tries to reassure himself that Melissa will be fine. Since she got the magic sword, she has been training hard and is making incredible progress in her swordsmanship. Nine estimates that Melissa's current skills can match his own in his awakened state. A monster attacks Nine, but he easily defeats it. Then Nine transforms back into his human form and quickly puts on his clothes. From a hilltop, he looks down at the chaotic scene in Starbuck City, which is overrun by a massive monster invasion. The scale of the attack is far greater than Nine had anticipated, making him worry for Melissa. In the city, a monster is about to attack a mother holding her young son. Luckily, Melissa arrives just in time, defeating the monster with a single slash of her magic sword. She tells the woman to run to the nearest emergency shelter, and the mother and child quickly run off, thanking Melissa as they go. Melissa's sword skills, combined with her magic sword, allow her to defeat individual monsters without much trouble. However, the sheer number of monsters is too much for Melissa and her team to handle alone. She has already ordered Black Veil to fetch Jake and bring him back to help, but she has no idea when Jake will arrive. As Melissa continues fighting monsters, she is shocked to see a giant claw emerging from the black hole in the sky. Everyone in the city stares in disbelief. More of the monster's body emerges, revealing a three-headed giant snake. From the rooftop, Melissa watches as the situation grows even more dire. Elsewhere, Nine is giving first aid to a man with a leg injury from a monster attack. He tells people that the Fodabrat family's first aid carriage is on its way to Starbuck, so they should leave the city and wait for it. Nine can't leave the injured man behind. After providing first aid, he hurries to find Melissa. Just then, the mother and child that Melissa had saved earlier run out of the city gates, asking Nine to help the brown-haired swordswoman who is fighting a giant snake monster alone. Before the mother can finish speaking, Nine sprints towards the city center. Nine is extremely worried about Melissa, especially after seeing the devastation in the city. Finally, he sees a sight that makes him stop in his tracks. Melissa's red cloak and brown hair whip through the air as blood splatters everywhere. At that moment, Nine remembers Melissa's promise to always protect him. Proving her promise was not just empty words, Melissa fights fiercely, destroying one of the giant monster's heads with her sword. Alone, she has already severed two of its heads, leaving only one remaining. The monster thrashes about, attacking with its massive tail, but Melissa deftly dodges all its strikes. Nine watches in awe as Melissa moves as if she is dancing with her sword. Melissa jumps high and cuts off the monster's last head. Nine clutches his chest, trying to calm his racing heart, and walks towards her. He wants to ask Melissa not to take such dangerous risks and to let him protect her instead. But after witnessing her in action, Nine realizes how strong and capable Melissa is, and he changes his mind. To Nine, Melissa is not only his love and hero, but also his master, who always carves her own path with her effort. In his heart, Nine vows to always believe in and follow Melissa wherever she goes, ensuring she achieves all she desires. After catching up on each other's well-being, Melissa explains the current situation. Yona is evacuating people, and Cortina is fighting monsters on the other side of the city. They're all overwhelmed by the endless waves of monsters. However, Melissa remains optimistic. Now that Nine is there, and with reinforcements hopefully arriving soon after hearing about the monster attack, she believes they can handle it. In this fight, Melissa prioritizes quick victories. She uses any tactic she can, like throwing sand into the monster's eyes to make them easier to defeat with one strike. The monsters can not only fly but also shoot fire from a distance, forcing Melissa to dodge. Seeing Melissa under attack, Nine runs swiftly, leaping up buildings with agility until he reaches the flying monster and takes it down with his claws. Watching Nine's impressive action, Melissa feels proud and happy because he has become so strong and reliable. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly faces another flying monster shooting fire at her. Gripping her sword tightly with both hands, Melissa braces herself. As the monster shoots a large fireball, Melissa swings her magic sword like a baseball bat, hitting the fireball back and sending it flying into the monster, knocking it far away. Home run! Melissa is thrilled with her powerful magic sword. She feels immensely grateful to whoever created this overpowered item and for being able to use it effectively. But there are still too many flying monsters. Melissa picks up a stone and throws it, taking down another monster, but there are still too many. She struggles to find high enough ground to reach and attack the flying monsters. In a moment of distraction, a monstrous snake tries to attack Melissa from behind and almost bites her. Suddenly, a mana bullet pierces the monster's head. Someone with a mana gun has saved Melissa. Looking around, she spots a bright light coming from a distant tower. Simultaneously, several monsters around Melissa are taken out by mana bullets. It's Jake, managing to control multiple mana guns at once. Melissa feels slightly relieved that Jake has arrived to help. She is also impressed by Jake's sniping skills from such a long distance, proving his worth as a male lead. Nine reports that he has finished off all monsters around them. Melissa feels proud of Nine and suggests they take a short break before the next wave of attacks. Yona arrives with her crystal ball and reports that all the residents have been evacuated. Yona's crystal ball also has the ability to reduce the monster's vision, although its area of effect is not very large. Still, it has been very useful in saving many residents from monster attacks. While resting, Nine comes over to Melissa and wipes her cheek with a handkerchief. Despite fighting through all the blood splatter, Nine managed to keep the handkerchief clean, all for Melissa. As she feels her heart swell with affection, Melissa is startled by Yuri's voice calling her. The voice comes from Yona's crystal ball. Unfortunately, their communication is one way. Melissa can hear Yuri, but Yuri can't hear Melissa. Yuri informs her that the monster's seals have broken, but most sorcerers, including Yuri's father, are away for training. Since the monster attack happened earlier than expected, the sorcerers have not returned. Yuri has tried to contact the sorcerers but failed because they always cut off communication with the outside world during training. Yuri doesn't know when they will be back. Hearing this, Melissa recalls a similar event in the novel. It seems the creator designed the plot this way to put the female lead in danger. Yuri continues, saying that only she and her brother Robbie are available. They wanted to join Melissa, but Yuri sensed Melissa wouldn't want that, so they decided to just inform her. Melissa agrees with Yuri's decision. Nine asks why Yuri shouldn't come since healing magic would be useful now. Melissa feels conflicted about explaining the real reason. Knowing the novel's plot, she understands that Yuri, being the reincarnation of the Grand Sorcerer, naturally attracts monsters. The plan is to kill as many monsters as possible before it's safe for Yuri to come and reseal the monster world. In the original novel, Yuri participated in the monster war from the beginning but stayed safe thanks to the male leads fighting to protect her, even at great cost. Unfortunately, many civilians died in the story, emphasizing the male lead's strength. But Melissa, in this timeline, doesn't want many civilian casualties. She will fight with all her might to prevent that. Seeing Melissa's confusion, Yona helps by explaining that healers are usually targeted first in battles. Melissa agrees with Yona's explanation, especially since they are currently too few in number to protect Yuri. Nine understands the reasoning, but Melissa wonders to herself how Yona came up with such a good excuse. Through the magic orb, Yuri asks about Melissa's condition and requests to be informed immediately if anything happens to her so she can come and heal her. Nine reflexively responds that Melissa will not be hurt because he will always protect her. Yona reminds them that Yuri cannot hear them since Yona's orb cannot transmit their voices. Seeing how Yona and Nine always trust whatever she does without doubting her, Melissa promises them that one day, when everything is back to normal, she will explain what she knows to them, even though she doesn't plan to reveal that their world is actually inside a novel. Elsewhere, Cartana is panting after defeating many monsters. She is suddenly startled by what she sees in the sky, a massive three-headed dragon emerging from a black hole. Lightning strikes from dark clouds, signaling the arrival of a formidable power. Back to Melissa's location. Seeing the sky getting scarier, Melissa predicts that the next wave of monster attacks will happen soon. Since Yona can remain unseen by the monsters, Melissa asks her to search around the city and save any residents who haven't been evacuated. Nine will stay in the area to fight monsters, while Melissa will check on Cartena, who hasn't reported back. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap booms above them. Melissa, Nine, and Yona are shocked to see someone approaching. It's Jake, in a pitiful state, asking for help because Black Veil keeps chewing on his hair. Black Veil looks delighted, having gotten what he wanted. Melissa explains that she had sent Black Veil to fetch Jake, and it seems he did his job well. Jake pushes Black Veil's face away to stop his odd behavior. Jake whines, worried about Melissa being in such a dangerous place, making her shiver at his words. But Melissa senses something is off, and sure enough, when she looks up, she sees a massive dragon flying toward them. She is shocked because the boss monster hasn't appeared yet, but its minions are already so strong. Cartena runs toward Melissa, and at that moment, the dragon fires a ball of flame at her. Cartena leaps aside just in time. The explosion is enormous, but Cartena lands on the ground with a perfect roll like a skilled gymnast. With an innocent expression, Cartena explains that although she managed to cut off one of the dragon's heads, the dragon is too big and powerful for her to defeat alone, so she lured it to Melissa's location so they could defeat it together. Cartena notes that she realized when the dragon gets angry, it lands on the ground, which is when they can cut off its head. Cartena asks Melissa to distract it so she can finish it off. The dragon lands with a mighty crash, causing the ground to crack and split. The tremor disrupts Yona's balance, causing her magic orb to slip from her hands. In that crucial moment, Yona recalls Yuri's previous message. The magic orb can only be used by Yuri and Yona, and if Melissa is in grave danger, Yona must use the orb to summon Yuri. Understanding the orb's importance, Yona leaps to catch it before it shatters on the ground. Unfortunately, the dragon spots Yona and prepares to fire a ball of flame at her. Melissa remembers that, according to the original novel storyline, Yona Whitefall dies in the monster attack, while Melissa, the villainess, survives but loses everyone who ever supported her, leaving her feeling utterly lonely. Melissa, determined not to experience that loneliness again, bravely jumps in front of Yona to block the fireball shot by the dragon. The force of the fireball is so strong that it cracks against her magic sword. Melissa holds on with all her strength, praying that her sword can withstand the immense force. Luckily, the sword not only holds but also reflects the fireball back at the dragon, causing it to roar in pain from its own attack. Seeing the dragon distracted, Nine and Cartena quickly leap and strike, managing to cut off the other two heads and finally defeating the dragon. Yona, looking at Melissa's back as she protected her, feels deeply grateful. Melissa asks if Yona is okay, to which Yona replies that she owes Melissa her life. Melissa playfully responds that it's nothing. But if Yona really wants to repay her, she can do so with money. Yona, who loves money, immediately jokes that she'd rather give up her life than her money. Suddenly, Cartena calls out and asks Melissa to look at the sky. To their shock, more black holes are appearing, indicating that even more monsters are about to flood into their world. Cartena suggests they might not be able to handle such an overwhelming number of monsters and proposes retreating to gather reinforcements. In their moment of despair, Ian's voice booms out, commanding his soldiers to attack. Ian and the First Imperial Knights have finally arrived and joined the battle against the monsters. At the same time, a magical transportation circle appears on the ground, and werewolf warriors, along with Jack and Mizen that are riding a lion-like monster, emerge from it. Melissa is relieved to see more of the male leads arriving, though Mizen and Jack are still bickering. Mizen complains about the steed Jack chose for him, saying it doesn't look fierce or smart enough. But Jack insists the lion monster is cool and huge, even naming it Photon because it's wild and ugly. Jake, the sniper, takes a shot at Jack the werewolf, missing but annoying him. Jack is furious at Jake for daring to shoot at him from hiding. Melissa realizes that Black Veil and Jake have vanished. It seems Jake has found a good sniper spot. Cartena feels slightly relieved with the reinforcements, but Melissa notices the knight's numbers seem fewer than expected. Ian arrives on horseback, apologizing for the delay, explaining that it took time to convince various factions to mobilize the troops. Melissa acknowledges Ian's tardiness, but questions why he's here. Blushing, Ian admits he saw a massive dragon land in the city and rushed to help Melissa, thinking she might be in danger. Nine is annoyed by Ian's flirting, and Melissa is displeased by his attempt to create a romantic moment. Even if Ian regrets his past mistakes, it doesn't excuse his previous cruelty to her. Melissa thinks Ian is shameless for trying to rekindle their relationship. Before she can address Ian, Jack the werewolf greets her. Melissa responds, surprised he actually came. Jack assures her he always keeps his word, which irritates Nine and Ian. Ian interrupts, questioning why the Photon family's leaders are here. Jack replies they came at Melissa's request, telling Ian not to worry about them. Ian denies being scared, explaining he's just suspicious of the werewolves' allegiance, especially since one is riding a monster during a monster battle. Ian and Jack start arguing, frustrating Melissa. She can't believe they're fighting each other instead of the monsters. Reaching his limit, Jack kills his monster steed, telling Ian to stop his suspicions because the werewolves came to help Melissa out of goodwill. But Ian keeps arguing, now angering the entire werewolf team. Finally, Melissa yells, startling both Jack and Ian. She reminds them that now is not the time for infighting. Melissa questions Ian why there are fewer soldiers than expected. Ian explains that the high-ranking nobles complain about sending imperial troops to a small town like Starbuck. They doubt the reports and question whether monsters have really attacked. These nobles delay Ian, and he can only bring the first imperial knight under the House of Fodabrat's charge for now. Nevertheless, reinforcements should eventually arrive once the nobles realize the seriousness of the situation. Next, Melissa turns to Jack. She questions why he took the time to adopt a monster instead of coming straight to help. Jack responds that he simply likes the look of the lion monster. Melissa scolds him for killing his newly adopted pet so easily, saying he should take better care of it. Melissa doesn't want to dwell on Jack and Ian's earlier bickering. She reminds everyone that if they don't want the world to end, they need to work together to defeat the monsters. After Melissa's speech, the monster hunt resumes. Despite occasional arguments between the Imperial troops and werewolf soldiers, they manage to fight harmoniously. The monster extermination is going well, making Melissa optimistic. She believes that once they defeat the monster minions, Yuri can attempt to seal the black hole portals. If Yuri succeeds, they can prevent the boss monster from appearing, ending the war and allowing everyone to return home safely. Just as Melissa feels hopeful, a voice from the sky declares that things won't end that easily. The battle pauses as everyone, including the monsters, stares at an enormous black hole forming in the sky. Melissa wonders if the boss monster is about to appear. Ian orders all soldiers and gunmen to prepare to attack the emerging monster. Despite her fading hope, Melissa tries to stay positive, thinking this might be a quicker way to end the war if they can defeat the boss monster right away. When the boss monster emerges, everyone is shocked. Not only are they scared, but also confused. They all turn to Melissa, questioning what is happening. The boss monster, the source of all the monsters named Bale, has a face strikingly similar to Melissa's. According to the original story, Bale should have large horns and bat-like membranous wings, looking like the embodiment of all evil. Melissa stands silent, and everyone asks why Bale looks like her. Melissa replies that she doesn't know and is just as curious about the resemblance. She can't believe what is happening and wonders if this is another trick by the gods. She ponders what she should do next. In her confusion, Nine comes over and places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. With a loving and trusting gaze, he calls Melissa's name, snapping her out of her daze. No matter what Bale looks like, Melissa refocuses and resolves to defeat him. Bale, looking like a giant version of Melissa, opens his eyes and loudly calls out Melissa Fodabrat's name. The voice is so powerful that Melissa loses her balance, needing Nine to steady her. Strangely, only Melissa can hear Bale. Nine can't. Bale grins down at Melissa and says, "No, wait. I should be calling you something else, shouldn't I? Dal Young Han. Melissa is shocked to hear her previous life's name. It is a name she has almost forgotten. She falls to her knees, deafened by a thunderous roar, unable to hear Nine calling her nearby. As if caught by Bale's enormous hand, Melissa finds herself immobilized and slowly enveloped by a black hole portal. Bale says he will take her somewhere else so they can talk privately without the noise of others.
Melissa opens her eyes, totally shocked. Suddenly, she is in a completely different place and it feels totally unfamiliar. While she is still trying to figure out what is going on, a voice speaks from behind her. It turns out to be that entity that has been messing with her all this time. It has called her there just so they can talk one-on-one. The entity calls Melissa by the name she had before her soul entered Melissa's body, which immediately makes her question how it knows. The entity claims to be a god borrowing Baal's form, but then it explains further. Basically, it is the will of the author who creates that world, tasked with making sure everything happens according to the novel. It is the one pulling the strings, making Ian and the others fall for Yuri, setting up all the events that have happened so far. Usually, all the events written in the novel always happen, but this is the first time the story doesn't follow the novel's plot. The entity says that Melissa's fate was to die in her original world, so why did she end up inside the novel, messing up the storyline? The entity also says that because of this, it plans to restart the story from the beginning and make Melissa the main character, the one who becomes Yuri. Melissa asks what will happen to the current world and whether the people in this world will disappear. Her question makes the so-called God confused. Why should she care? After all, they are just characters in a story. Then, the entity adds that Melissa can meet people like them in the new world anyway. Firmly, Melissa refuses. She declares that she will stay in this world no matter what. Hearing Melissa's immediate response without hesitation angers the entity. It clarifies that Melissa has no choice but to follow its will. Melissa realizes that if this entity really has power, then why does it need to have a discussion with her? Someone who isn't even the main character. If she really doesn't matter, then the entity could just erase her, right? With that thought, Melissa confronts the entity. She demands to know why it only appears now, when the story has already strayed so far from the original, especially so close to the ending. Grinning confidently, Melissa states that this must mean the entity can't create a new world without her consent. Hearing that, the entity looks cornered and unsettled. Melissa pushes further, making it clear that this story doesn't belong to the entity, because this world belongs to her. At those words, the entity explodes in rage, shattering everything around Melissa. Seeing the entity's rage, Melissa starts to feel a little worried, especially when it begins calling her name so casually. The entity glares at Melissa with eyes full of hatred and spits out that her eyes are cursed. The very eyes that have read everything that has happened in this novel's world. With the intent to destroy her, the entity curses Melissa, declaring that she will never be able to read the story again for a second time. Back in reality, where the battle against Baal is still raging, Nine sobs uncontrollably, calling out Melissa's name as she lies unconscious in his arms. He realizes that Baal is the reason Melissa fainted. Lightning strikes relentlessly, crashing down one after another. Ian starts to panic, immediately ordering everyone to run for their lives. Holding Melissa close, Nine lifts her up and, with sharp reflexes, dodges the lightning bolts that almost strike them. Suddenly, silence falls. The lightning ceases, leaving everyone stunned and confused. Then, Baal's body, still mimicking Melissa, begins to melt, shifting into its true form. Horns, fangs, and a crimson body emerge, but something feels off. Baal has eyes. Nine stares in shock, completely unsettled by how bizarre this is. Ian, observing closely, realizes that Baal shouldn't have eyes. From a book he once read, Ian remembers that Baal possesses immense power, but the cost was its own eyes. The monsters born from Baal were meant to act as its eyes. Ian thinks that Baal's previous form was likely just a disguise, but this could be its true form. Still, one question lingers in his mind. Why does Baal have eyes now? Suddenly, Melissa groans, and everyone immediately turns their attention to her, their faces filled with worry. But then, their expressions shift to pure shock. Melissa, still unaware that her eyes are gone, calmly says that she's fine. But she frowns, noting that everything feels completely dark. It turns out, Baal has stolen Melissa's eyes. One of Baal's abilities is revealed, the power to steal something from others. Nine falls silent for a moment, as if preparing himself for the final battle. Then he turns around, gently stroking Melissa's hair. With a calm voice, he whispers that it's already night and that Melissa should rest. Melissa remains quiet, but Nine's feelings are painfully clear on his face. He is devastated seeing Melissa without her eyes. Softly, Nine presses a gentle kiss to Melissa's forehead, as if trying to comfort her. Deep inside, Nine wouldn't hesitate to give up his own eyes if it meant Melissa could see again. Before leaving, Nine entrusts Melissa to Yona, making sure she will be safe. Nine gives a faint smile, a silent signal that he is ready to risk his life. Then he unleashes his power as a werewolf, his sharp eyes glowing with fierce determination. This time, Nine is ready to face his greatest enemy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yona guides Melissa, helping her run to safety. But suddenly, Melissa halts, forcing Yona to stop as well. With unwavering resolve, Melissa reaches out her hand, demanding her sword. Earlier, when Melissa first regained consciousness and opened her eyes, she couldn't see anything, just complete darkness. At that very moment, a realization hit her. The entity, the one who called itself a god, must have stolen her eyes. Back to the present situation, Yona frowns at Melissa's request, clearly annoyed. "No way," Yona snaps, refusing to hand over Melissa's sword, no matter how many excuses Melissa comes up with. Instead, Yona gets even more frustrated, scolding Melissa for even thinking about fighting in her condition. But Melissa doesn't back down. She firmly tries to convince Yona, making it clear that she isn't planning to throw her life away. She wants to fight to take her eyes back. Yona, who is just about to start yelling, suddenly falls silent. Melissa reassures her once again that if she doesn't defeat Baal, her eyes will be gone forever, and that's why she has to fight. Yona wonders how Melissa plans to attack Baal when she can't even see. Melissa tries to recall what she read in the novel. In the original story, Baal stole Yuri and treated her like an object. Back then, Baal once said that if someone other than Yuri's owner killed him, then Yuri would be destroyed too. The situation now feels exactly the same as what happened in the novel. From that, Melissa realizes that the only way to take back what Baal stole is for the rightful owner to be the one to kill him. Out of nowhere, Baal's attack almost hits Melissa, but thankfully Yona reacts fast and shields her just in time. Melissa panics and immediately asks about their surroundings. She also checks on Yona, worried about her condition. As Yona explains that things are getting worse, she walks over to pick up Melissa's sword, which had been thrown aside when they dodged Baal's attack. Realizing that the situation isn't getting any better, and knowing how much Melissa cares about her friends, Melissa insists on getting her sword back. Seeing the determination on Melissa's face, Yona finally gives in and hands over the sword. With nothing else she can do, Yona looks at Melissa with pure concern, warning her to be careful. Seeing this rare moment where Yona actually shows worry, Melissa feels her motivation surge once again. Melissa, now fully determined to take back her eyes, calls out to Nine. The moment he hears her voice, he rushes over without hesitation. Without wasting time, Melissa asks Nine to be her eyes. Her request catches Nine off guard, and he instinctively asks if she really plans to fight Baal. Melissa nods without hesitation and throws the question back at him, asking if he isn't okay with her decision. But instead of arguing, Nine gives her a warm smile and simply says that he will support her and protect her with everything he has. And with that, the two of them stand together, ready to fight side by side, fully trusting in each other. Nine starts guiding Melissa, telling her where to dodge and where to strike. Meanwhile, the others stand speechless, unable to believe what they're seeing. Melissa fighting Baal head-on, with Nine as her navigator. Melissa tells Nine that Baal's weak spot is on its forehead and that she needs to get close. Understanding immediately, Nine quickly guides her, his focus razor-sharp. Holding tightly onto Melissa's hand, Nine leads her up Baal's massive body, helping her climb higher. Of course, this infuriates Baal, who prepares to strike them down. But before he can, Jake and Nine's twin rush in, attacking Baal first without hesitation. Not wanting to be left behind, Ian jumps into action, commanding his knights to block Baal's movements and support Melissa and Nine. As Nine and Melissa fight their way toward Baal's weak spot, Melissa starts to struggle. Turns out, it's much harder than she expected to fight without being able to see. But suddenly, Nine throws Melissa, completely catching her off guard. Before she can even react, Nine catches her midair, landing her securely on his shoulder. Now, they're even closer to their target. Baal doesn't just stand there. He lashes out, trying to knock them down, but Nine dodges swiftly, all while keeping Melissa steady. As they get within reach of the weak spot, Nine signals to Melissa. It's time to strike. Even though she can't see anything, Melissa feels Nine's energy, pointing her toward the exact spot she needs to hit. It's so clear. It's as if she can see it with her own eyes. With every ounce of strength she has left, Melissa unleashes her final attack, striking Baal's weak point with full force. As Baal collapses, Melissa plummets toward the ground, completely free-falling. At the same time, her eyes slowly return to her. Nine, who never stops protecting her, smiles softly as he reaches out his hand toward Melissa. With both of them falling together, Melissa grabs onto Nine, finally feeling relieved. It's all over. When they land safely, the others immediately rush toward them, their faces full of concern. Everyone shows how much they care, relief and worry written all over their expressions. Then, suddenly a portal opens. Yuri steps out, her face tensed with suppressed frustration, clearly worried sick. Seeing Melissa safe and sound, Yuri lets out a relieved sigh, and everyone else feels the same. Melissa, too, finally breathes easy. The story of the novel has finally come to an end. Turns out Yuri isn't having it. She bursts into tears, protesting at Melissa for leaving her behind. Through her sobs, Yuri demands to know why Melissa didn't take her along. Was she really that untrustworthy? Did Melissa not believe in her at all? She then explains that Yona was the one who told her Melissa was in danger. The moment she found out, Yuri immediately forced Roby to open a portal and bring her there. Seeing Yuri's frustrated yet tear-streaked face, Melissa doesn't hesitate. She pulls Yuri into a hug and apologizes sincerely. Nine, watching the way Melissa treats Yuri so tenderly, feels like his heart just shattered. But Melissa notices right away. Nine is jealous. Without missing a beat, she turns to him, softly reassuring him before he can spiral further. Not wanting to be left out, Melissa's swordmaster jumps into the conversation, stirring things up even more. But before things get too carried away, they all realize they need to seal Baal before it's too late. Without hesitation, Yuri steps forward, immediately moving toward the fallen monster. Watching her, Melissa suddenly remembers. In the novel, Yuri was only supposed to realize her sealing power after everything was over. But here, it's as if Yuri already knows exactly what she needs to do. For a brief moment, Melissa feels weird, as if Yuri has lived through this moment before, again and again. Gathering all of her magical power, Yuri seals Baal away, leaving everyone completely stunned. But she doesn't stop there. Right after locking away the monster, Yuri immediately starts healing every wounded person around her. Melissa watches everything unfold, silently making up her mind to leave. But before she can even move, Nine is already one step ahead, standing in her way, clearly ready to stop her. At the same time, Yuri shoots a sharp glare in Melissa's direction. When Melissa refuses to receive any treatment from Yuri, Yona steps in, casually suggesting that Yuri just take her by force. And so, with no other choice, Nine and Yuri grab Melissa and drag her off to get treated, whether she likes it or not. The next day, news spreads across the city. Newspapers are filled with headlines about the monstrous attack, the greatest disaster in history. Thankfully, thanks to Yona's quick actions in evacuating the citizens, there were no casualties, only injuries. And with Yuri healing everyone on the spot, the situation was handled swiftly. Since only Ian, the First Night Order, and the Fodderbright family had fought against the monster, they quickly became the hottest topic among the people. Of course, this worked out well for Ian and the Fodderbright family. Reading the articles, Melissa laughs to herself, thinking that Ian and her father should be thanking her for all of this. Meanwhile, the sudden appearance of werewolf fighting alongside humans also became a major discussion across the empire. But for Melissa, the most important detail, there was no mention of Nine at all. Of course, that was thanks to the power of money. While she's enjoying her peaceful moment, Melissa notices Yuri and Nine still bickering as usual. Frustrated, she scolds them. She had invited them out for a nice walk, and yet they were still fighting. Suddenly, a random passerby recognizes Melissa. Not only that, but it turns out she already has a nickname: the Lion Lady of the Fodderbright family. Hearing the group of people heading toward them, Melissa immediately signals Yuri and Nine. It's time to run. It turns out the biggest celebrity of the entire incident was Melissa herself. Even though the battle against the monster is over, Melissa still has a lot to take care of. One of them is helping Count Cave, who oversees the city's reconstruction. To make sure the city can be rebuilt properly, Melissa hands over a blank check, allowing him to write any amount he needs and take it to the Peacock Trade Guild. Count Cave, feeling deeply grateful, immediately tries to repay her. From offering to build a statue of her to hosting a grand banquet in her honor. He keeps throwing out ideas. Of course, Melissa refuses every single one, but Count Cave doesn't give up easily. With no other choice, Melissa resorts to her ultimate move, firmly putting her foot down while politely excusing herself. Before leaving, she makes it clear. For her, as long as the citizens are happy, that is enough. Her words move Count Cave to tears, and in the end, he lets her go without pushing any further. Inside the carriage, on their way to the next destination, Yuri, who tags along with Melissa, bursts into laughter. She can't stop laughing at how Melissa completely ran out of ways to reject Count Cave. Turns out being too nice is a problem too. After news about the monster's ceiling spreads, Yuri becomes recognized as the reincarnation of the great sorcerer, making her extremely busy. In the original novel, Yuri was supposed to spend this time preparing for her coronation as queen. But this time, she is preparing for the ceremony where the imperial family will grant her the title of Great Sorcerer. She even ends up cutting her hair, all because of a random incident on the street. Apparently, there was once a man who grabbed her hair, thinking she was an angel. With pure rage on her face, Yuri immediately chopped her hair off using magic. Right then and there. Ever since she changed her hairstyle, she says people don't recognize her as easily anymore. During the ride, Yuri keeps talking, casually mentioning that she actually doesn't want to accept the title of Great Sorcerer. But in the end, she decides to take it. All because she wants to be useful to Melissa. Besides, according to Yuri, it's much better to be a great sorcerer than a baron's daughter. Hearing that, Melissa immediately tells her that she doesn't have to do this for her. It's completely up to Yuri to decide what she wants. But for Yuri, helping Melissa is what she wants. Hearing those words, Melissa smiles happily. When they finally arrive at their destination, Melissa says goodbye, making sure to thank Yuri for taking the time to accompany her, especially when Yuri herself is so busy. But for Yuri, this feels more like a secret date, something she enjoys. Of course, Melissa doesn't realize that at all. After saying her goodbyes, Melissa heads straight into the palace. Inside, as expected, the place is packed with people. In the past, those same people would have looked at her with fear the moment they saw her. But now, things seem different. It turns out, everything that happened has significantly changed how people see her. And to Melissa, that's not so bad. After getting permission to enter, Melissa steps forward into the special chamber to meet Ian, who now holds the title of king. She stands tall, her gaze filled with confidence, and declares that she has come to accept the title of Duchess. Meanwhile, at the Fodderbright estate, Duke Fatabright sits quietly, gazing out the window. His servant walks in, carrying the medicine he needs to take. But from the look on his face, it's clear. Duke Fatabright has something on his mind. And that something is his daughter, Melissa. Duke Fatabright confides in his personal servant, admitting that he has never been a good father to Melissa. He remembers the moment when Melissa suddenly announced that she wanted to become the Duchess of Fatabright, while they were simply having tea together. At that time, Duke Fatabright was completely shocked, thinking her decision was absurd. But Melissa, calm as ever, explained her reasoning, saying it actually made perfect sense. After all, the only successors were her and Jake clearly had no interest in inheriting the Duke's position. Before Duke Fatabright could even argue, Melissa went on to explain further. She made it clear that she fully understood how heavy the responsibility was, and that she had already thought everything through. Then, she even brought up a certain issue regarding the Duke's own condition. Hearing that, Duke Fatabright was caught off guard. He had no idea that Melissa was aware of it. Melissa didn't even need to read the novel to figure it out. Among all the servants in their household, Duke Fatabright had specifically brought in a new servant who specialized in pharmaceuticals. Not only that, but this servant was also in charge of managing his meals. Maybe deep down, the Duke had already been considering early retirement for the sake of his health. In the end, Duke Fatabright had to admit Melissa's sharp intuition, but of course he didn't make it easy for her. He had set a condition. If Melissa wanted to become Duchess, she had to bring him a son-in-law. But Melissa's response completely stunned him. She casually stated that the man she chose to marry might not be the person the Duke expected or wanted. Realizing that her words might have been too much too soon, Melissa quickly rephrased. She then firmly declared, why would she need to bring another man into the house when she herself was more than capable? After all, there had been female duchesses in the Empire's history before. Once again, Duke Fatabright had tried to counter, saying that it required special conditions. But Melissa, as calm as ever, had reminded him of the special conditions she already met. She had driven out a monster, gaining popularity among the people. Her swordsmanship was exceptional, to the point where she had defeated the Duke himself. She came from a direct and flawless bloodline. She had dumped the Crown Prince, who was now set to become Emperor. She had even tamed the untamable younger brother, something the Duke himself had never been able to do. And above all, she was the only human capable of communicating with werewolves, and was highly respected by the Peacock Trade Guild. With a confident gaze, Melissa had looked directly at the Duke and asked, was there anyone else more qualified than her? At that moment, Duke Fatabright had fallen completely silent. He had never expected that the little girl he once overlooked would grow into such an extraordinary woman. Remembering those moments fills Duke Fatabright with regret. Regret for his past, for his relationship with Melissa. He feels like it's too late to fix anything now. But his servant encourages him, reminding him that it's not too late. The Duke still has time. He just needs to focus on his health while also repairing his relationship with Melissa. On that snowy night, Melissa's carriage arrives at the Fatabright estate. The moment she steps inside and starts taking off her warm cloak, a gentle voice greets her from behind. Nine, with a loving smile, calls out to her and wraps the cloak back around her shoulders, addressing her as Duchess Melissa. Feeling awkward about her new title, Melissa immediately tells Nine to just call her like he always does. Besides, Nine is already her personal aide now. As soon as Melissa became Duchess, she assigned Nine as her aide and appointed Yona as her head lady-in-waiting. At first, Yona grumbled, saying it's just extra work for her. But, as usual, after a tempting offer, Yona eventually agreed. Nine then invites Melissa to watch the stars with him. Melissa is surprised when she realizes that the place Nine takes her to is the very same spot where she gave him the medicine that restored his fangs and tongue. Of course, this place is just as unforgettable for Nine. Back then, Nine had looked so fragile in Melissa's eyes. But looking at him now, even Melissa hadn't noticed just how much he had grown, how much stronger he had become. For some reason, a strange new feeling stirs in her chest. Something different. And before she can fully process it, Her face turns bright red. Nine suddenly turns serious. He asks if Melissa remembers the promise he made to her in this very place last summer. The golden glow of the evening sun, the gentle snowfall drifting from the sky, and the light in Nine's eyes, brighter than any star, as if it's the only light he wants to show Melissa. As Nine speaks, his voice soft yet slightly tense, it tickles Melissa's ears in a way that feels strangely unfamiliar. Something about it makes her uneasy, to the point where she can't even meet his gaze while he talks. Nine seems to be pouring out his feelings, expressing how, from the moment Melissa gave him a new life, he kept receiving her kindness. Even though it embarrassed him, he couldn't help but feel happy, because Melissa had always cared for him and never once turned her back on him. Nine's words make the blush on Melissa's face deepen, spreading like wildfire across her cheeks. He continues pouring out his feelings, fully aware of his own shortcomings, of how unworthy he might be to stand by Melissa's side. Even so, he can't help but be greedy. He knows that Melissa might see him as pathetic, that she could easily throw him away. Because what he feels for her, this burning emotion, is not the kind of feeling that should exist between a master and her subordinate. Melissa listens closely, hearing the slight tremble in Nine's voice. But his gaze, his presence, his every word, always feel like fire, burning with intensity. Even though Nine is gentle and sweet, there is something about him that scorches, a heat that feels too much. And even if that fire frightens her, Melissa doesn't hate it. As Melissa closes her eyes, she waits for Nine's reaction, expecting something, though she isn't sure what. But instead of making a move, Nine starts fumbling with something, pulling something out. The unexpected action makes Melissa chuckle softly. In his hands, a beautifully engraved sword, resting in its elegant case. Nine presents it to her, his expression filled with sincerity. With steady resolve, he declares that he will be her sword, that he will become anything she wants if that is what Melissa desires. And then, with even more certainty, Nine confesses that if she allows it, he wants to keep looking at her. Forever. Melissa notices how Nine's hands tremble slightly as he holds the sword case. His voice sounds nervous, and under the warm glow of the evening sun, the red on his ears is impossible to miss. Then, with his gaze full of warmth, cheeks flushed deep red, Nine finally says it. He loves Melissa. Melissa freezes, her eyes locked onto his, fully realizing Nine truly, deeply loves her with his whole heart. For a moment, neither of them speaks. Then, Nine breaks the silence, apologizing if his words made her feel burdened. He only asks for one thing, that Melissa accept his gift, just like a subordinate offering a present to their master. As Melissa accepts the sword, she pauses for a moment, deep in thought. Then, with her usual calm demeanor, she casually mentions that whenever she receives something from someone, she always gives something in return as a way to express gratitude. Hearing that, Nine immediately panics, politely trying to refuse whatever she has in mind. But Melissa only smiles, making him even more curious. Then, out of nowhere, Melissa brings up something unexpected. It's time for Nine to have a family name. Nine's eyes widen in shock, completely caught off guard. And before he can even process her words, Melissa drops to one knee. She extends her hand, revealing a ring she had already prepared for him. With unwavering confidence, Melissa proposes to Nine, offering him the Photon name and asking him to marry her. Nine's emotions immediately overwhelm him. The sheer mix of happiness, disbelief, and overwhelming love spills across his expression. His cheeks flush deep red, and tears begin to fall from his eyes. Without a moment of hesitation, Nine gives his answer. With a voice filled with raw emotion, he says he wants this too. Watching Nine so sweet, so vulnerable, Melissa's chest tightens. And in that moment, she finally realizes she loves Nine deeply. Days after becoming Duchess, Melissa's desk is constantly buried under stacks of letters. Even though it's a hassle, she can't ignore them. Among them, there's a letter from the Photon family, with their writing still as messy as ever. There's also a letter from Hani, her former maid, happily informing her that she has found a new job. Even Jake, Melissa's wandering younger brother, sent a letter. He still lives like a traveler, but now he always writes whenever he arrives in a new place. Buried in the pile, there's a letter from Peacock Trade Guild, which feels more like spam than anything else. And then there's a letter from Melissa's foster aunt, Martha. Turns out it's a wedding invitation. Melissa laughs happily at the news, truly happy for her aunt. Just then, Nine enters her office, carrying a tray of tea. Melissa shows him Aunt Martha's invitation and grins, telling Nine that they should also send out their wedding invitations in a grand way. Nine smiles warmly, placing everything in her hands. Whatever Melissa wants, he will follow. Spring returns once again. Flowers bloom beautifully, birds sing joyfully. The world feels alive with the warmth of a new season. This is the second spring Melissa experiences since arriving in this world. And from now on, a new future unfolds, one that neither she nor the so-called God can predict. Many things have changed, yet some remain the same. No one knows what the future will bring, but Melissa is certain. No one would want her to hesitate. No one would want her to stop living her life just because of the unknown. And there's one thing that will never change. Melissa is Melissa. And most importantly, she is surrounded by people who love her. That alone is more than enough for Melissa to step forward without fear, embracing the journey ahead. Because she is Melissa Fodderbright.